Hey. Ooh. Okay. What are we doing, guys? I mean, how are we doing? That's probably a better question to ask. Did you see No, I have not seen Eurovision, sorry. Was it good? Did your favorite country win? Should I really just not say debating at the beginning of a fucking stream title because none of you guys actually check the ellipses and see when the debate is happening? Fuck me, hang on. Didn't realize, so I didn't hold your fucking hands throughout this entire... Okay. Alright. Alright. Let's do this instead then, because I know what I'm doing first. That better? That better stream title, guys. You happier now? Fuck me. GMT. Use CET. Nope. Or Eastern time. Oh, fucking time. It's not 3 p.m. GMT. It's 4 p.m. GMT. What are you saying? Oh, as fuck is it BST now? Oh, that's fucking Americans. Oh no. That means I got 5 hours before I talk. No, 4 hours. No, 5. Fuck. Oh well. Well, that's fine. 8 p.m. GMT for me is just 5 hours, so I just have to make a 5-hour stream last. Okay. No bother. No problem. BST is British summertime. But people tend to just... I swear to God, I hear people just call British summertime GMT as well. Do people not do that? I thought they did that. But oh well. Not too surprised. Not too bothered. Okay. What's this? Okay. Whatever. I'm fine, I'm fine. You know, I did a bunch of research yesterday. I did a bit of research. I don't want to tell you that much about it just now, but you know, people talk about human rights reports or UN reports or how they can be untrustworthy and shit like that. I did some research into a certain contention around certain human rights reports from a little while ago, and it's actually shocking how bad some of them are. In a way that I don't think has really been exposed before. I don't know. There was just a lot of stuff on the internet that I learned that I didn't think I would ever learn. I feel like I'm seeing through the matrix of how propaganda works and how about how sources that are like perfectly acceptable to cite in academia or in the press are actually just so obviously wrong. But I can't really show you guys until after the debate, so I'm not finished yet. But I went through a very strange research rabbit hole today. It's not even about current events, it's about an old event. But no, I'm not talking about Human Rights Watch or Amnesty, no. But my God. Yeah, it's just, I just can't get my fucking head around it. God. It's a debate that most of you guys will be more or less familiar with, but not in this kind of detail. And not with this kind of clarity that I now have on it. Oh, God. But I shouldn't talk about it too much, okay? It's dangerous. We don't want to spoil anything. But I might have just accidentally stumbled into a pretty big research project. Hmm. It's about Destiny's cuck trip. No. Oh, I should probably not have the Obsidian page up. Let's go here. Anyway, you guys can try and figure it out. I don't think you'll know. It's not actually a historical event that I've spoken about that much on stream. It is Israel-Palestine, but it's not something I've spoken about on stream that much, if ever. But okay. There are a couple of things I want to do today. I want to watch this drama because there was a bit of, I don't even know if it's drama, it's just memes. And I also want to read and take notes on the build up to the 6-day war. Those are my jobs today. Will you ever actually go to Israel? I have a flight booked, but not to Israel. That's all you guys need to know now. Did you hear about the latest Noah Samson drama? What, is it the fucking everlasting two retards fighting spat that he's had with that think before you shit guy? That guy. Is that it? Is it the think before you... This guy? Noah has been fighting with this guy for the best part of a year. And the thing is that they're both pretty fucking cringe. In two completely opposite ways. To one another. Yeah, they're just... This is the think before you dox video where he is definitely not accusing think before you sleep of doxing. Even though there's like an I and the girl, and it's called think before you dox. Yeah, it's whatever. I don't care. I'm not interested because at the end of the day, it's boring. This, however, is maybe a bit... So this guy is like an up-and-coming YouTuber, Kahmal. We've watched one of his videos before, the problem with internet leftists. He's kind of like, I don't really know what his politics are. He seems liberal, if I was going to guess. He shits on Fresh and Fit, Red Pillars, Sneeko, but also the likes of Hassan, Noah, Steven Crowder. So, yeah, he has this video called When Race Destroys Reason. And this video, for some reason, was quickly followed up by a stream that he did that FD Signifier called into. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious now. I just want to see what happened. So let's see what happens when race destroys reason. We'll start there, okay?
Race is obviously going to be a big part of everyone's life in one way or another, but I gotta be honest, these people that choose to insert race into every single aspect of their existence have always rubbed me the wrong way.
I don't date women who have sex with non-African men.
Not only do I think basing your entire thought process off of something you have no control over is just inefficient and overall just kind of sad, but I find that having this kind of mindset leads to a lot of infantilization, hypocrisy, and eventually complete delusion.
You think his politics are normie who doesn't know that much about politics? Maybe. There's a bit of a normie vibe going on for sure. But yeah, well, whatever that means.
If you are an athlete, the way in which your worth is determined is identical.
Oh, I did see. Yeah, FD was shit talking me in this. No, in the debate. Yeah, he just said he thought I wasn't that great. But okay, I don't think he's that great. I think he's boring and stupid. and annoying. Okay. To each their own.
To the way in which the worth of an enslaved African was determined.
FD Signifier and Dr. Umar Johnson are two people who are very different, but definitely revert every single thing back to the white supremacist capitalistic system.
Hip-hop is an agent of white supremacy.
So throughout this video, I'm going to use them as examples to prove that viewing every single thing in your life through a racial lens can cause you to become a fucking insane person. So let's get started.
Who the fuck are you? Excuse me.
FD Signifier is another one of my personal favorite socialist video essayists. You know the type.
He's an anarchist, isn't he? He's not a socialist. Not that that means anything, because these guys are basically all just liberals. They function within the liberal system. They would benefit from the liberal system staying more or less the way it is. They take no part in any actual meaningful effort to change the liberal system other than, what, stop Cop City. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Incredibly smug, believes that all white people are inherently racist, not because of who they are as people or the decisions that they make, but because they take part in this system that is inherently racist. That system being capitalism or...
He openly identifies as Marxist. Again, that doesn't mean... It's all diffuse, okay? Like, like when it comes to these kind of self-prescribed leftist pseudo-academic types... Yeah, they like a bit of Marxism, they like a bit of socialism, they like a bit of anarchism. In reality, the life that they live and the life that they're quite happy to live is one that's liberal. They're happy to live in a liberal democracy whilst saying they oppose it because that's just like, it's aesthetically pleasing. That's all it is.
America, or really whatever he wants to bitch about that day. You know, one of these people.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
Why is Frogan there? Why did... What?
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
And for Dr. Umar Johnson, he's a lot. He's mostly famous for his like 15 spots on The Breakfast Club that all went viral, but he used to be a school psychologist and now he's like a Pan-African influencer / speaker, I guess. And his new mission in life is to create his own Pan-African private school. We're gonna check in to see how that's going, but yeah, that's what he talks about a lot. And I personally would say that a lot of his views are batshit crazy.
Everything we invented is a permanent patent for Africans. And if you want to use it, you must pay us a percentage. So guess what? Anybody running lights, you paying black people. In addition to that, America has about 10 major exports: gold, oil, water, electricity. We get a 25% cut permanently.
But trust, we'll get into it throughout the video. In my opinion, one of the worst things that viewing everything through a racial lens leads to is the infantilization of you and your race. Just so you guys get where I'm coming from, my entire philosophy revolves around personal accountability. I believe that in America, the opportunity for success is always there, for the most part. Now, unfortunately, there are exceptions to that rule, and that's up. But if you're watching this video, let's be real. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people like this guy.
Your dad wasn't around at all, or?
Nah, he was in prison, cuz. He was in prison. He went to prison for shooting my mom, cuz.
This guy's
Fuck.
and that's wrong. But for most of us, the opportunity is there. And if you have an issue in your life, it is your responsibility to fix that issue. Not because the world is fair and magic.
You think we should change society and yet you live in it? Curious. That's not even the meme. It's you talk about bringing the system down. You talk about changing society beyond recognition, and all you do is make YouTube videos and occasionally contribute to some foundation that gets in a riot once in a year. That is actually quite curious, yes.
Is real, but because it's in your best interest. And to be clear,
if you're like, I want some incremental change, so I do some incremental shit like voting or the occasional pressure group or canvassing or whatever, then that's fine. That's what you're saying what you want. But if you want revolutionary change, that requires revolutionary action. I don't know if you ever understand that, right? Fuck.
I think the government...
Like, if all Lenin did was just sat at home and read books and, like, I don't know, wrote a few fucking academic papers, then you would be like, well, then you wouldn't have had Lenin, right? Like, yeah. You'd have had some goon.
should help out more. But in my opinion, they've proven over and over and over again that they are incompetent.
I don't remember.
So this leaves us all with two options. Option 1, try and improve your situation. Or option 2, don't try and have a life that is ass. And you know what can make that garbage life even worse? Having your identity stolen. That's why I'm so happy to have Aura be the sponsor of today's video.
I don't like having
Aura
my identity
is an
stolen.
all-in-one, easy-to-use solution that helps prevent digital threats from reaching you and your family. I understand this isn't a topic most of us think about all the time, but unfortunately, data breaches happen all the time. I mean, AT&T just had a data breach that affected 73 million of their customers. The first day I installed Aura, they found 17 security breaches with my passwords and a virus on my computer, and then proceeded to take care of all of that for me. See, Aura protects all your devices with a VPN, antivirus, plus a password management software. And it comes with a $1 million identity theft.
Why don't you skip ads? Because I am stealing this guy's content to entertain other people for a job. I think it's okay that I'm allowed to let him play his ad, no?
Insurance policy. So worst come to worst, you got to check on the way. And because Aura is so gracious, if you use my link today, they will give you a 2-week free trial. So, you know, I mean, you're welcome. But seriously, 1 in 4 adults are affected by some sort of identity theft crime. So do yourself a solid and get that 2-week free trial started, all right? So thank you again to Aura for not only sponsoring today's video, but for—
Would you describe yourself as a liberal? Yeah, why not? Not really. No, I feel like in European fucking discourse, liberal and social democrat are fairly different. Like we have 2 different parties for liberals and social democrats. So I'm probably more of a social democrat than a liberal. Like, and I'm quite to the left of the spectrum of social democrats. So that's a shift for you. Yeah. I mean, I still like co-ops. Still all good for them. I'm still like happy with policies that push that stuff forward because I think, you know, discretion is a good thing. But no, I'm done LARPing as a revolutionary or whatever. I feel like I turned 30 and I was like, nah, chill, bro.
protecting the citizens of America. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get back to the Uncle Ruckus Show. I choose to think this way not only because it's what the most successful people have always done, but because it gives you the opportunity to change what you want to change in your life. A lot of people are constantly blaming some sort of boogeyman for their life being shit, and I think even when that boogeyman is real and it is their fault, it's up to you to fix your life because no one is coming to save you, especially not anyone in this video. And things like learning about financial literacy or gaining a skill that's actually valuable in the market and the economy are great ways to immediately improve the quality of your life. But of course, some people are going to disagree with that objectively true and very obvious statement.
The mythology of buying power has been used to convince poor black people that we're poor because of our own failures, our own inability.
I love
to
this.
take
I love these
advantage
parts of the
wonders
videos
that we have in terms of opportunity here in the United States. It's a narrative that's meant to blame poor people for being poor. And to say, black people, you have all this buying power, and if you would just have financial literacy and stop buying rims and hair and weed, you would be rich and you could invest and buy land and buy stock and this and that. And then when you look at the numbers, there's no land to buy, there's no stock to buy, there's no wealth creating assets to invest in.
There's no wealth building assets to buy in the United States of America. Really?
Wait, what's he?
Assets to buy in the United
I don't know why people find it so difficult to say, yeah, there are disadvantages. We all start in different places, okay? We all start in different places. This person doesn't even have a fucking 2 legs, okay? This person's fucked. But at the end of the day, there is a kind of Overton window of opportunity that we carry with us. Is that even the right phrase? There's like a scope for where we can go, and maybe this person can go so far, and this person can maybe go further down and can maybe only get like there, and this person might. But what are you gonna do? And yeah, we would like to change society so that we get a bit more of this going on, and we can maybe get this guy a new leg and do that, and maybe move this little dickhead on as well. You're never gonna be perfect because of whatever, like, but you can do both. Generally, like we've got enough time in the day to do a bit of both to kind of like to try and shuffle along, but then also try to move everything with. But yeah, it's just I don't know why people treat it like this fucking binary. Like, oh, fuck me.
United States of America? Really? What kind of loser-ass mentality are you trying to instill in everybody's mind? You're actively telling people not to do things that will actually help them succeed in life. There is no world where if all black people started learning about money and investing where their lives would not dramatically improve. And if politics is your thing, that's beautiful, my friend. I just don't understand why you can't encourage people to do both. Why do you always have to prop one up by shutting down the other? I don't get that. Because let's be real. What do you think is more applicable to a random black person's life?
How did this thing start? Wasn't it because FD Signifier got mad at someone because he was talking about personal steps you can take to improve your life? But the fact is like, if you're a political figure, like say me, yeah, I'm probably going to talk more about systemic things. Every now and then, if anyone wants to know about finances and shit like that, I might tell you a thing or two, but I don't even know that much. Like, if people want self-help, I know one or two things, but it's not really my job. My job is to talk about political progress, but I don't see why I would ever go and berate someone who's doing the self-improvement thing, or even just approaching it from that lens, even from a political perspective, and be like, nah. Like, yeah, that's just weird, because it's just kind of bringing everyone down. Killer Mike. Yeah, it was Killer Mike.
Hey, why don't you take these books and learn about financial literacy and saving, or don't worry about making money, and let's all galvanize and change the structure of the United States government. And that's the fundamental problem a lot of leftists have. We either fix the entire white supremacist patriarchal system, or we do literally nothing. And look, if Dr. Ball here is talking about black people as a group and not as individuals, I'm sure we would all agree that there's not some singular investment that can save an entire race. But to act as if there's no way for black people to succeed under capitalism, I think is just disingenuous. It's become obvious to me that these are people who've become so zeroed into an ideology that they forgot their most important goal: to improve the lives of as many people as possible. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna be a little bit of a Candace Owens here for a second. Yes, black people do spend money on a lot of stupid shit. I know a guy who is a delivery driver for Domino's Pizzeria and drives a $50,000 Charger. I know at least 4 black people who drive luxury cars and cannot pay their rent. We all know.
Yeah, and then you can also, by the same token, say that, yeah, that's the case. Like, if you want to be Daily Mail and shit, like, yeah, it's true that even in the UK, like, poor people do stupid shit that keeps them poor. They do that. Of course they fucking do. But then that's also because they're poor. It's at least in part. There are personal choices a lot of them can make, but at the end of the day, they go in, they start with the less, on the shorter end of the education system. They're more likely to have family issues. They are more likely to enter the workforce with a lot less confidence because of everything they've grown up with. And they're obviously more likely to be like, well, if investing in long-term gain is like going to not even get me on the same playing field as people who started ahead of me, then what's the point? Maybe I'll just to hell with it. I'll just indulge instead. That will happen. But you can address both issues, because none of that takes away from the fact that those people still are making decisions that are not optimal, or you're far from optimal. So, yeah.
You are a cashier at a Vons supermarket. You're not fooling anybody. Please stop. These are terrible life decisions. Obviously, it's not all of us, but let's be real, it's a lot of us. And if
like I always talk about the time when the only ever time I properly took up smoking, like cigarettes, like buying more than a pack a week, because I don't smoke. I've never smoked that much. Was when I was unemployed. Was when I was on the dole. Because at that point, the answer to every, do you want to do this, do you want to do that, is always no. because you can't afford to go out and you can't afford to go out for dinner and you can't afford travel or anything like that. But it's like, well, pack of cigarettes, no, that's your one little yes. So it's your one little fucking, this is just for me in the week. Yeah, like, because being in that situation kind of rots your brain a little bit. But yeah, doesn't mean it was a good decision. Looking back, I feel like my life would have been a bit easier if I hadn't done that. Like, because I don't even get addicted to smoking. I just did it because it was like, I don't know, just something to do that was indulgent. Like, I don't even get cravings, and I still did it. Yeah, when I had less money than I ever had in my life. Guess we're just playing the role.
Stop spending on things that
And I work the hardest job on the planet. Yes, you're so correct. Fuck.
signal we have money and took the time to learn how to make real money, our lives would dramatically improve. And that should not be a polarizing statement. But not only is telling black people to save their money wrong, but saying that we need to look presentable when we go to the grocery store is also
anti-black.
The double agent is an insidious figure among black conservatives because in many ways they have all the outward appearances of caring about black people and even some earned credibility for their work. But somewhere along the way,
this guy's so funny, man. The fuck?
They begin to spout anti-black talking points that sound a lot like your typical conservative white person. But because they have this credibility, we don't recognize the harm in their words. So along with Cosby and Charleston White, we have Monique with her anti-bonnet crusade a couple of years ago.
An anti-bonnet crusade. Now that sounds pretty darn intense. I wonder what this agent of white supremacy actually said.
But I saw so many of our young sisters in head bonnets, scarves, slippers, pajamas, blankets wrapped around them, and this is how they're showing up to the airport. And I've been seeing it, not just at the airport, I've been seeing it at the store, at the mall. I've been seeing sisters showing up with these bonnets and headscarves and their slippers. And the question that I'm having to you, my sweet babies, when did we lose pride in representing ourselves? When did we step away of let me make sure I'm presentable when I leave my home?
I can't believe this piece of shit member of the black bourgeoisie would ask the descendants of slaves to brush their hair and put on pants before going to the grocery store. Doesn't this heifer realize how hard it is to brush my hair with the boot of white capitalism constantly on my neck, weighing me down? What's wrong with this? Yeah, I'm sorry. If you took offense to anything Monique said, you're a loser. Like, you never had your grandma tell you to look presentable when you go outside? Like, who are these losers that are crying on the internet about this milquetoast statement? This has you stressed out, really? That an old black lady's like, yeah, we should dress up when we go to the store. You're like, oh my God, how could she say this? Oh my God, she's so anti.
Yeah, it's a good thing that I live in the UK, race-blind UK, where there is no racism. It went extinct in 1998. The people who go to shops in pajamas are just like scum of the earth. People who go to supermarkets in their pajamas and slippers, everyone hates them. Well, most of them are white anyway. Like basically all of them. I think it's usually. I feel like it's usually white, like, is it working class or like lower middle class? I don't feel like it's the poorest people though, because it's people who I always associated with hungover white women. Hungover white student girls.
Black, like what? So laziness is just embedded in blackness? Is that what we're saying? Black people aren't allowed to want to look good when we go outside? Like, having pride in your appearance is a Republican white thing now? Like, what are we talking about? Dramatic as hell for no reason. If you don't think that people are gonna judge you based on your appearance, you live in a fantasy world, and you should never ever be able to operate a motor vehicle or use the internet without supervision. I don't know how we've become so fragile as a race where now telling grown adults to get dressed before going to the grocery store is now anti-black. Like, are we that weak? Are we that frail as a people? Like, what are we actually expected to do? Are we expected to feed ourselves, wipe our own asses, get to work on time? Like, what isn't connected to the white supremacist capitalistic system? What can we handle that isn't the fault of that?
Y'all niggas can't handle y'all shit.
Black people, I know things are tough right now, alright? But don't worry, everything is about to change for us because Dr. Umar is going to start a school for kids on purpose.
Now, you're actually trying to own your own school or buy your own school? Like, explain that to me.
The Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy is a school that I conceived of a very long time ago, but began to actually put teeth into the creation of that school a couple of years ago.
Now, you want the school to be strictly African in terms of overall its focus?
Yes, the concept, the foundation, will be Pan-African nationalism and the principles of African culture.
Okay, he's creating a Pan-African private school. That sounds like an admirable goal. I just wonder how he's going to pay for all this.
Donations, gifts.
Got it. Now, he did start taking donations for this school 10 years ago, but I'm sure things are going great. I mean, look at all these classes he's offering to the kids.
What is the curriculum going to look like?
In addition to your required math, science, language, and social studies, we're going to have financial and economic science.
Ooh.
Critical. How to do your own taxes, real estate, international investments, business planning. We got financial and economic. We have dietary and nutritional, how to eat to live, a lot of your doctor saving type of information, how to judge, how to take care of your woman, how to raise your children, how to be a leader in the community. And of course, there will be military and political science, if I didn't mention that. We do want to teach them survival skills, traditional African martial arts, both with and without weapons.
This seems so unbelievably realistic and not like a bunch of bullshit and lies. But again, where is the school at today? It's been 10 years and I want to see all these little T'Challas this man is constantly producing. I'm excited. Let's check it out.
Why have there been 3 people in my chat doing the "yet you live in a society curious" meme, as if you think that's a good... Why do people think that's a good argument? Really? People actually are convinced by this cope, which is basically just an excuse for people who call themselves socialists to live the most like ultra-consumist lives possible, or even beyond that excess, and not do anything to further their cause because they either don't know how to or just don't care. Like, it's just an aesthetic. Do you actually think that's a good response to someone who says, I want to bring the system down, yet their activism is generally less than someone who believes in a bit of incremental change? Do you think there's a problem with that? I'm just saying. I'll tell you a story about Cuban Revolution. And this is in the film as well. With it's also in Che Guevara's diary. Actually, I haven't read this full paragraph. After the revolution, many wealthy Cubans fled the country. Their fancy cars were seized and handed out to government officials. Guevara chastised another minister for driving around in a Jaguar XK, calling it a pimp's car. His Chevy was seen as a more populist choice. Yeah, there's a scene in the film, right at the end of the film about Che Guevara. It's in his he's got 2 books. The Bolivia one's the second one. This first one's the Cuban Revolution. And he's like chewing out this guy for snatching one of the ex-politicians' Jaguars. Because he just thought it was like gaudy and shit.
And it gets worse because he bought this building 5 years ago and there's still holes in the ceiling. The plumbing doesn't even work. He has taught 0 children, produced 0 mini T'Challas. How you can be this incompetent and have your fan base not completely turn on you is almost admirable. Almost. But you know who Umar, I'm gonna stop calling him doctor, Umar blames for this decade of failure? You, black people. Unless you're not black.
To be fair, Kahmal says no societal change necessary, only self-improvement. He does not say that. He actually said the opposite, like just a few minutes ago. When he was, I know that because he was sitting on a fucking log when he said it.
Then just black people.
I'm gracious, but I'm not content. Because I know y'all got a lot more to give me than some $250,000.
Nigga, please.
All right. Who's this person? Hello, gay for Frit Ole. Hello? Hello? You're muted. Frit Ole. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Is that a person? Thing? What it's a chip brand. That's why I don't care. I only eat apples and unseasoned grilled chicken. All right, I'll put them back. And lettuce.
So what's been going on the past 3.5 years? Getting contractors who you can trust to help you with it. And contractors were not kind to us, man. They ripped us off. They scammed us. They stole out the building. So I said, let's go with some white folks. And guess what? Here we are, 90 days later. And the white contractors have gotten us to the finish line in 3 months versus.
Oh. Hello? Your mic sounds.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Oh, hi. Sorry about that. I didn't know my computer was on mute. Yeah. Just wanted to say, hey, and you mentioned you were joking about the going into the grocery stores, looking like a bum, slippers or pajamas. But as somebody in the U.S., what is the history like with like segregation or racial discrimination in the UK? And you're Scottish, right?
We don't have a history of segregation. We used to have slavery, but our slaves were all our slaves. They were all in different countries, right? Jamaica and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was more colonial than it was like a transatlantic dipping into the UK. Got it. And with that, it means there was less like redlining, less de facto and de jure like neighborhoods of racial identity. Maybe is that correct in saying?
Yeah.
Depends on
as far as I know. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's just interesting to think about because there's that video that actually just went viral. That woman, she's in the garden and that dude's trying to steal her bike. And some people tried to make it racist, but then again, like the guy maybe looked white under that mask. And there's this idea that a lot of those people who were saying that are trying to perpetuate that were Americans and not really understanding there's more of a economic factor to something like that. It's a joke. It's fun. It's a funny joke, but yeah. And I bring that up because you're watching this video on Dr. Umar and stuff like that. What I'm wondering is, how do you think this destigmatization or just like this calming down ends up working? I haven't watched the end of the video. I don't know if you have. I don't know what the commentator or the creator of the channel says, but like, what is like the best middle ground for like racial identity and stuff like that, especially in places like the US?
What do you mean middle ground for identity?
Yeah, like not being like Dr. Umar saying hip hop is racist or they need to pay us for creating lights and ice cream, but also not being like, oh, there's no such thing as race. What do you think is the middle ground there?
Oh God.
Or is that too broad?
No, I think I know what you mean. I'm trying to think because I tend to not go too deep into race issues in America because I just I've never really interacted that much with it apart from just watching people talk about it online. I feel like it is clear that there are still lots of issues. I think like even like one of the Biden things is having to bring in new laws because the old redlining laws don't really work because of online banking. There's like loopholes around it. And I think when it comes to relationships, there are all these issues where like, what was Is there not a whole thing with relationship issues where there's this like subculture of like black women who are kind of like leaving black men behind because they consider them to be failures? Is that not a thing that I feel like I've heard people talk about this? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I absolutely do.
Yeah.
Actually, I called it on Disney stream maybe a month or two ago to ask him about Anastasia, which was drama like a year and a half ago. This woman, she could not stand a black man. And I remember ABBA and Tree and a whole bunch of other black folks went into a call to fight with her. But yeah, it's an interesting sentiment there because I'm somebody who in the US and black, I'm pulling the race card, but I grew up in the South, I lived in the Midwest, and I now live out west in the US. And there are differences. For example, I remember growing up in the Deep South, it all seemed fine. The schools were pretty integrated racially. But it was all the way up until my senior year when I was kind of black pilled on something. I was in a class where the coach of the football team was just teaching a class, which is something you have to do in down south. It's like the coach can't just be hired as a coach; they have to teach something. And he was teaching us something like CPR, but somehow the conversation turned into interracial dating, and a lot of the white girls were didn't hesitate to say jokingly, but still with the similar like serious intent that my dad would kill me if I brought home a black guy. But these are like 16, 17, 18-year-old high schoolers. And I was like, huh, so there's definitely still something there. I go to college. It's a big public school up Midwestern, or it's a Midwest school. So I would say there's a different cultural taste there specifically. And there's also a difference there. It was, yeah, you can do that, but at the same time, maybe it would be seen as more fun. I'm not going to be too vulgar out here on your YouTube channel. And then out here, while I'm in the Mountain West, there's also a difference. It's almost like an apologia out here. I go to the library, who is from a municipality that's 97% white, and there are books about colorism. And I'm like, huh, why do they have that book here? It's an interesting triangle that I've experienced, but I don't know. I know the answer, right? Because it's easy to stew, but then when you stew, you will become a Dr. Omar. But if you don't stew, or if you don't recognize anything, you think everything is just made up. All of a sudden something happens, and you have this cognitive dissonance. You're like, wait, but I'm equal like everybody else was happening, and it could be just a microaggression. It could be something that um, gets blown out of proportion. But yeah, I'm just not sure where that middle ground is either, where exactly we recognize, but also make sure things are not equitable, but on track.
Yeah, I think what the problem we have is the problem is unfortunately also a sign of all the improvements that have been made, because I think what's happening now is that a lot of these problems are a lot more diffuse, and it's a lot harder to pin it down to like a particular policy or a particular shift, because like the problems that I feel like people bring up with race issues now, and this actually applies to the UK as well with the Muslim population, is compared to the 60s where it was like, okay, these areas like these shops and these lunch counters and these pharmacies are segregated, so we're just going to sit in them as if they're not segregated until you change it. I'm like, okay, that's in hindsight that seems like a really simple complaint, right? Like whereas now it's like there's yeah, like you're saying, like microaggressions and the fact, or like subtle racism of family members, and like you have no idea whether your employer is factoring in race when they're making a decision about you. There's all these discrepancies when it comes to like if you're part of an ethnic minority, like you're considered less attractive by everyone else, but at the same time, if you're like particular minority, like if you're black, then white men are more intimidated by you at the same time. Like yeah, it's much harder to actually pin these things down, but that's also a sign of the improvements that have been made. So it's difficult. I don't really know. Like I've seen some examples. Like I know that recently, like that recent policy with trying to get around redlining because of the fact that it can still happen through online banking as opposed to regional stuff. So, but yeah, I have no idea. I don't even know where to look.
Yeah, none of us do. I guess it's really just the honest conversations. But I guess enough of the serious stuff for me. One thing is Celtic or Rangers. I've been told once by a Brit to, if I'm ever asked that question as an American, I have to say, quote, I don't answer that question. Is it really that fierce, or were they just bullshitting?
Not where I am. No. Everyone hates Rangers. Most people hate Celtic, but everyone hates Rangers because they're like the Protestant, queen-loving fucking fascists who Zeke Heil at matches. So,
Oh wow.
well, some of
Yeah.
them do. They've been known to
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah. Also, you need to get West Destiny to watch All Quiet on the Western Front, the 2022 version. He's just now starting to learn about World War One, but he's been bullshitting me not watching it. So get him on that because he, for whatever reason, he wants to have movie takes, but he doesn't want to watch a real movie, a real good, evocative movie. So get him on that. And finally, chat, whoever's saying my voice is fake or modulated, you're just saying that because you're small potatoes and I'm gay for Frito-Lay. We just aren't the
Wow.
same. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Take care, man. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All Quiet on the Western. There's actually an old film called All Quiet on the Western Front, isn't it? There's one from the 30s and one from the 70s. Which is the one that was really popular? I think it was the 1930 one, wasn't it? It was like a really old one. I have never actually seen the new one or the old one. Was the new one good? 1917 was good. 1917 was a great film with the ginger guy. That film was great. Blew my fucking nut. He's not even ginger in it, is he? But he is in other films. No, it's not the ginger guy. I'm thinking of someone completely different. It's this guy. What's he in? He's in fuck! Pride, the film. He's in Pride. He's not ginger. Oh yeah, I'm thinking of someone else. Yeah, this film's great. But I don't know All Quiet on the Western Front. Is it Netflix? Maybe I'll watch it. 1917 fucking sucked. Okay. You know why no one cares about World War One? It's because there were no good guys and bad guys. Like, not really. Kaiser was a bit worse, I suppose, than the British or the French, but like at the end of the day. The new version of All Quiet misses out crucial elements. The fact that it's called All Quiet just makes me think about people sitting in a trench getting fucking rotten feet and being bored and writing poetry. That's what because isn't that what most of World War One was? And if you're not lucky, you're called to go into no man's land where there's a machine gun on the other side and barbed wire, and you're sitting there with a little bayoneted rifle. Fuck that. You know, Hitler was on one side. I mean, come on. We're talking about at the time, right? I'm sure there were deranged anti-Semites on the fucking British side as well, you understand? Just because they didn't lose the war and take power in the UK afterwards. Is that why? Is that how World War One works? That the Allies were the absolute good guys because 1917 Hitler was there on the other side. They wrote /S after their message. I don't care. I'm autistic. I don't spot /S's. Okay.
It's 3 years waiting on our own people.
What you darkies couldn't accomplish in 3 years, the white man accomplished in 3 months. In class, what does that tell us? Black people are incompetent.
Uh-oh.
It's almost poetic how somebody whose entire ideology is black brotherhood and all this immediately throws black people under the bus as soon as it's time.
How is the Kaiser worse? The UK and France had colonized half the world at that moment and threw their colonial subjects into the meat grinder. Because the fact is if a bunch of colonies already exist and they've been inherited by the respective prime ministers of those countries, and you come in and you're like looking at all that and you're like, hey, I want one of those. Even if it's going to start a war and cause unnecessary friction with the other ones, you're watching what the British and French are doing. You're like, I want to do that. And then you go and commit a fucking genocide in Namibia against the Herero people. Like, fuck. I don't know. There's something about that. It's weird.
time for him to address his own monumental failures.
Y'all niggas are batshit crazy.
Another downside of viewing everything from a racial lens is that it causes you to have brain rot. And when you have brain rot, you say dumb shit like this.
If you have an option between sending your kids to a mediocre black school or the highest achieving white school in the state, the mediocre black school is where you should send your black child.
When I first heard this, I thought it sounded f***ing insane, and to be clear, I still think this is terrible advice. But if I'm being honest, I get where he's coming from here. Being the only other in terms of race can be a lot, especially on a kid. I wasn't the only black kid in my middle school, but there definitely weren't a lot of us. And I remember one time we were watching a movie, and this kid was microwaving a baked chicken. It wasn't even fried. And the entire class turned and looked at me. To be real, it wasn't the entire class. It was probably like 7 people, but it was still enough where the teacher was like, all right, calm down. We all know this black kid loves chicken, but let's get back to watching the movie. I bring that story up to say, when you're the only black kid or the only Asian kid or the only whatever in a class of whatever, you're going to have to deal with a lot of stuff like that. But my suggestion would be to teach people.
I know as a kid, I was definitely happier in the international schools in the Emirates than I was in the white schools in the UK. But because the international schools, like everyone, there was no ethnic majority, like, which is interesting because in that kind of multicultural environment, like your ethnicity just wasn't that important. Occasionally, if it's like Indians and Pakistanis, like they wouldn't get on all the time, but generally it was like, when did you switch? When I was 10. But I don't know. I think generally you still want to go to a better school, but I don't know. I can see where there's a bit of nuance there. Especially if you're racist. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Is it a 2v1 debate as originally? No, he tweeted a 2v1 before I had even said anything about whether or not I'd asked Destiny to do it if he wanted to. I think Destiny has him blocked. And I can see why Destiny has that guy blocked. He's very intense. He does not stop. And even DMs, he wasn't stopping either, but, you know.
How to treat you. If people are talking crazy to you, you talk crazy back. And if people come to you with some BS, you check them until the point where they have to respect you. I know for a fact that growing up in an environment like that helped me to become funnier and caused me to gain thick skin. 2 things that have really helped me out in life. So as someone who went through what he's talking about, don't let anything or anyone stop you from getting the best education possible. These are the types of decisions that completely change the trajectory, big words, of your life. Can't let that shit just slide by because you're uncomfortable. That's insane. You have to chase being uncomfortable sometimes. Didn't you watch the Miles Morales movie? Like, come on, bro. Where were you at?
It is better for your children to not be the only black person that they know. And quick, type F in the chat if you were the only black person. Is it F? Should I say F? Whatever. Type F in the chat if you've had that only black person experience and it sucks and you'd have traded it in for the hood any day. Not the hood. You get my point.
I'm not going to act like the whole Carlton syndrome isn't a real thing, but if that's something you're worried about, you don't have to sacrifice your child's education. You can put them around black people in other ways. Join a youth group, go to church, put them around your black family. I just came up with that in like 4 seconds. But of course, FD couldn't leave it there. He then goes on to talk about how he almost quit YouTube because he's black.
I was thinking about quitting because I wasn't sure if I was okay with the unintended consequences of my success. The fact is, if you're black and successful, that means you're probably finding that your peers and the people around you are starting to look less and less like you.
This is the definition of self-destructive behavior.
It's that... Mate, you're a fucking YouTuber. You're not that special. What the fuck? The fucking weight of the world on your shoulders as a successful YouTuber.
Let me just throw away this amazing career that I've been working on for years because my peers are becoming less black. Ew. This is YouTube, so you get to choose who your peers
How do you think I feel? How do you think I feel kicking out around here with, who are my colleagues? Count Dankula. Middle Eastern people? I guess, well, Middle East diaspora more like. Who do I got? Beast Process. Yeah, he's still kicking around. But he's Muslim, so, you know, if I want to be that particular, the difference between Middle Eastern Christians and Muslims is actually fairly pronounced depending on which countries you're talking about. So really, who is the only... Surely there must be another phalangist in the space that I... Frogan. I got Hassan. I suppose that's true. Although Turks aren't really, they're not necessarily Arabs though, are they? I'll make a channel in August. Hey, I have a Karantos, that's true. Yeah, okay, I got Karantos. That's, yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
No one is forcing you to make videos with Super Eye Patch Wolf in your mom's basement. If you want every FD Signifier video to have the racial diversity of a Tyler Perry movie, no one is stopping you from doing that. And number 2, call me a coon, but I don't think your peers becoming less and less black is necessarily a bad thing. Hear me out. It makes sense that when you really zero in and become successful at something, that people of all different races are gonna start popping up in your life. And the reality that these racially obsessed people don't want to admit is that you're probably going to have a lot more in common with those people than the average person that kind of looks like you. I don't think that makes you a sellout or a coon. Now, there's definitely a way to do it to be a sellout and a coon, but just because people start coming into your life that you connect with more, I don't think that necessarily makes you a bad person. Especially if it's not intentionally like, oh, I'm tired of these broke ass blacks. Let me get with the white man. It's like, no, maybe you just kind of like this guy more. He's super similar to you because you both dedicated your life to the same thing. So of course you're gonna have similar interests. That just makes sense. Doesn't necessarily have to be a racial thing, but I feel like you're just kind of making this weird for no reason.
It also doesn't help that FD Signifier preaches the whitest outside when he's not talking about, he preaches the whitest ideologies on the fucking planet, like anarchism, Marxism, socialism. Bro, this is like J.K. Rowling. Talking about J.K. Rowling. Yeah.
Sorry to break it to Mr. FD Signifier, but you have way more in common with a Noah Samson than you do with the average black person.
Oh.
You have the exact same political ideology.
God, hey, what? How this guy's? I'm pre-watching. I pre-watched. Fuck.
You both make YouTube video essays that make me want to self-harm. You beef with the same people, and you're both incredibly unlikable. You're twinsies.
Fucking cornrows.
Self-harm. You beef with the same people, and you're both incredibly unlikable. You're twinsies in all the ways that matter.
What the hell is the average black person? I know we're in BST, Borg. I know I fucked up, but I'll put GMT because anyone can Google GMT. Fuck. Oh, yeah, there's not like, I don't think there's such a thing as the average black person, but when we say that, it's because let's show me some data. I'm pretty sure the average, I'm pretty sure most black Americans don't give a fuck about Marxism or anarchism. And like you know how like black Americans favored the crime bill compared to white people, like that kind of thing. I think that's more what we're talking about. Like Bernie struggled to get the black vote kind of thing, you know? That kind of thing. Or J.K. Rowling. I don't think most black Americans give a fuck about J.K. Rowling.
So why would you be mad at gravitating to somebody you're way more similar to? Isn't that what human nature is all about? And just because you made it doesn't mean you have to turn your back on your community or the people you came up with. Why can't you just use your platform and your money to help bring people up with you instead of self-destructing like some self-hating loser-ass anime protagonist?
And suddenly you're managing how you're perceived and how said perception might affect your future opportunities. But also you're in negotiation with how you continue to try to relate to the black spaces that you still reside in and how those spaces might perceive you as you constantly go in and out of that space to travail through white spaces. You might wonder, are you being rewarded for your talent and hard work or tokenized for your ability to go along and get along and not rock the boat too much? Is your success the fruit of your labor or the benefits for allowing yourself to be exploited?
Exploited? Exploited by who? The YouTube algorithm? I'm assuming he's talking about his white audience, but again, that's the great thing about YouTube. You get to pick who your audience is. So if you're tired of bending the knee to the white man.
Is this a Pew Research? I don't know if this is Pew, but it looks like Pew, the way the same font that they use for their stuff. Nearly 2/3 of black adults say voting is an effective tactic for helping black people move toward equality. Extremely/very effective tactic, 63%. More Dems than Republicans. More liberals. More registered voters. More women. More educated. Okay.
Or whatever bullshit you have in your head, you can just create content that caters to an all-black audience. There you go, problem solved. Like, what is this weak, backwards ass way of thinking that these people always have? I really think viewing everything from this sort of lens gives you that weak ass mindset. But as unacceptable as that was, Dr. Umar, of course, has found a way to top him.
White culture is based on military science. That's how they've been so successful. White culture is totally based on military science. They never drop their guard around black folks, but they love to make black people think the guard had been dropped. Bill Cosby, perfect example. Look at all those white girls. He was taking care of them, giving...
Thoughts on the U.S. refusal to export to Israel because of the Rafah? So I think they paused a shipment of munition. They paused a shipment. Yeah, because America were clear. They said that they don't agree with going to Rafah. They don't agree with it. They don't want nothing to do with that. Mixolydian, thanks for the 200 Ys. FD looks like the Mancubus from Doom Eternal. I don't know what that means, but thank you. And Gay for Fertoli, thanks for the tier 1 sub. It's really kind of you, thank you. Do you think Israel should go into Rafah? I want to say no. I don't know what the alternative is, but no. Mostly because I don't want to see that many people die. It's not really like a logical argument. I don't know what the alternative is. I don't know what they should do instead. I don't think Hamas's deal is one of the alternatives because that was ridiculous. But that city is about as densely populated right now as NYC. It's almost as densely populated as Manhattan, actually. It's a city that is built for 180,000 people. And there are like over 1 million people there, maybe 1.5 million. And Hamas are not going to separate themselves from those civilians. They are working within those structures, which means they are turning many, many structures into military targets or potential military targets. But I just don't want to. There has to be another way. It just makes me queasy thinking about it. I was watching some of this because Associated Press have this footage of one of the streets in Rafah in the evening, and it went from night up until morning. And it was just so quiet. There were just people like with their kids just wandering around buying food. Some ambulances nearby. Occasionally an ambulance would come into the center area. I wonder if the video's up there. Like, this is one of the live streams. I can't remember who the other one was, but yeah, it just looked really eerie. This is from, I think this view is from Israel, right? Because that's the wall there that looks like the fence. So this would be the skyline of Rafah. Is this Israel? Is this the Karm Shalom settlement? I don't know. But there's another camera angle from inside Rafah. I wonder if that one's still there. Who else was doing this live thing? Karm Shalom is not a settlement. I thought Karm Shalom was also a village, no? I thought there was also a town called Karm Shalom. There's a kibbutz called Karm Shalom, no? Yeah. If Israel had been wiped out in the 48 war, would a Palestinian state have been established, or would the land have been divvied up between the Arab nations that invaded? There might have been a smaller Palestinian state, but we know that Egypt and Jordan, possibly Syria, just kind of wanted to grab stuff for themselves. King Abdullah did not want to live next to a state with al-Husseini as the leader. He didn't like him. Didn't like him at all. So no, I don't think, like, you wouldn't have had River to the Sea. 100% no. I feel like Egypt would have probably conquered up to like Tel Aviv or some shit. Maybe I feel like they would have just gone as far as they could, no? Because what did the Palestinians have? They had irregulars. They had the ALA. Actually, the ALA wasn't even led by al-Husseini, was it? Oh, I can't find the footage of Rafah that I was looking at. Oh. The Q guy, yeah, I know. Kaoukji, the Lebanese-born guy. Oh, is this the was it Reuters? This wasn't what I was looking at, but this was from 5 days ago. They just had this live footage of the tent cities, but I think there was footage from the city itself. I can't remember. It's a messy story. Okay, get a mic.
The money looking out for them. He thought that when they were behind closed doors, it was just about him and her. Not at all. She is always an agent of white supremacy, even when you between her legs.
Imagine being so f***ing crazy that your plan to show white people as these deceptive sociopaths is to bring up Bill Cosby's 100 and have Bill Cosby, the as the victim to these white women that he Bill was just being his loving and attentive self, and these white snow bunny demons just decided.
Snow bunny demons. This is what I was looking at. This was just playing for. This was when Hamas said that they accepted the Egyptian deal, and Israel was like, nah. This was Rafah. Like, I don't know where in Rafah this is, but this was just streaming for 9 hours. And, like, just watching this just as the invasion was about to start. I just thought it was like there are a bunch of ambulances there. I think they're Red Crescent. Can you understand that I find it a bit childish to refuse an invasion when there's no better proposal to end the conflict? Sure, dude. Yeah. I literally said I don't know what the alternative is. Like they're just like hanging around, and there are like kids walking about and shit. There's like some food stalls. And like I just had this on while I was reading stuff off stream, and I was just like, the fuck, man, like just thinking like how many of these people are gonna die, or like what do they all believe, what's their opinions on the situation, or what would they be doing instead if there was no war, like what were they looking forward to before the war started. Then it gets more quiet as it gets later. And that was it. That was that. I'm guessing this was when it was getting close to dawn. But this is just like, look how busy it is. It just looks like a regular old evening. Like they're just trying to live normally before the attack comes. Sorry, I'm new. Why didn't they flee? It's hard to explain. The first time I ever went to Lebanon, I'm too young. I was too young to remember it. I was like 1 year old. Maybe even less than a year old. And there was still, it's like 91. So there was still the Civil War was basically over, but there was still a bit of fighting. Like there was still pot shots going off here and there and bombs going off every now and then in the city. And it might have even been when my mom was pregnant with me. I can't remember. I've been told this story like a long time ago. So, and I was there one way or the other. Okay, I was there as a fetus or as a fucking human being. But there was still a bit of fighting going on. So I remember being told that they had to run from the airplane into the airport for some reason. I don't know. And they were in this hotel room, a whole bunch of them, like my mom, my dad, my fucking aunts and uncles, maybe. No, they wouldn't have been cousins because I'm the older one from that family. Apparently a bomb went off, or a shell or some explosion went off outside and shattered the window where my aunt was sitting, just looking outside. And then the glass shattered and left a huge scar like across her cheek that she still has. And the way my mom tells the story is that she just like got up, went to the kitchen, got a bit of like cloth and just put it over, and then just sat, and everyone just went back about their fucking coffee and snacks. They just pushed a bit of the glass off the floor into a corner, like deal with it later, and then they just went back to normal. It's like they were in Beirut, yeah. I think they were in Beirut. Don't know where else they would have been at that time. But yeah, like some people will just insist on living their ordinary life, even if it means they might die. My grandmother did the same in the 2006 war when they were getting evacuated because I think one of my aunts and uncles and 2 cousins were there with them when the war happened. And obviously they were evacuated immediately because they were just visiting. But my grandmother apparently had to get fucking dragged, kicking and screaming because she didn't want to leave. even though there was like bombing going on and like the Israeli troops had crossed the border and shit. Yeah. It's like a combination of pride, regularity, desensitization. It's just a lot of things. Yeah.
Ready to switch.
If they made provisions for evacuation and shelters with proper supplies, as well as a long-term plan with a clear timeline, I wouldn't object to Rafah. Well, like if they had any fucking indication of what they would do afterwards. Yeah, that would be slightly more convincing. Yeah. Because right now it just seems like get rid of Hamas and then nothing, which is a problem.
Up on them. For what? A little bit of... What's your problem, bitch? And this guy's supposed to be a psychologist. Remember that.
Rule number 1, all white people are racist. I didn't say you gotta mistreat them. I didn't say you gotta hate them. You gotta understand them. That's all, brothers and sisters. When you see a
what other options do they have? Like, theoretically, they could go out of the city and scramble to find a tent. And beg for fucking, and just stand in a queue for soup or some shit. Like, yeah, they could do that, yeah. But it doesn't seem like they, obviously not all of them can do it. And I think a lot of them would just rather not, so, you know.
pit bull dog, do you hate the pit bull? No. But you know that pit bull got some tendencies that you don't necessarily want to evoke, so you keep your...
They'd be safer, but it's like also kind of humiliating. They don't know how long they're going to be there. Like, yeah, there's all kinds of reasons people choose not to leave when this stuff happens.
Distance from the pit bull. You don't hate the pit bull. I love snakes. I love snakes, but guess what? I know snakes got certain types of natural tendencies that I don't necessarily want to find myself on the wrong side of, so I keep my distance from the snakes. So I'm not telling you to hate white folks. I don't teach hate. I'm telling you to understand your enemy and know when your behavior needs to be adjusted so that you don't fall victim to the enemy. That's what I teach.
This is literally red pill ideology, except the common enemy is white people instead of women. I don't hate women. They're just these sociopathic demons that'll leave you and your family as soon as they have the opportunity to slightly upgrade their life. But I mean, there's no ill will. I would never. Me?
When I'm talking, shut the fuck up. All right? Like, I'm not one of your exes, one of these loser boyfriends you had before that let you talk over them. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
Facts. God, he sounds so impotent when he talks like that. He sounds like a baby. I'm not like those other guys that you walk all over. Yeah, okay, dude.
Women deserve less, but I don't hate women. This is just their nature. It's not their fault they're pieces of shit. Or I don't hate white people. I mean, they are evil sociopaths who will take from you in every single way humanly possible. But I mean, I don't hate them. That's just their nature. Pit bull, remember?
The next time a white person tells you that they are not a racist, your next question should be, what have you done to do away with the white privilege that you live off? How did you get rid of your white privilege? How?
Honestly, what's
I got into fights with bread tubers. That's what I did.
the correct way for a white person to answer that question? Well, golly gee, Kahmal, I do understand that my white privilege sure is immense. That's why I'm currently taking a course on how I can become a better ally to my Afro-American brethren. It's a good thing that's a joke I just made up and not a real thing that FD Signifier unironically promoted on his YouTube channel. Thank God we don't live in that dystopian world.
I'm very pleased to announce that my first ever sponsor on this channel is not Raid Shadow Legends, but an organization that really aligns with much of what I want this channel to be. And that is an organization called Uplifting Impact, a
Black-owned and woman-led
diverse and inclusive organization trying to engage in important conversations and actions that seek to shift power to marginalized communities of all forms. One way that they do this is through their 3-day virtual summit, How to Be an Ally. It's an event for people who want to learn a positive, healthy framework for diversity, equity, and inclusion-related allyship.
Black people are literally anyone. Imagine if your friend came up to you and said that they spent $200 on a 3-day internet summit on how to become a better ally to your race. Would that strengthen your relationship with that person, or would it destroy your relationship with that person? I know my answer, but I'd love to hear from you guys down below. You spent $200 on a class on how to be cool with black people? That's weird. That tells me you're incredibly uncomfortable around black people.
If you tell me that you're about to do some investing with a white man, I can tell you that at some point in that relationship, unless you are extremely careful, and you can never be too careful because they control the entire legal apparatus.
The entire legal apparatus. Got it.
At some point, you're going to get manipulated out of your holdings because white people don't share power.
Man, I feel like FD Signifier will be really annoyed that he's been lumped in as the kind of shadow side of Dr. Umar, of all people. That this is the yin and yang.
With black folks, you are out of your African mind if you think you're going to enter into a lifelong partnership with a white person.
All these pieces of shit, Fresh and Fit, Fox News, Hassan, Mr. Umar, they all do the same thing. First, create a common enemy that your audience already isn't really feeling like that. You demonize and dehumanize them constantly, tell lies about that common enemy, making your audience even more anxious, hateful, or fearful, leaving them to go to you for constant answers and updates about how to get rid of this awful feeling that you have created. It's the same formula over and over and over again. I don't know how people don't catch on. Well, actually I do, because these sociopaths just leverage people's emotions and tell them what they want to hear so that they can keep making money off of them.
Strong
That's
language.
why we live in a world where grown adult men take dating advice from Fresh Prince CEO.
What percentage of college women do you think are being flown around the world to I want to hear from all three of you.
This fucking Fresh guy, oh, this is so... I love this clip. This Fresh guy. It's, I've told you guys about what I consider to be a hyper reality, right? Like, you know, when people are so online that it starts to just become indistinguishable from their own reality. That's why you have a protester who's occupying a university building that she can leave at any point, complaining that she might not get her meal plan delivered to her or whatever the fuck while she's occupying this building, and describing that delivery as humanitarian aid. That's how that works, is you are so sucked in to this content that you start using the terminology of that content and applying it to your hyper privileged existence, where you're calling these deliveries humanitarian aid. I feel like that was like probably the perfect example of it, and how people built up these encampments and they were calling it intifada and putting up the flags, and then all of a sudden you've got the crazy fucking pro-Israeli people who turn up with an incredibly disproportionate response against the people who are barricaded in this little lawn, as if like they're just reenacting the real thing in a really ridiculous, like, LARPy way. And by the same token, that, like, I guess that's also why, even just an example, that why so many people think, why it's so easy for people to say that 80% of the buildings in Gaza are destroyed, not damaged, destroyed, even though the actual number of destroyed buildings is probably less than 15% based on UN data from April. Because all they're seeing, if you're in one part of the zeitgeist, is you're just seeing damaged buildings and destroyed buildings everywhere. Like, that's the content you see, right? That's probably why you think Israel's targeting civilians, because the only videos you ever see of people who are dead are dead civilians. That's what gets broadcasted. I can totally see why that just fucks with people's perspectives so hard. Even if you add it all up, if you include severely damaged, that would make up, like, probably what, 6% if you're adding all this up to 50? Yeah. then moderately damaged, and then possibly damaged. So if you add possibly damaged, moderately, severely, and destroyed, you get 50%. If you take out the possibly damaged, then you're at what, like 37? So, but yeah, destroyed, it's the actual number of destroyed structures is less than 15%. It's like, but you got people out here just saying it's 80. Again, because that's the content you consume. The only content you're consuming is pictures of destroyed buildings. And then if you're probably on the other side, you're going to be in this position where you've got like pro-Israel fucking like ridiculous ultra-Zionist accounts where all they're showing you are pictures of fucking beaches where people are just vibing, or like one part of one city that's just like the center is basically intact. And it's like, yeah, fuck. Or what else? Matt Walsh thinking that 1 million kids are on puberty blockers because that's all the content he consumes. Yeah, that's weird. And that's what we got with Fresh, I suppose. I also thought it with Libs of TikTok. I remember ages ago I wanted to talk about like the hyper reality of Libs of TikTok. The way that you start with maybe some videos of someone who's like, we're going to trans the kids, and then, but you repeat this content so often that people just think it's everywhere. And then you repeat the content so often that even people just associate that aesthetic with that ideology. So you have like, we get to the point, I think Libs of TikTok actually had a turning point where she just didn't need to actually even show anyone saying anything wrong. She just had to show, she didn't need to show like a niche, like minority of a minority of a minority saying something crazy. She just had to show a picture of someone who looked kind of like non-binary aesthetically, and then people just associated it with the crazy stuff that they'd seen. Yeah.
Probability wise, if I argue, maybe like 30, 40, 50.
Holy shit. You know, that's a video for another day. Now, clearly Umar has a problem with the whites, but when it comes to white women, this guy really gets unhinged.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Umar. Are you totally against interracial relationships?
I am totally against it, and I want to make sure you understand why. I would argue the reason black men marry white women is because they wish they were white themselves. And having the white man's prize, his queen, is a psychological symbol to myself that I am equal to him. So you can't be in love with white women and not at the same time feel inferior to white male.
Black men can only date the white women that white men do not.
I think it goes without saying, I think this shit is stupid. I will agree, there's a lot of people who are out here idolizing and fetishizing other races because they have no self-worth. Anytime I see a black dude, or anyone from any race really, that's like, uh-oh, snow bunny season, where's my white queen at? Or uh-oh, looks like I got that yellow fever, I'm trying to find me a Mikasa-san. Where's my waifu? That is troglodyte behavior. You're no longer a part of the functioning society. You need to step on over to the gulag and get to work. That person is a loser, but I realize that not every single person who's in an interracial relationship is that guy. But Umar disagrees.
Dr. Umar, my brother loves white women. How can I redeem him? Don't redeem him. Release him to the bunny brigade. Don't save the snow bunny lover.
Sure, he took like $5 million in donations and there's no school and spent 10 years, but I mean, look at you dating a Mexican. What are you, trying to destroy black people forever? Why don't you just reincarnate MLK and
Tucker Carlson is autistic.
Why don't you just do that? But my question to Mr. Umar is, if marrying a Korean girl is gonna destroy the fabric of the black community, how is marrying Sukihana, the human minstrel show, even on the table?
So could you make Sukihana a wifey? You talk about that as well too, man.
I don't know. She and I have never spoke. She obviously would have to make some radical transformations. You know, I have a lot of young people who look up to me all over the world, African children, teenagers, elementary school, middle school. I have more young followers than any other black personality in the world.
This man really just said unironically that he has more fans.
You think they've taken down the Unistat report from April? Oh, it's right here. Does this link not work for you? What do you mean they've taken it down? It says page not found. Go try that.
Than any other black personality in the world. We're just letting that slide. Zero pushback on that statement, right? Okay.
Works
and
for
I'm very
you.
responsible
okay,
towards them. And, for me to come out with her, she would have to renounce nearly everything she does and reinvent herself. I don't think she's at that point right now. When she gets to that point, if I'm still available, meaning I don't have my 2 wives yet, then we can have that conversation at that time.
Those of you who are blessed enough to not know what a Sukihana is, let me fill you in. Sukihana is an OnlyFans hellspawn sent here to destroy humanity by making the worst entertainment possible. She is a rapper but doesn't know what the word musician means.
You're a musician. But that's why I'm interviewing you today, so I can get to know you.
So I'm a musician.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck that mean? Make magic or something? What is musician?
I think you're confusing that.
That's a troll. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not no musician. I make music.
And she says she loves black people, but she has a video with Sexy Red of both of them twerking, eating fried chicken in front of a Popeyes, talking about sucking green and their baby daddies killing people.
I'm very pro-black, so I care about my people.
Yeah, I'm not no musician. I make music.
I care about my people.
I guess I'm just a little bit confused on why she has potential, but all interracial relationships doomed from the start. It just feels a little odd to me.
You better finish strong, or I'ma get in that ass.
When it comes to wrapping up this video, I want to focus on 2 things. First, the people. For Mr. FD Signifier, I do think he's incredibly smug, arrogant, dramatic, and kind of weaselly. But I also think he's incredibly knowledgeable, passionate, and that he genuinely does care about black people and black issues. And I want to say I really have learned a lot from watching his videos, and that I genuinely want to thank him for that. For realsies. No sarcasm. Now for Dr. Umar, let's start off with the nice stuff because it's gonna be mostly negative. He did get his doctorate. That is impressive. We have to give him credit for that, even though the doctor in the cult did say that it is the easiest doctorate to get. We have to give him credit. And I genuinely do think it's a good thing that he's drawing attention to how easily these kids are being prescribed pharmaceutical drugs. So, kudos and shit. On the other hand, Mr. Umar clearly has serious issues with the whites. The dating standards are insane. The Bill Cosby stuff is insane. And obviously, I think the school is a scam. Because even if the school does open, in my humble opinion, there's no way that someone who's been taking donations for 10 years and has taught 0 children, said the school would be up and functioning by 2019 at the latest, and 5 years later doesn't even have a working bathroom. Someone who, when confronted about why after 10 years nothing has really been done, immediately shifts the blame to the community he said he's here to help. I just don't think that person is capable of running a private school. Call me crazy. Now that we got those 2 out of the way, let's talk about why I think it's bad to view everything through this racial lens. I'm not making this video to say that racism is dead or anything like that, but if I'm being honest, I do think we focus on race a little too much. The truth is, when it comes to experiencing racism in modern times, you don't know. Was that person being shitty because they're an asshole, or were they being shitty because they hate black people? Most of the time, it's impossible to tell. Back in the day, it was very obvious. A while back, my grandma told me a story when she was walking to work with her white friend, and some lady threw boiling water at her and called her the hard R. And that was in the 80s. But now we're at a point where, like yesterday, for example, 2 of my coworkers were convinced this lady was racist because they tried to take a plate of food off of her table, and she just kind of put her hand down and said no. And our manager, who is black, was like, well, she was sitting with a black guy. And they're like, so that doesn't mean anything. And I'm like, really? You think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here? The reality of the situation is this lady sucks. Those are the facts. Or at least she did a thing that made her shitty in facts. Eyes. That's all you really know. But when you're like, oh, she's racist, she's this, she's sexist, you're just guessing. Now you're all emotional off of information that you don't even really have. She doesn't care. She's moved on. She's still able to eat her little baked chicken or whatever was on her stupid ass plate. You're the one that's in the back all upset because you feel like you went through some racist traumatic experience, when you probably didn't. The reality is that someone did a thing to you that you didn't like, and you jump to a conclusion that you've been conditioned to jump to. And all I'm saying is that jumping to that conclusion for every issue you have is gonna do nothing for you but drive you crazy and make you miserable. And to be crystal clear, I'm not saying that when something inherently racist does happen that you need to just take it with a smile because you can never offend the white man. Stand up for yourself, because fuck those people, 100%. But let's stop making every single issue something or someone else's fault, because I guarantee you, you'll be the only one to suffer.
Oh, cute. He's just so relatable and hashtag normie and funny. I like him. Am I subscribed? Yeah, I'm subscribed. Well, watch his FD, yeah, because then FD Signifier went in his stream after that. Hang on, I'll give you the link. All right, there you go. Go have a look at that. Let's do some donos. One moment. Hello, Bretito.
Oh, I got pulled in. Hey, Loaderbox. That's so funny. I mean, I came to talk to you, but Bimbo came in with like a burning question for me, so you pulled me out right before I could answer it, which is just really funny, and I think that's totally fine.
Okay. I can bring her in too if you want.
Oh, no. We don't need to do that. We don't need to talk about my personal freaking drama. I mean, it's not drama, but whatever. Anyway, I wanted to ask you, Loaderbox, about your thoughts on the protests in general. You mentioned a little bit about the cringe videos with the people in humanitarian aid, but like, what's your like overall thoughts on the U.S. protests?
I mean, I think they're basically doomed. They've set themselves up for failure. I think it's very unlikely that, well, unless something's changed, has the universities conceded anything? I think Brown has decided to have a vote, which people think is most likely going to get shot down. Has anything else happened?
Yeah, there's some concessions out of Brown. There's also some concessions out of Northwest University, which is like in Chicago, another relatively prominent one. Most of them, it's been negative though. I'll just say I'm at the University of Chicago, and our protest got shut down by the police. It was there for quite a while, and the demands, like, I didn't think the University of Chicago was ever going to meet their demands specifically, because the University of Chicago has like a history of like it's one of the like most invested in Israel and in like the IDF and stuff, and they also have their own like private police force. So the odds weren't really great here, but like, do you think it seems like at least the story of Brown and maybe Northwestern are at least like relatively successful, right? And that they're getting some of the demands that they're asking for.
Is the Brown demand just a vote though?
I thought that I felt that they gave it a lot more than just a vote in Brown. I would have to double check on that, because the main two things are disclosure and divestment, right? So like divestment, that's the really tough one, like getting universities to divest from like weapons manufacturers and stuff. But the other one is like transparency with funding, which seems, or transparency with investments, or like a level of transparency with investments, which seems like a more reasonable like ask and something that's possible, right? Like I don't see a reason why that would be like, utterly insane of a task to accomplish.
So transparency and a vote. That seems to be what they're getting so far.
Yeah. So I mean that, and they the protesters actually they also disassembled their encampment, except there was an agreement to leave like 110 up until I forget the exact date. But yeah, that seems to be what most of the campuses are asking for, and it seems like when even that level of demand is given, then the protest ceases to be like a huge problem, right?
Yeah, it depends on. So it's interesting that were any of these four universities, Rutgers, Brown, Northwestern, or the other one, were they ever widely publicized? Like, what were they doing? Minnesota's one as well. dialogue with students. I don't know what that means, but yeah, were any of these universities actually doing the same kind of engaging in the same kind of spectacle that like Columbia or UCLA was? Were they doing that?
I mean, compared to like UCLA, that's probably not going to be exactly the same. But like just having like an encampment and the encampment like beginning to grow, it seems like that's the same. Like just speaking from like personal experience, like with the University of Chicago, our encampment was growing, yeah, and it was just a large encampment on the main quad. But like it wasn't, yeah, but it was a similar level. I mean, with the UCLA, they were like breaking into buildings and stuff, right? Like they were, although that was also a response to like police action on the ground itself, right?
Yeah, I think that's because as far as I see it, doing occupations and whilst engaging in dialogue and not harassing students and anything like that, yeah, that is likely to get you something. I mean, that's how it happened when I was in university. So, but obviously, what's taken the spotlight are these places like Columbia, where they're just, first of all, they're like rejecting people from the movement if they so much as cross one of the red lines that they lay out. And their red lines are basically just turn all of Palestine into a singular Arab-dominated state, right? So that's like, I can see why they got nothing, because if the university conceded to people who were behaving like that and treating other students like that, then that's going to look horrible for everyone. But yeah, like if these guys want more transparency or more dialogue around divestment, then yeah, I think they're more than entitled to go for that. Like they go to that university, their money in part goes to that university. So yeah, it makes sense that they want to do that. I don't know if like blanket divestments are really a great thing. But if you have like fairly focused political goals, like say if you want to do a blanket divestment in exchange for a settlement freeze, I think that makes sense. Or for a ceasefire, if that's what your demand, it would make sense to do that. So yeah, I'm not against them like trying that. It seems it's a lot more reasonable than what was coming from the more publicized ones, right?
Yeah, and I mean that's a thing with publicization, right? Like or like the press, the most radical and the most provocative things are going to be what gets covered. But like as a movement as a whole, I feel like the proper way to characterize like the college protests is not the full abolition of the state of Israel as the goal, or the most extreme parts of Colombia as like as in like the essence of the movement, right? Because it seems like the more general goal and like the goal of the vast majority of the protests, and especially of the protesters, is like a general divestment. And that's, well, although that's a little
yeah, because what I'm seeing here is so far none of the schools have committed to divestment, but they will provide more transparency, limit disciplinary action against students, and some of the other ones said that they were going to pledge scholarships or aid for Palestinian students, and also improving the space for Muslim students. Like that seems reasonable. Like I don't know if any of these universities are actually going to blanket divest from Israel. I think that would be a little surprising. Not impossible. I don't know any of these universities that well, but I think in the current climate, I don't think they'll do that, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't think they will either. And I think a more reasonable goal in general is like even like going forward, like pushing for more like divestment from just like military contract in general, like divestment from like Boeing and Lockheed Martin, just saying that we want like colleges, like universities, to like separate themselves from that type of industry, I think is also like a reasonable. That's not saying that like all weapons manufacturing is bad, right? But just saying that like if these two things are separate, that would probably be. I mean, that just seems like a general goal of.
I mean, if there's more transparency and they find out that one of these universities has very close connections to like a company that is very invested in settlements, then that would be like that would be quite big, and yeah, you could draw attention to that. So, but
yeah, that as well.
I think that's a lot more effective than blanket divestment, because like Israel it's too contentious for you to go for like blanket divestment as a political goal, right? Because it's not like South Africa where just everyone hates the regime. Actually, lots of people care a lot about Israel, and yeah.
Yeah, that definitely makes it a more difficult, like, political goal. I don't think that's a reason to. I'm not saying you're saying this, but like because a protest movement, maybe even a specific one on a campus, is like advocating for like divestment from Israel, I don't think that's a would be a reason to condemn the entire protest or like even not support it, right? Like I like in my decision to go and like support my local encampment while I was there, and I mean I wasn't actually there for that large amount of time, but like my decision is based on like not all of the specific things that are being said because I disagree with a good portion and like there have been like all sorts of problems with the our local movement saying things that have been incorrect at times
Mhm.
or advocating for things that are somewhat problematic, but like as a whole I don't think like going to a protest or like supporting the protest in general means you agree with every part of it, but like I mean of course you have to have some alignment with the main goals. um but yeah, it's tough, right? Because I feel like every like large scale protest is going to be like that. It's going to have like a large amount of problematic elements. Like I feel like the Vietnam protests probably had like good portions of people who are like supporting the Viet Cong,
Uh-huh.
which is like kind of wild, right? But like
Yeah,
that
I would
wouldn't mean
be
like
clear
that
though,
support.
in some of these universities, the ones that were more publicized, it's not bad apples, right? It is the entire leadership and the program of the movement. Like, so the SJP and the lectures that they invited and the flyers that they were putting around were a maximalist. You can't even criticize Hamas according to their red lines. Like, and it's no wonder that when that is your movement, first of all, the university is far less likely to concede anything to you because why would they? It would make them look horrible. And then also the fact that we've got like, yeah, it's not an accident that in all of the United States, Jewish people by far thought these protesters were not dealt with harshly enough. And that's because those protesters, whether they mean it or not, are intimidating to Jewish people because of the stuff they say, because of the stuff that they indirectly advocate for, in some cases directly advocate for, and like the body blocking and how easy it is to get labeled a Zionist and all this shit. So like, but if there are other, it seems to be that there are other protest movements that are approaching things a bit differently. And I'd encourage that because I think the only way to deal with the extreme things that we're seeing is not counter protest, because a counter protest will just be crazy right-wing pro-Israelis fighting with them, but an alternative that is just more reasonable, diplomatic, is more flexible, conscientious of how their language affects other people, like other minorities. So
Yeah. No, I mean that's the thing. I saw at my local protests was they were being much more like they brought a local imam from the mosque, right? And he was the most milquetoast speaker like that I've heard at the protests so far. He was talking about like American free speech and how it's what what makes the country great, and that's what you're advocating for and asking for. Which I mean, maybe he felt a little bit more pressure to be moderate because he was an imam and he really didn't want the the blowback, or maybe that was part of the selection. But I mean, I think it's okay. So you would agree that it's like reasonable to go to support protests that are I don't know. What would your line be? Like, would you go to like some sort of protest if there was one in your area?
It depends on what they're. Yeah, I would just have to see what they're protesting for, and whether it reflects the facts of the situation, right? So if it was the case that I know, for example, the university I went to, there were issues with how the administration treated immigrant workers. That was one thing, and it was like you could prove that factually, and you could protest against it. So if it's the case that my university has, or the university in my town has, a connection to the worst excesses of Israel, and there is maybe an environment of Islamophobia in the university that's not being addressed, then yeah, of course I'd be for protesting against that and making those demands. Right? Or even if
Okay.
they were just saying like ceasefire now, like even if they don't know what comes next, I think that's like a fairly noble cause to go for. Like, it's not,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. No, that's good. It's just hard, with the sort of with more reasonable voices are good to promote. And Yeah, sometimes when they like say when they were chanting when they were like talking about the explosion that killed 500 people at the hospital, and like the next day, and it was like after that had already come out that that wasn't what happened.
Uh-huh.
I was just kind of you know, I was probably part of like the video in that, like I was in the background and I was just like frowning and like shaking my head like I was trying to not be
Yeah.
associated with that specific language.
You're probably, yeah. You're never gonna escape that kind of stuff, though. Unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, that's how it is. Well, but yeah, that was all I had for the moment. Appreciate the question. Sorry if you heard my dishwasher going in the background, by the way.
I didn't. It's fine. Okay.
Okay, excellent.
Take care.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
thanks. Yeah, bye.
Ceasefire with Hamas. Again, like I think if enough protesters are calling for ceasefire and it somehow results in a ceasefire deal that can be a humanitarian measure that involves hostage exchanges and maybe because I think one of the things people expected from a temporary ceasefire was that it would make it's pretty a bit naive, but I think some people maybe thought a temporary ceasefire could get hostages back, get prisoners released, but then also push the locals and push people to realize that they don't want that ceasefire to break. And if making that ceasefire break is on the burden of, and the burden is on Hamas to make sure it doesn't break, then it can maybe push for further demands from them, from even from the local population as well as the Israelis. So I don't know. But what can you do? At this stage, ceasefire is not happening. Like they're going to go into Rafah and they're not going to stop until those last 4 battalions are bye-bye. Unfortunately, I think that's where we're at now. Then we've crossed the fucking Rubicon, or whatever you call it. All right, be right back. I'm gonna get a bathroom break and then we're gonna watch this debate. Okay. Hello. Okay. Let's watch the FD Signifier Kahmal debate, shall we? It's fairly long.
This is why people don't like you. You just call me rugged.
No, the only thing that truly annoyed me that you said, I think things that are
so
just
smug.
follow me, just follow me.
So smug. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. My goal isn't to get more people invested in, financial literacy. That's not my goal. My goal is to tear the system down.
And yet, you live in a society whilst doing absolutely nothing to tear the system down. I have seen people who canvass for the Democrats. I've seen people who just really want Biden to stay in power do like 1,000,000 times harder work than anyone who says they want to bring the system down. Fuck, mate. Like, it's just like, you know, when I see this, when people who are like anti-liberal democracy, they want to bring the system down, and they're very critical of power. They remind me of, oh, it's a Peep Show reference, and half of you guys are not from the UK. You know those musicians who are really, they're not that good, but they have something negative to say about every other artist. There's a scene in Peep Show where the two failed musicians are doing this game where they name a band and they just have this preloaded one-liner about why that band is shit. That's what I see when I hear people who hate liberal democracies talk about them. I hear the equivalent of a fucking incel who looks like shit, smells like shit, got nothing going for them, but they are the pickiest motherfuckers in the world when it comes to women. Like, they're the ones who go on Twitter and they'll like bitch about some fucking model because I don't even know, because she's got like a tiny bit of fucking cellulite in her legs or whatever. Like, yeah, that kind of shit. That's what I'm seeing. You want to bring the system down and make it into what exactly? Like that Boy Boy video where it's like, America's worse than North Korea. What? Because occasionally in America, sometimes because of the racism and shit like that and police brutality, an unarmed black person will get killed by the cops every now and then, and it'll be unjustified. However, North Korea, I'm like, bro, fucking kill yourself. Like, Jesus Christ. That's what I see. I see the guy. I see the guy who can barely play the intro to Stairway to Heaven on a guitar and has to pause every 3 seconds to find their place. But they hate but they berate Billie Eilish because it's, you know, not real instruments or like that kind of shit, you know? I'm like, okay. Bring down the system. Okay.
So you kind of talk down, like you literally talk like you levitate. And that pisses people off.
That is an amazing compliment.
That's a compliment?
I'm like, this
what?
nigga don't know me at all. You said
when
something
did I say
like
that? I never said that. That's soy.
Test.
Oh, is he in here? Oh, wow. VFD, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. I am quite tickled to have come in while you're talking to a race realist.
Dude, he's really not making me look good. Like, the Coon allegations are not helping. I promise he's only the second racist person I've talked to. I promise you.
As the kids would say, I'm calling cap on that. I think you are quite inviting.
Look, man, you can read the title of the stream. Debate me on anything. The first one, black guy, was showing me a sculpture. Second one, neutral. Then we got the race realism guy. You know, it's a crapshoot. I don't know who's gonna call. I don't know these people.
I mean, this is why I maintain that debate is more about entertainment than education, which is fine.
Yeah.
I want to be clear to folks in the audience who take that very personal. That I'm insulting their big brain entertainment genre that you can learn from a debate, but at its core, this is an entertainment genre. And for people like me that don't find entertaining, it's not a thing I do.
I'll say this. When I say debate in my streams, I assume that these people know I'm using it, you know, very lightly. I'm not Destiny. We're not using any tactics. We're just having conversations. But yeah, the race realism shit was not a good look. But you know, sometimes you just gotta take your L on the chin. But I just want to say, I don't know if you saw anything. I appreciate you commenting. I appreciate you watching the video. You did not call me a coon. You didn't say anything. You were very respectful. So I think that, you know, it takes a lot of balls. So I appreciate you for that.
It's really not that hard to not call people the C slur, as I've been told to refer to it as.
Oh, come on, dude. Don't say. You can say it. This is my content. You can say whatever you want here, clearly.
You gonna give me a C word pass?
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. It's the least I can do for you.
And that's the irony of really that whole discourse is nobody can find a single image or like video or anything of me calling pretty much anyone a coon outside of Abba. Like all of the commentary and the hand wringing about Shark 300 and whomever else.
Loner, why don't you have fun sprites running around the bottom of your stream? I don't know why. Maybe I should. Maybe I should.
Can't find a single place where I called that man a coon. I actually defended him from the coon allegations during the middle of that particular drama.
I've had some people talk about that. I honestly don't know much about it. I know who the guy is, but I don't know shit about that. I'm gonna be real.
It's nothing really to it's drudge up overall. I've done a good job in the past about a year. I think I released a video March of last year, a drama video, and that was the last bit of real drama I've been in any way associated with.
Well, let's search some up right now. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, let's go, sir. let's get it in. You're drunk.
A little
this
bit.
Is gonna be like
a little bit, just a little bit. I feel good, but you know, I don't know.
No, I get it.
My mom's concerned. I'm kidding. But okay. Thoughts? I feel like this is my perception, right? I'm assuming you're like, all right, this kid, he's fucking doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's obviously ignorant, a little funny here and there. That's how I took your comments. So I'm assuming you think I got some shit wrong. So please, like, tell me. Let's have a conversation, man. Let's talk about it. What do you think I got wrong?
Well, I didn't watch any parts that didn't involve.
Is FD Signifier going to say anything that he thinks this Kahmal guy got wrong? And is he going to say it in less than in a 2 or 3 minute sentence?
Involve me. So I'm going to assume.
Come on, man. Well, that's like a lot of the video. To be fair, it was mostly Dr.
Umar Johnson. Yeah, I mean, well, and that's low hanging fruit. You know.
Fair.
And I don't. There's nothing you were going to tell me about Umar Johnson that I didn't already know.
I think we got some good jokes in there, though.
And I'm sure there were some great jokes.
Thank you.
I am on I'm very wary about Umar Johnson content.
The nigga crazy.
He is.
He's crazy.
I'm not disagreeing with that. He is a wild boy.
Did you?
I
have a question. Did you see the part where he said black people should get 25% of all American exports, including like electricity? He said we should get 25% of all electricity. Did you hear that? Did you see that part of the video?
I did not see that part of the video.
All right. I saw
that. Sounds very Umar Johnson-like.
Okay, just asking.
And I'm wary of it because he's such a meme and he has memified a political ideology that I think is very important and valuable. So, you know, I try to. So one thing that people who don't like me don't ever want to acknowledge when I have conflicts with other creators, especially.
What did he just do there?
One thing that people who don't like me don't ever want to acknowledge when I have
oh no.
conflicts with other creators, especially smaller creators, is that I try to be very wary of how this whole clout
it affects us.
How it affects us.
You don't want to kidology me.
Not, yeah, I don't want to. I definitely don't want to. I didn't want to Kidology. I didn't really Kidology to be.
Oh, let's talk about that. I don't.
I see.
You
There
don't,
you
have,
go.
you don't have to if you don't want to, but you know.
I'll say the thing I've said pretty regularly.
Okay.
I wish that we never made that video and that I never released it, which is why it's still unlisted.
Okay.
However, I stand by pretty much everything said in the video.
Why don't you say that more? Why don't you like, well, like, fuck, why aren't you like, if it affected you, I don't fuck with your shit, so like, maybe you needed to.
Well,
How come you don't take that stance? I feel like you were a little like, well, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Well, I was very much, this is because I felt so bad and I'm still trying to be very nice. And I had it in my head in the moment where we talked that that would not be our last conversation.
Was it?
And that there would be opportunity. Oh yes, most definitely was.
Okay. Damn.
She got really mad because I sent her an email without like saying hi.
Is this the conversation where she asked him after he was asking her about trans people and J.K. Rowling? He decided to like period test her on it or whatever the fuck. And she said, "Can you tell me why J.K. Rowling is transphobic?" And then he sits there and goes, "I'm not in the position to debate the humanity of trans people with you. I can send you some contacts from trans people after." That's what happened, isn't it? I'm not making this up. A year ago, where does it start? Let me just start a few minutes in context. Transphobic, is that's what J.K. Rowling. Oh. Let's go here.
I'm sorry. So, what is your perspective on J.K. Rowling's transphobia? And like, do you think she should be platformed in major newspaper publications?
Like, I think this is a subject that he brought up. I'm pretty sure.
People are going to see what they want to see, and they're going to take what they want to take from what you say and from your content. But I think the important thing is to try as best we can, when we can, to try and see things from the perspective of the person who is actually saying the thing or doing the thing. So I do think that the idea of
So what is your perspective on J.K. Rowling's transphobia? And like, do you think she should be platformed in major newspaper publications?
Yes, I do, but I don't think, for instance, what has J.K. Rowling done? I'm just asking this just as a question because I actually don't know. I've looked. I don't actually know what J.K. Rowling has said that is transphobic. She's never denied the existence of trans people. She's never said that trans people cannot have rights, cannot have autonomy, cannot exist. But she has a particular ideology which is very much invested in the experience of feminism in its very traditional sense. This idea that...
Now, again, I think it's quite clear that she's asking as a question. So you're an educator, right? This is your fucking job, right? Someone comes to me and they're like, "Learner Box, can you tell me about this thing that you apparently know about, but I don't?" I'll be like, "Yeah. How long have you got, motherfucker? How long? Sit the fuck down. You've given me an opportunity to impart knowledge. Shit. Give me 5 subs and a super chat, and I'll go off. I'll tell you what's in my brain for fucking 3 hours. I'll do it, right? So, if you're asked why is J.K. Rowling transphobic, well, her TERF manifesto is so blindingly ignorant to the trans experience that to J.K. Rowling, she has this part of her TERF manifesto where she talks about how she had issues with her dad, wasn't very feminine, felt kind of like a masculine energy about herself. And she is basically saying that she thinks she would have become a trans man because of trans ideology, that they would have taken her tomboyishness and her daddy issues and pressured her down a path of becoming trans, which is insanely ignorant. It's very fear-mongering about the entire experience of how people discover that they're trans, and even how the healthcare system decides whether or not they are trans. So and this is after she's spent a long time obsessing over the issue. So that's one fairly simple example, is that she just speaks very, very vocally about this issue whilst having made no effort to understand the trans experience, right? That's one. The second one is that she fearmongers, completely, to the point that she funded a sex-based survivors shelter in Scotland. She put money towards this shelter that was only for biological females. If you were a trans woman, you can't go there. And she did this despite the fact that in the 15 years that trans women have been allowed to use women's shelters, do you know how many instances there have been of trans women causing an issue, like any incident being filed or any abuses being carried out? Zero. That is the definition of a phobia. It's an irrational fear of trans people, right? So that's a fairly quick answer. How do you know? Because the people who run those shelters are government run. They're like a government institution. They have data on this. They have data of complaints, and there have been no complaints about, there have been no issues. Not even from cis women taking shelter. There haven't even been reports in crisis shelters. It seems to be that crisis shelters are treated as a very sensitive space, and it doesn't seem to be like there's ever been any cis man dressed as a woman, or any cross-dresser, or any trans woman causing issues with that system. It's just, yeah. In the UK, in Scotland, I think it was Crisis Centre Scotland. It might be the UK. I think it's Scotland, though. That's just a few examples of J.K. Rowling being transphobic off the top of my head. Okay. What does Mr. Signifier say?
Biological sex matters. And I can respect that. It's fine. I don't see that as being genocidal. I don't see that as being J.K. Rowling responsible for the very precarious existence of trans people in this world today. But I think that I need to hear, and which is why I'm very excited for J.K. Rowling being interviewed, an interview or podcast interview of everything that she has to say is going to come out next week. I can't actually say that J.K. Rowling is transphobic because I haven't actually heard her say, in her own words, without the influence of Twitter and the internet and everybody else's perspectives, what she actually believes. So I need to wait and see.
Well,
chat, for anyone in chat who thinks she's being intentionally obtuse here, the very simple way to get around that is just to give a clear example. That's how you get out of it. If someone wants to ask me an obtuse question, say someone who comes to me like, Learnerbox, what have Zionists done that's colonial? What's colonial about Zionism? Because I just can't see it, apart from internet and YouTube. Learnerbox, tell me why Zionism is colonial. Like, yeah, I'll fucking tell you why I'll give you quotes. I'll give you actions. I'll give you all the shit. And then you look like a fool if you're doing it to be obtuse. Yeah, if someone gives you the opportunity to promote your fucking stance to them, then yeah, you should do it. But fuck. Doesn't matter if they're being obtuse. If they're being obtuse, it makes them look silly. Because they're asking a question that's so easy to answer for anyone who knows.
I'm not going to sit here and expect. So I made content that engages very, very lightly with J.K. Rowling's transphobia. And I'll just say J.K. Rowling has been incredibly antagonistic to trans people on the basis of them being trans. She supported legislation to limit the rights of trans people.
Which legislation? Does he know? Does he know? I think she's opposed pro-trans legislation. Does he have to know? No, B for Brian. No, he doesn't actually have to know. As an educator, as a political commentator, as someone who brought the subject up, no, you don't actually have to know. No. You just have to assume that wherever the fuck you got your ideological marching orders from, that's just correct. That's what, yeah. Don't be nitpicky. God forbid you ask a fucking advocate to explain the things that they're advocating for, you fucking retards. Jesus Christ. Like, is this the kind of people that I have to engage with now? Where I literally have people admitting to zealotry?
And she's been outright insulting to trans people in numerous ways. And I'm going to leave that as just an effort to provide a perspective as to why one might see J.K. Rowling as transphobic. But I'm going to challenge you. Like, have you watched ContraPoint's video about J.K. Rowling transphobia? Have you watched, again, Philosophy 2's video about these things?
Not as of recently. When they came out, yes, but not recently, no.
So I would say if we can't call J.K. Rowling transphobic, who is transphobic? You know, and that's what
this is the problem.
This is just fucking miserable, man. This is so fucking weak. Like, if he doesn't know, and she brought it up, that's fine. There's some things like. But this was something that he brought up. He decided to test her on J.K. Rowling. And he doesn't know. Like, it's just, oh God. Yeah, well, that was the kidology experience. That was a interesting highlight anyway.
Okay.
Damn. She got really mad because I sent her an email without like saying hi.
I don't know about that, man. I'm gonna take her side. I want to hear her side. Are you sure? Because you're looking.
And after this conversation, Kidology was upset at FT Signifier because he said he sent her a message and without even saying hi. So that's his characterization of what happened. What he actually did was he sent her an email that just had a Vox article in it. I think he just sent her this. I think this is what he sent her. Maybe an older one because this is 2024. Oh, it's updated 24. Yeah, I think this is the article. Yeah. So he sent a source. Well, he educated you. Oh, you guys are fucking you are actually fucking delusional. You are psychotic. If I have a debate with someone, fuck, I'm just trying to. Okay, this is like the guy. This is like the fucking PhD professor that me and Destiny were talking to. The professor of history. Who kept saying that his answer to every question was in a fucking book, like an endless bookcase. And then after the debate, he sends like an article from a page called Decolonize Palestine, like a activist propaganda page. Oh God. Where is the video where she says, I think she shows the email in one of these videos. I feel like it would be red because I watched it on stream. How long ago was this? She's still been chugging away though. Oh, whatever. But that's the gist. He just sent her this article with like no message and just like, here you go. After purity testing her over it and calling her transphobic, or saying that other people will call her transphobic, accusing her of dog whistling. Yeah, that's a pretty cunty thing to do. Yeah, I would say that's a pretty cunty thing to do. Like if someone, I'm just trying to think, if someone asked me what fucking, why is Zionism colonial? And then I'm like, listen, I'm not going to debate the humanity of Palestinians with you. Listen, bro. By the way, you asking questions like this, come on. This is why people call you a white supremacist, colonizer, apartheid, genocide advocate. And then like a week later, I just send them. I just send them, like, what do you want I send them? Fucking. Yeah, I would just send them this. Get fucked. I educated you, bitch. All right, yeah. Okay.
You're known to be a little pretentious. I don't know if you're aware of this. A little smug.
I'll take smug. I don't know if pretentious is there. I'll take smug. I mean, it's hard not to be smug when, like,
when what? Finish that sentence. When what?
When you're
when
so
the bulk of your critics are like, think about like
beneath you.
Think about. No, I'm gonna give you one better.
Okay.
Think about like Batman's villains.
Oh
right?
no, not Batman. What?
Just think about like he has the Joker, Two-Face, Catwoman, Clayface, the Riddler. His villains are amazing, right? Y'all are like Flash villains.
Oh, come on, man!
Y'all are like I can't think of, y'all are like the villains from like a vault, like a early era comic run of like a C tier.
Reverse Flash.
Shazam. No. Reverse Flash is really good. That's why they keep using him. Like Shazam villains.
I'm not even Reverse Flash?
No. You might be. The only reason I'm talking to you.
Thank you.
Is because out of all of the, because at this point, you get, once you get big enough and you do politics, you get enough people making videos about you. You become a content farm in and of yourself.
Of course. I feel like that many people have really come after you though. Do you feel that or no?
Not too many recently, but I've also recently been kind of drama averse. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so like it hasn't been a lot of reason to come after me. But no, like all the anti-manosphere stuff I've done, my anti-debate bro era, I've had a handful of and it's always smaller people. Because there's not really any big no shade.
I'm just fucking around.
Penelope's video, I forgot about that. Because there's not really too many larger video essayists who are right wing. Because at their core, right wing people aren't very curious or like entertaining in that way.
Fair.
So like you're not gonna, you can watch a right wing reaction stream as they like yell about pronouns or some shit.
Yeah,
it's not gonna be like
demons and all that weird shit.
Yeah, but like they're not gonna like take you through an interesting journey through a topic that people are gonna watch. It's just not a thing.
Probably not.
And so of all the ones I've watched, as I watch them all. Somebody mentioned that in the comment section. I always know. I'm always paying attention, and I think that's actually like valuable for me because I've noticed that you're a big Hassan fan.
Oh yeah, love him.
And Hassan, me and him had a conversation. And one of the things I think he struggles with is he's gotten so big that he gets 1 million videos like yours like every month.
Yeah.
And so it's impossible for him to watch his. And after a while, you kind of get numb to criticism.
That's the thing. I feel like you can't.
There is actually, first of all, Hassan is not numb to criticism. Criticism makes Hassan incredibly sad and angry and soy. But there is a thing that creators do, and it is something you have to watch out for, is when you get so much negative attention in one go, there is a very useful defense mechanism that people have, which is to just dehumanize the people who are criticizing you. Like, when I see people giving me shit on Twitter, I don't actually think of human beings for the most part. I honestly just sit there thinking of someone with their fucking tongue hanging out, dragging their knuckles across the ground and like rolling their face along the keyboard and then shitting themselves and like walking in on their mom when she's having a bath. I don't know. Like, that's kind of what yeah, it's very difficult to take it seriously. But part of that is just because the criticisms aren't that good. But another part of it is just like, if you remember that it's often like just normal people with fucking families and kids and like partners and jobs, it's like, that's actually it's quite overwhelming, But So yeah, like I think it's a fairly common thing for even like small celebrities or like micro celebrities is to dehumanize audiences, especially critics, because it's just too overwhelming to imagine them all as people with unique stories and experiences. You know, that's the whole thing. Doesn't it depend on what the criticism is? Yeah. Yeah. But when it comes to vitriol, like for every like vitriolic comments that, at least I don't know if this is the case for everyone, but every time I get a vitriolic comment, it's never an argument or a factual correction or anything. It's like, it's nothing. Sometimes someone will be like, you were wrong about this. Also, you're a cunt and a Nazi. I'm like, okay, well, but that's like, that doesn't really happen very often. Anyway.
Lose that though. Obviously, look, I'm not in your guys' position. I'm not even at 30K yet, right? So I get it. But I feel like you have to be humble enough to at least see if there's any validity in the shit that you're saying. You can't just, once you like brush it all off, it's like, oh, they're all hating, and you don't see any truth, then I feel like you're kind of fucked.
I told him I wasn't interested in talking about my fucking Destiny relationship. Like, what the fuck, man? Just talk to me. This guy is really intense. He's a really difficult person. Okay. Fine. Why not?
What do you think?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's so what you're saying is accurate, right? I believe that as well. The problem is nobody tells you that as it's happening.
That's why you need real friends.
Does that make sense? And even but having real friends also means like their first priority is your care. And so literally, if I get 10,000 comments on a video, 9,000 of them are going to be people telling me I changed their life. This is the greatest thing ever, whatever.
Sure.
And I don't give a lot of attention to those either.
Yeah, of course.
995 video comments are going to be like uncharitable, negative comments from people that weren't really paying attention, people that don't like me for obvious reasons, people that are just politically misaligned. And like their criticism isn't really to be taken seriously.
Fair, yeah.
And then like 5 people will have a legit critique. And so you're talking about finding those 5 voices out of 10,000, and you rarely get to see them. So you kind of get used to not seeing them.
I think,
and you build up a muscle, and that muscle is like necessary for your survival. Like if you get bigger, you'll understand.
Yeah, I think that's fair with like comments, but when you have like 10 motherfuckers making like full-on videos about why you're a fucking asshole every single day, and then you see like people like the subs losing, and like your comments have to, like, people have to be telling you why. Like people will tell me like, I used to watch this on, but then he did this, and this, and then I wasn't really feeling like he has to be receiving that info, no?
But sometimes you let those people go. Sometimes you don't fuck with those people anymore. They left for probably a good reason. So like Hassan lost a lot of subs when the Palestine genocide started.
Right.
And it makes sense that that might be a bridge too far for some people. But if Hassan is principled as he is, he's not going to be happy to lose people. I'm sure in his best case scenario, he would have kept those folks. But he's also going to recognize that that's a consequence of, his principles. I was reading through your comments, and in between like the weird racist stuff.
Come on, man. Don't do that. Don't put that on me, dude.
They're in your comment section.
What? What? How much racist shit is in my comments? What racist comments did you see? Besides the white supremacist dude who was just here, but other than that.
I took a couple of screen grabs. Let me see what I can find.
Please, let me know.
Let me see what I can find. But no, like I did see somebody say something like
Hassan did say that he lost a lot of people after the Palestine stuff, yeah. But that is also because the left got really fucking weird around Palestine, especially with all the apologia and shit like that. Yeah. I don't know. There is also the lolcow factor. Like he does to a lot of people, like to the Willie Mack guy and to this guy and like, to Destiny and shit. Yeah, he's like there is a lolcow thing going on. But also because he started debating with Ethan, I think that was a part of it as well, wasn't it? I mean, Ukraine must have done it as well, because he was very silly on Ukraine.
I used to like FD, but then he started talking about racism. And it's like
I need quotes. I need quotes. I don't think you're being charitable. I don't think you're being charitable.
Let me see if I can.
I used to like FD, but then he was based. Then he said some really correct shit, and I ran away. Okay.
I need the exact quote, because we did see those people.
Well, in terms of like people being racist, that was a joke. I'm talking about like the specific comments about. Let me see if I can find. I did. I feel like I took one.
You can't find any. I'm fucking bulletproof.
As a fellow black man, victim mentality is one word. Entitlement, resentment toward other races, and our kind for bettering themselves is our greatest weakness outside of gangs.
Yeah. Okay,
You
look.
liked that.
I did. I remember that. And look, I get what he's saying. I don't. Is it our greatest? No, but I feel like I get where he's coming from. I think the victim mentality is a little bit of a problem. Is it number one on the list? Probably not. But like, I can empathize with that feeling. Can't you?
So here's an important misconception.
Okay, please.
I empathize with why he feels like that.
Okay, but he feels like he's misguided.
But he's incredibly misguided.
Okay,
And
this is why.
Go ahead.
No, explain why. I feel like that's where people get pissed off because you'll be like, you're misguided, and they'll be like, why? And then you'll be like, read this book, and it's like, well, fuck you, man. I'm not gonna read the book. Tell me why. So why is that guy wrong? I'm all ears.
So actually, you know, the biggest thing, the only thing that truly annoyed me that you said, like things that are
so
just
smug.
follow me.
So smug. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So follow me for a second.
All right.
Because like everything else was, you know, okay, this is a disagreement, this is misinterpretation, this is bad analysis, but this was like truly like you have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, tell me, please.
When you brought up the quote with Dr. Ball,
okay,
and you brought up the quote where Dr. Ball is quoting his own book about the myth of black buying power. He's like speaking from a literal academic text that he wrote.
Okay.
And your response to that is why not do both, essentially. Does that sound about right? So I have a video. I want to make sure I'm characterizing your argument well. So I made a video, the issues of black conservatives, yada. And there's a full section where I explain why financial literacy and black capitalism are fool's gold, essentially.
Okay.
And that, and I want to be clear, you kind of didn't characterize this the way I did in the video.
Okay.
I'm not saying that getting money and being good at money is inherently bad or evil.
Right.
I'm saying that it does not solve or address black issues. It does not fix racism. Right. And so you, like, after playing that clip, you talk about financial literacy.
Right.
And
I also did say if you're talking about all of us as a race, then okay, I did address that. But go ahead.
Well, but you didn't. What you didn't address though, the thing you did, coming back to the original comment, that this comment I read to you. What you're really doing here, and what these comments are actually doing, they don't actually want me to talk about financial literacy in a positive way. They just don't want me to talk about racism.
I disagree.
When people say victim mentality, it's not.
So the problem he has is that he's inferring a message that Kahmal literally made the opposite of. I can understand, because what FD Signifier hears when people talk about financial literacy, I guess, is he hears white racists who say personal responsibility because they just think that the systemic inequality is fake and they don't want to address it ever. But I don't think Kahmal is saying it from that perspective. Because I think what Kahmal hears is when he hears people talking about it's all about the system and this financial literacy thing is all fool's gold, is he's hearing the message that people should just not try because it's not going to fix racism. So if it doesn't fix racism, it's not worth it. So I feel like he kind of just invented a critique there. Okay.
That they want, it's not that they want me to do inspirational speaking or some shit. It's that they don't want me to point out the issues of racism. They don't want me to point out how racism affects pretty much everything we do.
I disagree.
That makes them uncomfortable.
I disagree.
I would like to hear that.
I think a lot of people get fucking pissed. Like, look, this isn't going to help with the Coon allegations, but I have grandparents who are like hardcore Republican, right? Like fucking love everything you hate. Sky News.
I cannot.
They march with King and they watch Sky News every day. This is my mom. This isn't. They're totally separate families.
Gosh.
But yeah, grandparents on dad's side, they watch Sky News, march with King. But their whole thing is, and I talk to them, right? Like I disagree with them politically, obviously, but their whole thing is they feel as though like the Democratic side views black people as like weak, and I think that like pisses them off because their whole perspective is, look, motherfucker, I went through the real racism. I don't want to hear you bitching about it. Like, let's get to work. So I think a lot of people kind of feel that. So I think if you focus a little bit more on like, okay, like look, I made it. I'm fucking doing the YouTube thing. This is how I did it. There's still issues that we can work with. I feel like that's an easier thing to get behind. You know what I mean? Or what do you think about that?
So yeah, it is. That's why like people that do content like that have way more subscribers and views than I do.
I disagree.
How often have you watched Boyce Watkins?
Not often.
Right, exactly. But how many subscribers does Boyce Watkins have?
I don't know.
Who's a bigger name in the black community, in all of black culture in general? Who's a bigger figure, me or Boyce Watkins?
Definitely him, but I don't know.
So like, why? Where's your Boyce Watkins video? You see what I'm saying?
Well, he doesn't piss me off the way you do. He's not as smug.
And why is that? He's definitely a smug. He's definitely a smug.
I just don't know much about him. Maybe hey man, there might be a part 2. Let me see. I just don't know much about him. I've been on this leftist.
You've been kind of an anti-woke crusade. I looked at your video.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's giving anti-SJW 2017.
A little bit, but you motherfuckers pissing me off. I'm sorry.
But why? Why?
Actually, you have more subs and way more. Dude, you're fucking killing this guy. What the fuck are you talking about?
If you think this is the similar thing to 2017 anti-SJW, the 2017 anti-SJWs were kowtowing to the alt-right. They were entry points to the alt-right. And the people they were criticizing were not as far left as people like FD Signifier. Yeah. The fact that you see those things is the same as, like, again, it's all aesthetics, you know?
No, I'm killing him on YouTube. YouTube is not built for black political discourse. Go to Instagram.
Why not?
Because the algorithm, because YouTube doesn't have a population of black political I'm about to fuck up the word, interlocutors. Like people, black people who are politically inclined.
Interlopers? Like you could use a smaller word there.
They don't have a big black political audience. Black people that are really interested in politics and political discourse don't get that from YouTube. They go to Instagram, they go to Facebook. Even fucking
Is YouTube in the liberalism is sexy arc? No, I don't think so, is it? I still think the left tube stuff is still, it's not as burgeoning as it used to be, but it's, no, I think it's still a pretty big deal.
What is it? Clubhouse?
Really?
Right.
Clubhouse? How many people are on Clubhouse for real? You got to be killing this man on YouTube. He's at 1 point. I'm killing this man.
Oh no! Don't get me wrong. Boyce Watkins is again small. Go to his Instagram. Let's go Boyce Watkins Instagram.
There's no way you're not killing this man. Everything combined, you have to be killing him. There's no way.
No, I don't have anything. That's Boyce Watkins Finance. Where's his actual Boyce Watkins?
You got on this Boyce Watkins kid, but...
Well, because I'm making a point that Boyce Watkins is he's a much bigger, more established voice.
Oh,
and
dude,
all he does is financial literacy.
That's 7 likes? No. You're fucking this man up. I honestly think the echo chamber route is the way
that transition.
Route. You're fucking killing this man. 16 likes, 14. Nah. You're fucking him up.
Where is his actual...
I'm assuming this is him. He's got 109,000 followers.
No, because he's so big. So on Twitter, he has 189,000 followers. I have like maybe 80. But I'm trying to
is this the guy that FD Signifier feels smaller than? Okay.
So he's boywatkins.com.
So far, Kahmal's winning. Just let the record show.
He must have gotten kicked off of Instagram because if you go to his website,
what do you mean?
And you click on his
Instagram right now.
Unless there's a different channel.
That's not his real.
What do you mean? It has 100,000 followers on it.
I'm pretty sure that's not it because it doesn't even have. If that's what I just looked at.
Why is FD obsessed with numbers? He does talk about numbers a lot and channel growth and giving advice to other. Yeah, I don't know, but actually, I do know. It's because if you want to destroy the entire system, you need loads of subs first. That's how that goes. That's the rule.
That it doesn't have a blue check mark. And when you go to his website, his real website, which does have a blue check
here, but then it just goes back to his website. I don't know what the fuck this is.
I don't know what's going on.
From what the people can see, you're killing him.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
Well, you got to show me something in numbers. Show me some statistics. Because on YouTube, fucking him up. Instagram, you're fucking him up.
Well, YouTube is built for me. It's not built for Boyce Watkins.
I don't know, man.
Like maybe this guy's more of an old school mainstream figure, but I guess maybe he's declined in recent years.
Go to Earn Your Leisure.
Yeah, but that's like business. They're fucking you up. That's fair.
They're definitely fucking.
But they're not really political. They're just like business people, right?
But they're what you just described. They're financial literacy. They're inspirational, pick yourself up by bootstraps type energy. Don't be a victim. Get you an LLC. Like the things that you complain that I don't do.
Yeah.
Right. They do.
Yeah, but they just do. I'm saying you could do both.
Why do I need to do both? There's already people doing that thing that they're doing. There's nobody doing the thing that I'm doing.
Well, I'm saying if you believe in both, then why not promote both?
He means there's no black people doing what he does? I think that's what he means, right? It's not like there's a fucking lack of people out there saying all systemic issues, microaggressions, like fucking J.K. Rowling, decolonization, Malcolm X, like MLK was actually pro-violence. He was just shy about it in public. I feel like there's enough of that going on in the world, right?
That's my point. I don't know why, I'm just saying, I think from like that guy who got annoyed with the black victim shit, like he'll see you not talk about like, okay, here are the issues, but here's what we can do. And he's like, well, he's just fucking saying I have all these issues and I feel like trapped. I can't do anything about it. And like, what am I supposed to do with this? You know what I mean?
I thought the prompt of this conversation was for FD to show a criticism to Kahmal, but I haven't really heard one yet.
Particularly if that was fuck the police that I put a lot of political organizations in the chat, in the description. So my goal isn't to get more people invested in, financial literacy. That's not my goal. My goal is to tear the system down.
Yeah.
So and that is the problem. You have like centrist-minded people, right? And that's the
like
thing. If I have one real critique with centrists, is that you all aren't very honest about what your problem is.
Okay.
Your problem isn't specifically that I'm not doing the thing you want, which is, I guess, more financial literacy or whatever. It's that I'm daring.
So fucking smug. Go ahead. It's not what?
It's that I'm daring to talk about issues that point a finger at the system.
I disagree. I don't think that.
I hate this pseudo martyrdom where people talk about their revolutionary Che Guevara t-shirt wearing aesthetics as if they're taking any fucking risk. Stop, dude. In the you're fucking fine, okay? You're a content creator, okay? Maybe if you were out there with actually on the ground with like those Stop Cop City guys and like, what were they trying to do? Like trying to sabotage the building efforts of that city and like trying to use fucking Molotov cocktails and shit like that. Yeah, if you're doing that, and allegedly money laundering of all things, if you're gonna do all that shit, yeah, you're putting something on the line. But bro, just talking about tear down the system on YouTube whilst giving no guidance to anyone in your audience of actually how you would even do that, like. No, you are not daring. You're in a very safe position. I know that because when I started doing YouTube videos, that audience was the easiest one to grow. During the pandemic and the 2019, 2020 Bernie bro, Jeremy Corbyn era, just making a few videos about like, not even having very far left positions in the videos, but just shitting on right-wingers and giving left-wing takes about racism and intersectionality and all that. That was the easiest thing in the world. Like, risk. What do you worry about? Is it fucking like daring? What's gonna happen? Are the fucking cops gonna turn up and be like, listen, Loaderbox, there's a video of Kimberly Crenshaw on your YouTube channel. Do you have a license for that? You have a license for that critical race theory content, Loaderbox? You done it. You done it. I just watch yourself, son. Is that what we're worrying about now? Okay.
People in this chat give a fuck about the system, like something, sure, but like I'm not some like, oh, I love, like I think capitalism, if you do it correctly, is fair, but I'm not some dude like championing fucking Adam Smith. Like I don't give a fuck. I disagree. I really think the people that don't fuck with you, it's like the same thing with the Hassan shit. I think it's mostly like the smugness. You kind of talk down, like you literally talk like you levitate. And that shit pisses people off.
That is an amazing compliment.
That's a compliment? That's a problem.
Yo! I'm finally put that in there somewhere.
I've said that in other videos. You just didn't see those ones about you.
Oh shit!
I'll send it to you.
Shit.
I said you speak like you're literally levitating. When I watch an FD video, I feel like you just got done creating 3 planets, and then you're coming back to Earth to like give us some knowledge you feel like giving it. And it's like, man, fuck this guy. That's how we feel watching your videos sometimes. I think.
I mean, like
people like me.
That sounds like a y'all problem.
Bro, no, it's a you problem, dude. It's a you problem. Because that's how you're coming across.
But here's the thing though, like what is triggering that energy within you?
The smugness, it's your tone.
What like give me, but you have to be like more like elaborate for me.
Bro, I could pull up a fucking video right now and I will tell you this shit pissed 30% of people off. You want me to do that? I will do that.
Yes, I can't see it in the.
Oh yeah, I'll share the screen. I'll share the screen. What video? I'll go to any FD video, bro. I guarantee you it won't take long. I guarantee you it won't take long for this motherfucker. Oh, here we go. Like he just created a fucking planet. Let's see. Should we go to the newest video? What video should? Let's ask the chat. What video should we pull up? They're probably not going to say.
That's we're not bullying. I've been in much more hostile chats.
See, I honestly feel like this is a very good conversation.
I'm enjoying myself.
Right, there we go. All right, let's do the. I think I've seen
another thing. You clearly
here we
don't
go.
watch me like that,
Dude. Not everything. The videos are so long. Like,
yeah, but
bro,
if you
left is infighting 2 hours and 24 minutes. Come on.
Listen, if you're gonna critique me so then you pick 1 or 2 videos to critique.
I picked 4. I watched 4, and I wanted to fucking kill myself. But I sat through 4.
Because you literally said, I could not believe this came out your mouth. You said, why not help build a space for black people like you on YouTube? I'm like, this nigga don't know me at all. You said
When did I say that? I never said that. That's soy.
You said yes, no. You said
no. Oh, I said. This is what I said. I said, why don't you like help bring people up?
Oh my God, you know how talking out your ass that is.
What? No, this is what I mean. Look, you clearly have a formula that works. Why can't you just like teach people that shit? But I did see you had a video that talked about like how to make it on YouTube or some shit. So
can somebody in the chat tell me who he's talking to when it comes to that particular talking point?
Talking to you.
Because like I have literally helped create an entire space on YouTube for black leftist content creators. There was T1J when I started. I'm about to help you. You said you like to. there was T1J when I started.
Yeah, the funny thing is he'll prop up every fucking black creator who he likes, and then the ones who step slightly out of line, like Kidology, just fucking feeds them to the wolves and shit. Oh God. To be fair, he also gave a bit of a leg up to DJ Mule, didn't he? Didn't he interview DJ Mule?
Started, right? He was the only black RedTube guy.
Okay.
And when I started to come up,
Cat Black? Was Cat Black considered BreadTube? She's been around for, man, she was scrapping with like Anita Sarkeesian anti-fans. Cat Black has been around for a really long time, no? What's her oldest video? 10 years ago. 9-year-old video on blackface. She's been around for ages. Huh. Okay.
Immediately at 100K started to purposefully help retrofit the space to try to get more black people. Like we literally have our own Discord. We are all in community with each other. So you're talking about we're talking about Foreign Man in the Foreign Land. You're talking about Andrewism. You're talking about Turd. You're talking about Lil Bill. You're talking about
you put them on.
Lucretia McEvil. Yes.
Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. But this is my thing, bro. When you're saying, "Oh, I have to quit YouTube because I'm black," I'm like, bro, that's such a weak mindset to have. Like, what the fuck? It's not that serious.
To you, and you know, but you were just talking to a race realist,
so and it wasn't that
bad. We have different principles.
I had my white friend come on and he debated him while my mother's calling me and telling me I'm a drunk. I don't give a fuck what this guy has to say. It's not that serious. But if we can come to an understanding, I think the world is a better place. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So I disagree with that overall. But I want to get back to that point though, because that was one point that I can understand how if you are kind of a rugged individual.
Individual. This motherfucker did not just call me rugged. Okay, go ahead.
Isn't that like the phrase?
No, this is why people don't like you. You just call me rugged.
No, rugged individualism. That's the thing.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Does he mean rigid? I guess rugged could work. Okay.
I'm about to find it. Rugged individualism is the practice or advocacy of individualism in social and economic relations, emphasizing personal liberty, independent self-reliance, resourcefulness. Nigga, that's you.
I don't even know what the fuck you just said. I don't know why you don't talk normal. Just talk normal, man. I know you know smaller words. Rugged individualism. Who knows what that is? Nobody knows what the fuck that word means. What happened?
He left when you were screaming at him.
He left. Come on, man. I just started sharing the screen.
Bro, oh, God. Man, fuck. I wish I was black, just for a day. Just so FT Signifier would feel obligated to come in and give me, like, a self-appointed fatherly fucking grill session. You see the problem I have with, okay, here's one argument you made that I didn't like, okay? And just excuse me for 5 minutes while I ramble about absolutely nothing, and then maybe I'll hope you forgot that I said I was going to bring Oh God.
FD, come on, man.
Oh, no,
he's
no,
back.
he's
oh no, wait,
he,
no, he's
he's
not.
back. He's back.
Oh, there
yeah,
he
he
is,
wants
alright.
to join.
Sorry, I was trying to type in the chat or something, but there's the
Don't
chat.
leave the chat. Don't look in the chat. They don't like you. They don't fuck with you.
Oh, I know. I'm just posting. I'm posting the rugged individualism.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that. I don't think
definition.
YouTube is lame as shit. Other people can't post shit in there. Only I can. It's very annoying.
And I'm gonna say, well, I'm gonna let you play this smug part, and then I'm gonna just double down. So I want you to go ahead.
Please. And again, this is. I think I did watch some of this, but let's just see how long it takes for me to get to a point where you say something that pisses me off. All right. I'm a man of the people. We're gonna speak. Also, first off, the content warning: soy. All right, just letting you know.
Yes.
All content warnings are cringe, but let's keep going. Unless it's for if it's for rape, then I understand. Anything else, like content warning for racism. Who's this for? Who's this
I'm not
for?
debating. I mean, so I don't even do content warnings anymore.
Okay.
But early on,
so you apologize for that. That's fair.
My audience signaled to me that they desire content warnings.
That's because your audience is soy, but that's fine. All right, let's continue.
Soy.
So which one is this?
This is the how black. Oh, bro, this shit pissed me off.
You didn't like my black athletes?
No, because there's one point. Bruh. There was one point in this video where you were talking about these athletes that fuck these white women because they view them as fucking pieces of meat, which I get. But you made the fucking athletes the victim. Like they're like, oh, they're the victim in the situation. I'm like, what the fuck? No, they're not. No, they're not. They're grown ass men. They know what the fucking deal is.
I don't know if I want to debate this one with you.
All right, fair enough. Let's just get to the part where you piss me off. I talked about the trigger warnings already.
I love that. What a fucking. I need to do that. Listen, mate, I'm not debating you on that. Listen. Because if you approach it with the right cadence, it sounds like they're unreasonable for wanting to talk to you about it. I'll do that more often. I'll do that tonight. I'll do that. Yeah, I'll take that going forward.
Seconds in, but let's get to something you actually say.
Where's the smug? I feel like I wasn't even smug in this one.
I just clicked on a random one. Maybe not, but knowing you, I wouldn't put it past you. Let's see. But you acknowledge the smug.
Well, so I mean, like what you call.
Are you against content warning? From my experience, sexual violence warnings are okay because that actually does trigger the fuck out of some people. Like actually, and although part of the whole healing process is that you're supposed to generally be able to address, like to be able to face it at some point in your life, but I don't think a YouTube video just surprising you with one is necessarily great. That's the only time I've ever heard. I've never heard of anyone, even people who have attempted suicide in the past who I've known. I don't think they've ever been like, oh yeah, I couldn't watch this video from this point because of the suicide warning or whatever. But for the sexual violence warning, I hear that a lot. So that's just my experience. But when it's like ableism, colorism, colonialism, white supremacy, content warning, apartheid, apologia, I'm like, bro, you're... yeah, that's probably where it gets a little bit retarded, yeah.
Smug. There's a great quote.
Oh no. Already off to a rough start. Go ahead.
From John Henrik Clark.
Oh god, the fucking all others I teach shit. Don't say that shit. Yes. I will cut this shit off.
Oh,
yes, motherfucker. God. I use that shit to call you smug. That is super. That's how people in anime talk. Come on, man.
Anime is awesome. I saw you went to MomoCon. Probably the same year I
did.
went.
Honestly, I think I saw you there. I was like, I think that guy's FD Signifier, but probably not.
I need to carry a gun. People can see me, and that shit makes me nervous.
Content warning, liberal praxis. True.
Hey, look, man, I'm hard.
Content warning, people who think voting can affect incremental change.
Harmless, but I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw you there.
But the thing is, so I'm trying. Let me turn the smug down a little.
Please. No, I like it.
I feel like what you're describing is, inconsequential. It's definitely inconsequential from my perspective. And you're telling me that I'm smug, but you're not telling me that I'm wrong. Right? And you're telling me you don't like how I'm saying the thing, but you're not telling me that the thing is bad.
Well, to be fair, he did want to challenge the black athlete thing, and then you said you don't want to debate, Mr. Signifier, which is actually more of a concise and substantive criticism than you've offered to Kahmal. So, yeah.
And
I gave my disagreements, but sure.
I'm waiting to hear for the thing that's bad. Like, I'm a performer, especially in my content. That's art. That's performance art. That's I sit and write for days at a time to make videos that are compelling and engaging, etc.
Sure.
So if it comes off smug, it's only going to come off smug to people who don't like what I'm saying.
No,
So, like,
man, I disagree.
That's how smugness works, though. Everyone is tolerant of smugness when it's from people that they like. Lornabox, you used racism, content warning, and racism in the UK. Don't be a hypocrite. Yeah, I'm really sorry that it's hypocritical to criticize behavior that I might have engaged in the past, 4 years ago? Yeah, well done. Yes. From my experience now, it seems to be the case that no one needs a content warning for racism. Whereas sexual violence, I feel like I've seen that one more. So I kind of just, you learn by example. Is that... Like, I don't think people should eat paper, despite the intense hypocrisy of me saying that as someone who used to eat paper as a child. You got me.
Well, so tell me about it.
Fucking retard. Sorry. Content warning. Ableism. Fucking retard. All right.
All right. Well, let's get to a point where you say some smug shit. I clicked on this video randomly, so let's see how long it takes.
Like comparing athletes to slaves, and I get the obvious.
Can you see it? Can you hear it?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Why that comparison
I missed that
so
when my beer was this thick.
But what they often miss in fighting against that comparison is that the psychological framework of what makes sports appealing, especially for a lot of white fans of these types of sports, is definitely rooted in a racist, anti-black, and plantation mentality.
Okay. Not smug, but like, what the fuck is that though?
Like,
all sports? What about like before black people, or like black people in America at least? What about that?
Well, I'm talking about black people in sports. Black sports, black participation in most major sports is based in the plantation mentality.
All of it?
I don't know. But pretty much, yeah. Because it's do you know what I mean when I say plantation mentality? Do you watch like football?
Not really. I don't like football, but explain it.
So let's take I did another football video a little while ago. About a running back named Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley came into the league at 21, 22.
Okay.
He played for 4 years. And the way the league tends to be set up is after 4 years, you get a new contract, right? Especially if you're good.
Right.
Well, football and all sports are set up to extract as much value out of the player, especially in football, as possible, while not paying them as little as possible.
Sure.
And so for running backs in particular, this is extra harsh because they play the most physical position on the field. So Saquon Barkley, who's been a top 5, top 10 running back for the last now 6-7 years, has been paid like a bottom 20 running back for the last 3 or 4 years. And that's only because he has no actual power in the sport that he participates in.
Why doesn't he have leverage if he's so good?
Because it's designed on a plantation mentality.
How
why weren't slaves paid?
Wait, is this just capitalism is slavery? Sorry, I don't know. I don't know anything about football specifically. Is he just talking about employer-employee relations? But he's doing it with people who get paid millions, or at least hundreds of thousands. What are we talking about here? Am I missing something? Is there something special about sports industries that... What are we talking about here? What's that? What... Let's just carry on. Maybe there's some good elaboration. Who knows? Maybe there's something I've never heard of before. Plantation mentality. What, bro? What an insult to those poor slaves. The fuck?
That's not a fair analogy though. Like if I know basketball, right? So if I'm Kevin Durant and I'm good as fuck,
basketball's different.
Okay,
basketball's different. Basketball, the players.
Let's get educated. Let's go.
Okay, but that's the blackest sport we got.
No, it's actually the least black of the major black sports. Football, if I'm not mistaken, is more black than basketball. I mean,
no fucking way.
Let's Google that. I'm pretty sure. Like, you got to think about how many Europeans
black as fuck. Not that many. Not that many. There's no way that's. Well, I mean, I don't think so. There's got to be more.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I had that back. Maybe the NFL.
Okay, listen. I'm. We can just Google this. NBA 2021. 73% black players. What percentage would be the NFL? Is that the equivalent? 53. I feel like this would be obvious, no? I feel like this is just... I know this from pop culture. Like being on the internet. Okay.
assume.
Oh yes,
so.
I'm sorry, you're right. NFL is more diverse.
Fucking go, Kamal's right. There it is.
You got me. The NFL also though has still way more players, so it kind of ends up being a what and what. Because you're talking about like 53 people on the NFL roster versus 12 on the NBA.
Let's drag that goalpost. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's like 15, but yeah. There's more players on an NFL team for sure. But like,
but NFL in particular is just perfect for the analogy, because the point I'm getting to is that when a system is designed to exploit the worker to the maximum level of value, they don't have leverage.
They do though. They do.
What is a union? Again, this isn't even, Marx wouldn't even agree with this, because when you look at Karl Marx talking about labor, one of the problems with workers losing their bargaining power is that I think the phrase he uses, all concrete labor gets reduced to abstract labor because of technology, because of the way that processes of production are streamlined. You don't need artisans anymore because you can just get someone to operate a machine with like 2 knobs on it, or to do really menial tasks. And once you get enough people who are in a position where the jobs that they are most likely to get are one that don't really require any special skills, just like they use the most fucking rudimentary functions of your brain, then you're not in much of a position to say, fuck you, pay me more, because someone else will do it instead. Whereas this does not apply to sports, where not only do you have a union that's very good, but you also have exceptional talent. If you're in the NFL or the NBA, your bargaining power, at least in part, is the fact that you are world class at what you do. And we're talking about bargaining power for menial workers. The difference there is that menial workers would have to unionize, because on their own, they have no bargaining power. Their skills are not exceptional. They're easily replaceable. It's easy to train someone to do what they do and just fuck them off if they're being too difficult. But if you're a union as a collective, then you can withhold your labor in exchange for bargaining power that way. That's how bargaining power works in capitalism. But using the NFL is such a horrible, even from a standard like Marxist perspective, using the NFL for that is a horrible example. Ugh. God.
And you can go to a different team, then you have that leverage. Sure, I'm going to try to take as much from you as I can without paying you the least, but the least is still fucking millions of dollars.
So we'll come back to that, because that's always true, that the lease is millions of dollars, but we're not talking about the actual quantity that they make. We're talking about the fairness of the situation, because the plantation mentality plantation situation doesn't like preclude that there's no money involved. When
feel like
Saquon Barkley, so let me tell you how they do it. So Saquon Barkley, his contract is officially.
I feel like it matters because slaves worked not because they were selling a service. Slaves worked because they were forced to. It is a completely different. It's a completely different exchange. Nitpicky. Briefer Brian, you are the best troll. Okay, you're staying because it's the only possible universe is one where you're a troll. Okay.
For 4 years. After that 4th year, they have what's called a 5th year option.
Okay.
The 5th year option gives him a pretty good contract for 1 year. And then after that, they can franchise tag him, which they did. The franchise tag gives him a decent contract for 1 year. But by the end of that, he's 27.
His value's going to drop.
His value is completely. So this year, not just now, is the first year he's actually gotten to participate in the open market for his talent. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, question.
So
because I don't know football. So after that 4th year, do they have to sign the thing for the 5th one, or can they re-sign for something totally new? Because I know in the NBA you can.
Literally, that's amazing. And they literally have no option. You get the 5th year option or you don't. You know what I'm saying? And for running backs specifically. So other players, it's not as bad. And there's go watch the
issue is that in football, the running back used to be a very important position, but recently it's not. So even if you're top 3 running back, you don't have a lot of leverage. So is that because so I know in football, like standard formations change, right? Like ever since 1966, everyone was like 4-4-2 for like decades, and now people don't do that so much anymore. So maybe different positions might get devalued. Is that why it is in football? Is that I don't know. I'm just guessing. But what does that have to do with plantations? What does that have to do with plantation with a slave owner dynamic? What the fuck? What? Yeah, sometimes different positions become obsolete. Yeah. Like when it became possible to purchase a home studio for less than $1,000 or maybe even less than $500 to record your own music, suddenly the work of people who worked in medium range recording studios became obsolete. It had nothing to do with fucking slavery and shit. Like their bargaining power reduced. Yeah. It's because it's better to run with 3 serviceable RBs than 1 star due to injury risk. Okay.
And that's why I've watched my other football video. And feel free to, not like it.
Probably not, but okay, I hear you.
For running backs, and they work greatly as a metaphor there, because their position is so brutal. And I think in this video I talk about the NCAA. Now, the NCAA is a perfect example of this because they just started paying some college football players.
Yeah, and I think that's incredibly fucked up. Like, they don't even allow them to make money on the side. Like, that shit was insane, the rules. And I think most people would agree with that, or did agree with that.
Yeah, but it's 2020. No, a bunch don't. A bunch of people hate that.
Fuck those. I don't think most people are like, man, those college players who fucking bust their ass, they're getting an education. I don't think the average American believes that. I don't think so.
I can't call it on the average American for
Let's do donut. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. Humanitarian bolognese. Okay, wow. PohBG, I don't know, fucking stupid name. Thanks for the $5 though. I really appreciate that. Lorna Box, did you know that Libs of TikTok is 29? Her story made sense assuming she was a 40-year-old with 0 internet literacy, but at 29, I just don't know. Yeah, I mean, Libs of TikTok is, I would like to imagine that's just what happens when someone loses their mind during COVID. Someone with a few priors gets locked in, doesn't really have a support network, and just sits on her phone doom scrolling and just decides that 20% of the population is trans because they were forced to by ideology. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, she's kind of insane. Blaine Stevens, thanks for the $2. Love you, bestie. Oh, that's so cute. Thank you so much. God. Pope John Balls. Umar is 100% a racist. You should only watch for comedy. He is the real life Uncle Ruckus, Boondocks, brackets in reverse. Oh yeah, I know who Uncle Ruckus is. Thank you. I really appreciate the $6.99. Would you say FD Signifier's mentality and content is virtually all bad, or is it overall good with a few glaring issues? I haven't watched enough content to make a sweeping statement. I can only say it from what I've seen. Everything I've seen, it's nonsense. Or it's like, the stuff that I've heard him say when it makes sense, like I think there's some of the Manosphere videos, there were things that make sense about like power fantasies of young men and shit like that. But that was like first year sociology. Like, it's like one of those things where all the all the good ideas are just basic stock, and all the bad ideas are all the original ideas are bad. Like, yeah, I don't know.
College sports getting paid. They may have changed it at this point. But we do definitely know that for like 50, 60 years, they've had that system set up.
Yeah, and it was fucked up.
So
but we're progressing, right? Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't point to the problem.
But the problem is gone.
Oh no, because now only it's NIL, and NIL only affects like the top, 5-10% of these players at the biggest schools. So it's just another form of capitalism, basically.
So you're saying only the top 5 or 10% get paid at all?
Only the top 5% are really getting paid their value. You know what I'm saying? So like I think I'm a Bears fan. We just got Caleb Wood. I think the number 1 NIL person is like a white female gymnast, right? Okay. And she's maybe getting $2 million a year or something like that.
God damn.
And then you go. Yeah, so you go down the line. So like you're probably getting, 1,000 kids total across the country that are getting, several $100,000 to $1 million or so. But there's like 10,000 kids playing these sports, and for football and basketball in particular, which are the top earners in all of college sports.
Sure.
You're talking about 75 kids on a college football team. Maybe the top 10 will be millionaires on Alabama. Let's take Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the top 10 players in Alabama will make $1 million each.
Mm-hmm.
Those other 65 players ain't getting shit. And they're still, they have no union.
Are we 100% certain they're not getting anything? Do we know that for sure?
They're getting like a stipend, and I mean, Google it. They're getting a stipend and probably like, living expenses and stuff, but they're not getting paid their worth for the amount of money that the NCAA makes.
So is this one of those things where you just look at the revenue of the company versus the wage bill, and you're like, the rest is exploitation. Is that where they're not the amount that they spend on the stadiums and all the advertising and all the other shit that goes in? Yeah, I don't. I feel like they got paid quite a lot. These guys. The government pays for stadiums. Well, upkeep as well. So what is the... His numbers are very wrong in NAL. Okay. Let's see. Are you a capitalist? Didn't you make a video on how to archive socialism? Archive? I've made videos about workplace democracy and why that's a good thing. You can have workplace democracies in a liberal democracy. They exist in liberal democracies. Actually, the most effective workplace democracies exist in liberal democracies for reasons. Ugh. I know he meant achieve. Yeah, I know.
Okay, look, I understand we have different views on who's being exploited and all that, but isn't the fact that there's progress a good sign, and we can look like, hey, okay, things were more fucked up like 3 years ago, maybe in another 3 years they can get things going where the other, 10%, 15% can get paid their worth doing, we can keep moving forward. Isn't that a positive thing? Do we have to shut the whole system down?
If the shutting the whole system down is also progress, right?
No.
I want to respond for example of what I'm saying about the disinterest investment in systems. I just looked at the chat. It just popped up. Alexander CB said, bro, that is how sports work in the whole world. Yes, I agree. That's bad.
But the top guy is
Martin
going to
Luther King on y'all.
Oh, Lord.
I'm going to quote Martin Luther King in this motherfucker.
Oh, God.
Just understand. Martin Luther King, you should why Martin Luther King wasn't a conservative.
Hey, maybe.
The Civil Rights Bill passed in 1965.
64. Voting Rights Act was 65.
Martin Luther King stopped?
No.
Okay,
but don't you think that's a little disingenuous to be like...
Yeah, because of what redlining and poverty and Vietnam War. Like, what? Okay. I don't think he stopped it. Why? Did MLK say abolish the capitalist system? Pretty sure MLK's position on communism was that the answer is in neither capitalism nor communism. But as far as the policies he went for, it was all compatible with social democracy. All of it.
What's happening in 1965, and then college kids, the top 30% not making their, what we believe they're valued at, even though we don't really know, and they're also still getting a free school. And then, I don't think that's a fair comparison.
You talk about progress. We're talking about progress, right?
Yeah.
So in terms of progress for the oppressed and the underserved and the exploited, we don't stop. And I bring that up because in 1967 or 68, he did a interview because he dropped in popularity because once the Civil Rights Bill was passed, people, not saying you specifically, but let's say people like Alexander wanted him to stop. They said we made progress, so let's be happy about it.
He lost popularity because of the Vietnam War. I think that was why his polling started to shrink. That's where that tracks the best.
And he looked at the progress, he analyzed what was really going on, and said, "Yo, this is some bullshit. This is still not serving my people."
Look,
and so let me just finish. In 1968, he said, fuck, I believe MLK. Let me just get the quote right.
Take your time.
I don't lose my smug credibility.
Yeah, of course, we never would want that.
This is him in 67. And again, also bearing in mind, lots of people mean different things when they say socialism and capitalism. But here, capitalism forgets that life is social, and the kingdom of brotherhood is found neither in the thesis of communism nor the antithesis of capitalism, but in a higher synthesis. Call it democracy, call it democratic socialism, but there must be a better distribution of wealth within the country for all God's children. He's fairly vague in a lot of it, but if you find one quote of him saying, "Oh, I'm more socialist than capitalist," but it's like, okay, bro. Like I would say that sometimes, depending on the context. It seems like he was in favor of more equality. of more discretion. I know he favored affirmative action. What are we going to say, though? What's Mr. Signifier going to say?
I'll say my thing after you get your whole smug MLK quote out. Least I could do.
I fear I may have integrated my people into a burning house, was his exact quote in 1968. And not long after that, he was killed. Because once it became clear to him that what he had done was not enough and he was given crumbs and placation by the system that he'd stop, he ratcheted it up a little bit more. He was actually getting ready to march on Washington again for reparations. And then he got murdered.
I think the last protest that he did was... The last thing he did was the Poor People's Campaign. Yeah, he wanted to do a reparations march on... What is the quote there? About getting our check. Yeah. Is that why... What do you mean? Is that why they killed him? Does he believe that the FBI killed MLK because he was... okay. Okay. Part of MLK's eulogy for Malcolm X included that he was... Malcolm X was too poor to be a communist. Yeah, I remember he said that, yeah.
Like, that is so, you know, the core of, I think, the difference between the average centrist, who I won't be as mean to here as I might be on my own content.
Sure. Be mean. Be mean. We could take it. I don't even think I'm a centrist. I would say I'm pretty left-leaning, but, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, tell me more about that.
Sure. Well, ask me my opinion on anything. I'll give you my answer.
What is your opinion on unions? Let's start with easy stuff. Unions.
If it's done...
Police unions. Based. Oil worker unions. Did the military have a union? Oh, God.
Well, do it. I think companies can definitely fuck people over if they have the opportunity to, so don't give them the opportunity to.
Wealth redistribution.
What? Wealth redistribution?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you mean by that exactly? Like hiring people's taxes or like welfare, or what do you think?
I mean, seizing the means of production. I mean, taking people's shit. I mean,
it's not taxes. Seizing the fuck, man. What a boring cunt, man. Seize the means of production. Okay, good luck, bro. Good luck.
We're going to ratchet the fuck out of people's taxes.
Okay.
And massively increase the welfare state.
Yeah, no.
That's social democracy, bro. That's like that's not seizing the means of production. If you tax people, they keep the means of production. That's how they pay, that's how they earn enough money for you to tax them. And put into welfare. Okay. It's the Yeah, that's not seizing the means of production. That's not what that means. Okay. I told you, like, for people, when it comes to socialism, most of them are either tankies or they're just liberals. They either mean it and they actually want Stalin 2.0, or they actually just mean Norway. Like, that's what we're talking about here.
I think that's where you and me part ways. Because this is my thing. If I'm rich and you're saying, I'm going to take all your money, I'm not doing that. And I'm just going to leave and put my money elsewhere. I'm like, fuck you.
You're not.
Yes, I am.
You're not. No, you're not.
Yes,
Nobody's
I am.
actually taking... People aren't taking their money out like that. They're hiding their money.
You think I'm going to fucking stay in America if you motherfuckers want to take... I'd say I have 100 million. You want to take 90 of my million? Get the fuck out of here. Bye. I'm moving
97.
anywhere else. You said 97?
97.
Oh, fuck no. I just felt rich right there. Hell no. I'm gone. Bye. Bye.
Or people trade on oil. No, the oil meme is that it's like oil worker or like anyone who works with fossil fuels would be like anti-climate change thing. Like, so there's, because isn't that the case where a lot of these unions who work in industries with high carbon footprints have issues with states and governments moving to green because they would lose their jobs? Okay.
I think I feel like it was during Reagan's era, it was like 65% tax rate for rich people. And now it's like 10 or some shit like that. And
it's 30? I think it's federal income could go up to 37. It's not 10, bro. I wonder. Probably for income tax, it might be. Yeah, I thought it was 30 something. Yeah, but the tax rate. I mean, you would. I'm surprised you didn't make the 92% thing. Because Reagan was the one who brought it down. He brought it down from 70 to 50. Although the problem was that when it was 70, or at one point it was like 90, the problem was that no one paid it. There were so many ways to get around it that it just wasn't really enforced.
That should show you how far we've gone. Let me Google that so I have a
Yes,
very
but give me
clear-
some statistics.
Let me let's see. Reagan.
He said you sound like a communist, FD. You're not a
I am a
communist.
fucking-
Are you
I'm a
socialist?
socialist.
Are you a communist?
I'm a socialist, technically. I mean, like, I don't care. Like, I don't take much of that shit. I don't take the labels of it too seriously. Enough.
You're not offended if someone calls you a communist, though.
No, not at all. I'd rather you call me. I'm offended when people call me a liberal.
That's another thing I feel like you guys fuck up. I feel like the liberals should be your guys' friend. We're like the closest thing you guys have to normalcy. Where you're like, fuck you, I'm not that. You're the same as these fucking hog Republican racists. It's like, what the fuck, man?
There's a problem there. I'll definitely.
Liberals. What's he gonna say? Oh, is it gonna be liberals give way to fascism? Is it gonna be that, or white moderate? It'd be one of those. Maybe both. Let's see. Blaine Stevens, thanks for the $2. The Cookie King extracts his toll. Wow, thank you. Or scratch a liberal.
There is a problem among the air quotes far left, where there's a lot of virtue signaling to prove that I'm more left than
Right. That shit is annoying.
That's a problem. That is definitely an issue that has to be stepped down a little bit.
I agree.
However, the liberals are frenemies. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't feel like it feels more like enemies, but to be fair, you did say that. Yeah.
I mean, like right now, like in liberal Iran states and cities across the country, people are the fucking throwing in California, UCLA, they're throwing fireworks into protest encampments, on college campuses.
Yeah.
They're sticking the police on people. This is all under a liberal president, mostly liberal cities and liberal states. So, for the again, hard air quotes, real left, right? And I say that with a giant grain of salt because that's a very problematic concept, but it just works in the moment.
Sure.
For people who are further left than Bernie Sanders, who started Bernie Sanders and go further.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
You recognize that the liberal establishment is very much invested in.
Was the people throwing fireworks? Those were the pro-Israel people, right? The Irguners. Wasn't that who he's talking about? And if we're talking about Colombia, I'm sorry, those people who were leading those protests were not liberal, were not progressive. They were simping for fucking for Islamists. Okay, whatever. Let's not. I can't be talking about Colombia again. No, most liberals, Lorna Box, liberals most often work together with far right rather than far left. As a Westerner, I can attest to that. What do you mean, as a Westerner? Bro, I live in Scotland. What are you talking about, as a Westerner? I don't even know where to start. Like, have you not noticed that what happened with the January 6th protesters and even the moderate wing of the Republicans, like the more liberal conservative part of the Republicans and all the Democrats, they all went fucking ballistic against them. There is a dichotomy now between liberal and illiberal. That's true, because you have far left anti-liberal people and far right anti-liberal people, and they seem to be converging to the point of indistinguishability right now with the Palestine thing, because every time I get some angry, like, genocide box, apartheid supporter, whatever comment in my Twitter replies now, half the time it's a Groiper. Or like a Jackson Hinkle fan. Yeah, that convergence is very, very real. It's very unfortunate. It's very embarrassing, but it's there. I'm trying to think, what was the thing where we still need to do our video on the communists who helped the Nazis, or at least tried to help the Nazis. One example was them trying to help them with a referendum to dissolve the Prussian Landtag, which again, the Prussian Landtag, Prussia was the majority of the German population, and it was a social democrat stronghold. And because the communists believed that social democrats were their biggest enemy, even after the Nazis took power for at least a couple of years, they actually tried to help the Nazis to dissolve this Landtag in a referendum. There was also the rail strike where communists and Nazis were side by side as well. Let me see. Molotov-Ribbentrop. Well, where's the... Do I have the PDF of this? Once again. I wonder if it's from the second book where they actually say explicitly. The Red Frontiers Fighters League would get no support from the Social Democrats paramilitary associate, the Reichsbanner, clashed with repeatedly. Oh yeah, this was when... So the communists at this point have less support than the Social Democrats, but they demand a unity front, but only if what they called the social fascists would give up their independence and just put themselves under Communist Party leadership. And when the Nazis take power, the Communist Party Executive Committee resolution is the establishment of an openly fascist dictatorship, which has shattered every democratic illusion in the masses and is liberating the masses from the influence of the Social Democrats, is accelerating the tempo of Germany's development towards a proletarian revolution. Like, people talk about liberals, about Social Democrats allying with fucking fascists. Like, are you kidding me? And you see this? When did Social Democrats ever talk like this? Wild.
All the same problems of a Republican establishment. They're just a little less evil about it. They're just a little less.
Less evil.
A nice amount less evil. Overt. You know what I'm saying? They're less overtly evil. They don't want to, like, so I always say Republicans want to shoot you in the head. The Democrats want to give you cancer.
Oh, wow.
You know, is the analogy I tend to use.
Right, yeah, see, it doesn't feel like we're frenemies. It just feels like, you saying I'm giving you cancer, that's not, it feels like an enemy.
Well, but maybe you don't realize you're giving me cancer.
Ah, right.
He's such a fucking cunt, man. Well, maybe you don't realize it. Oh, fuck's sake, man. Meanwhile, like, the fucking apathy that's generated by this, oh, bring the system down bullshit. Like, meanwhile, that fucking apathy might well result in enough far left people not voting at all, and we get fucking Trump back in. January 6th, round 2. Where he'll force his arm in Palestine for sure. Where the deal on the table for Palestine is this chopped up fucking shithole. This actual, it's like what happens to a, like, if you've seen those pictures of what happens to a skull after it's had cancer, bone cancer. God.
Still an enemy though.
So you're a problem, and maybe, you know, that's why I came on here, because you're black and because you're clearly not a chud. You're not.
Oh man. Okay.
You know, you're.
Yeah, I'm not crazy, right?
No. I mean, I think the politics that I got from you in that video and from what I scoured today.
No actual criticism of any of Kahmal's takes yet. We're 51 minutes in. I haven't heard anything. You can't just say Republicans want to shoot you in the head, Democrats want to give you cancer, and then just not elaborate. Like, can we talk about that? Can we talk about policy, maybe? About explain why that's happening? Maybe he can prove it. Maybe it is the case that the ratchet effect is real or whatever the fuck these guys talk about.
Is you represent a large population of people.
I agree.
You know, you represent a large population of people that have to be reached in some form or another.
Don't try to brainwash
the
us.
political project. No, that's definitely what I'm trying to do.
It's
Just
not
like
working.
Hassan said, I'm a propagandist. It is working. I have more subscribers than you.
Well, fuck you, dude. I'm just getting started. I mean, on this stream, it's not working. Yeah, on YouTube, it's working. But I feel like I don't think you're convincing these people. I think they were already there. That's why I think like your route is the easier route in terms of like blowing up, especially 100%.
I disagree because all of, like the if you go, there's a I saw you did some Noah Samson stuff too. Yeah, I'm not getting the non-chud. That's like instinctually I don't think that's the case. Your content though, like you might want to rethink your strategy. But I'm gonna come back to that.
Okay, sure.
I'm gonna come back to that because I do want to get across. I want to have this moment that I think we definitely have some synergy.
Okay.
So my smugness is not something that I care to change.
Okay, that's fair. I respect that.
And I don't see it as a problem. It has served me well. It is the way I like to present in my content.
Fair.
However, if you've watched me regularly, you'll notice that I've made a concerted effort to not necessarily be less smug, but to be less overtly political in my content, which I think is actually more useful for reaching people. Because I could sit up here in every video and quote Kwame Ture and W.B. Du Bois and Marx and shit in every video.
Sure.
Right? But that is, to say the least, ineffective, right? But if I can make a video about a rap group from the 90s.
I wonder if there's a PDF of this book. I really wish there was. The Third Reich in Power, when we talk about social democrats versus communists. Do I have it? I think I might have downloaded it. I did. A PDF file? No. Stop horsing around. Oh, I hate when there's no actual page number and you just have to guess. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, there it is. I see page numbers. Thank God. I thought they were just never going to show up. Sometimes that happens. This is after the Enabling Act and the Reichstag fire decree. The Social Democrats and Communists between them had won 221 seats in the Reichstag elections of November 1932, as against 196 of the Nazis, and another 51 for the Nazis' allies and the Nationalists. But they failed completely to mount any concerted resistance to the Nazi seizure of power. They were bitterly divided. The Communists, under orders from Stalin in Moscow, labeled the Social Democrats social fascists and argued that they were worse than the Nazis. The Social Democrats were reluctant to cooperate with a party whose deviousness and unscrupulousness was rightly feared. Their paramilitary organizations fought hard against the Nazis on the street, but they would have been no match for the army, which backed the Hitler government all the way in 1933. Their numbers well below. Yeah. I need to find the lists of people who were murdered by the Soviets when they fled, the communists who were murdered by Stalin. I'm trying to think. Apparently page 60 has a meme. Like, there are so many KPD memes at the beginning of this book. It's so funny in a very depressing kind of way. The hardline attitude of the communists made any idea of creating a united front impossible to fulfill. Since the end of the 1920s, the Communist Party of Germany had been following the ultra-left party line in Moscow, which damned the Social Democrats as social fascists and regarded them, indeed, as the main obstacle to a proletarian revolution. Nothing that happened in 1933 or 34 changed this. In May 33, the German Communist Party Central Committee reaffirmed what the Comintern praised as the party's absolutely correct political line against social fascism. The complete exclusion of the social fascists from the state apparatus, the brutal suppression of the Democratic Party, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, these guys are absolutely correct. Based. Murder of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. Also the murder of Social Democrats by Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Where's the one of there are some profiles. There are some profiles of people who were actually assassinated who were murdered by Stalin in the purges and why they were killed. I wonder. I think it was here, isn't it? They give you a few anecdotes. I think it's page 66. Those communists who had sought refuge from repression in the Soviet Union fared little better than their comrades who remained in Germany. This is after the Nazi state power. The gathering threat of fascism across Europe, the failures of agricultural collectivization in Russia and the Ukraine, and the travails and tribulations of forced industrial growth all induced a growing sense of paranoia in the Soviet leadership. And when one of the most prominent and popular of the younger generation of Bolshevik leaders, Sergei Kirov, was murdered with the obvious complicity of Bolshevik party officials in 1934, the Soviet leader Joseph Stalin began to organize the mass arrest of Bolshevik party functionaries, sparking a massive purge that quickly gained its own momentum. Soon, leading communist functionaries were being arrested and shot in their thousands and made to confess fantastic crimes of subversion and treachery in widely publicized show trials. The purge spread rapidly down the party's ranks, where officials and ordinary members vied with each other in denouncing supposed traitors and subversives among their own number. The Gulag archipelago of labor camps strung across the less hospitable parts of the Soviet Union, above all in Siberia, swelled to bursting with millions of prisoners by the late 30s. From Stalin's acquisition of supreme power at the end of the 20s to his death in 1953, it had been estimated that over 750,000 people were executed in the Soviet Union, while at least 2.75 million died in the camps. In this atmosphere of terror, fear, and mutual recrimination, anything out of the ordinary could become the pretext for arrest, imprisonment, torture, and execution. Contact with foreign governments, even previous residents in a foreign country, began to arouse suspicion. Soon the purges began to suck the German communist exiles into their vortex of destruction. Thousands of German communists who had sought refuge in Stalin's Russia were arrested, sent to labor camps, or exiled to Siberia. Over 1,100 were condemned for various alleged crimes, tortured by Stalin's secret police, and imprisoned in grim conditions in the labor camps for lengthy periods of time. Many were executed. Those killed included several former members of the party's Politburo. Heinz Neumann, the former propaganda chief whose advocacy of violence in 1932-3 the Politburo had vehemently rejected. Hugo Eberlein, a former friend of Rosa Luxemburg, whose criticisms of Lenin had not found favor in the Soviet Union, and Hermann Remmele, who had been incautious enough to say in 1933 that the Nazi seizure of power marked a defeat for the working class. Of the 44 communists who belonged to the Politburo of the German Party between 1920 and 1933, more were killed in Stalin's purges in Russia than died at the hands of the Gestapo and the Nazis in Germany. Oh yeah. Jewish students dropped a letter to Colombia. Ooh, wah, wah, wah. Yeah. Jake Vaughn, thanks for the $9.99. Look up Russia's disinformation campaign targeting Black American voters in 2016 for a good example of anti-electoral propaganda. I don't know where to even start to look for that, but if you give me a link in the Discord, I'll look at it. Put it in stream suggestions. Thank you for the donor, though. I appreciate it.
And use their story to draw a line to how capitalism and corporate greed has affected and tarnished hip hop, and maybe name drop some critical theory, some critical theorists. In there,
try to be more subtle.
Then I can do the propaganda and the brainwashing. And it won't be like, excuse me, And it won't be like, I'm not expecting, and that's another thing, is that the whole destiny adjacent, we're out here to change people's minds, that's mostly bullshit. People's minds don't get changed. Yeah, that's mostly bullshit.
I disagree.
It's like, obviously, if you're as shit at arguing your case as FT Signifier is, then yeah, you won't change people's minds. But it doesn't actually take that much of point evidence evaluation, like they teach you in fucking secondary school, to present a case or to plant seeds of doubt and all. Like, what are you talking? Also, not that I say I'm here to change people's minds. It just kind of happens incidentally fairly often because it's not that hard to if you can make a case. But I don't know. Whatever, man. I don't know why I'm listening to this now. If people's minds don't change, what the fuck do you do? I guess is that the point of propaganda, is just use like art and aesthetics to try and, which some people can do. I know lots of people, and I saw this during the Scottish independence referendum, was that so many people thought no was the cool thing because it was the more popular thing at the start, and then they switched to yes, and that was because one became more popular. Like that does happen. I don't know. Actually, I think when people are confronted with facts and logic that contradicts their narrative, then just ignore. Yeah, most people will, but some people don't. And I think that's, again, like, personally, my goal is just to learn things and talk about it. That's where I am now. I like doing that. That makes me happy. Not caring, I don't give a fuck that much about channel growth. I don't care that much about how I'm perceived by the rest of the space. So maybe things will get a bit more, maybe those goals will change. Maybe we'll add some more to the list, but and I like arguing. I love arguing. Oh God. Ms. Weasel, thanks for the $5. Are you familiar with Eric Hoffer and his book True Believer? He was an American philosopher working class immigrant, insightful. Have not heard of. No, sorry, but I appreciate the dono. It's really kind of you. Do you care about creating change in the world? Yeah, to a degree. Yeah, I went canvassing like in a different country. I vote. I try to like. Last election day in 2019, like general election day, I fucking had to be the one nagging a bunch of my friends to vote as well. I don't know, try to influence people's decision making in that sense. Like, I don't know, yeah. Occasionally used to lend a hand or two to fucking celery with the just up oil, food not bomb shit. Yeah. I don't really have that much resources right now. Like, I'm not a very big channel or anything, but try. Who did you vote for in 2019? I voted Labour. I think. Yeah.
I think people's minds can change over time a bit. I think so.
Yeah. So no, I agree that people's minds can change over time.
Yeah.
But I've done the research, and the way the algorithm and the recommendation system works is they track your inclinations.
Yeah.
So you can, so definitely some people, I've had those messages sent to me. You helped me get out the manosphere. You helped me develop my political ideology, yada, yada, yada. But those are rare. If I have a video with 1 million views, maybe 10,000 people, I change their mind.
That's a lot, though.
Yeah, it's pretty dope, right?
I think that's worth doing, don't you?
Yeah.
There you go.
So, but and I'm doing pretty good. We agree. Keep being smug.
No.
You should be smug, Kahmal. Read more books.
Oh. I got my Kindle.
What is your education background, if you want me to ask?
0. High school, a little bit of community college. I wasn't feeling it, and I was like, nah, I dropped out.
That's unfortunate, because you don't seem like you're anti-intellectual.
I don't think I am. I don't know how I feel about college right now. I really got to do a little bit more research. I feel like you guys might be a little crazy, but I'm all into learning.
You don't have to go to college, but you can you can read.
I read. The Kindle's on screen.
What's that in the background? Sandland?
Yeah. That's my tribute to Akira Toriyama. That's a figure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have Too Big to Fail, but I didn't read that. That's just like kind of a speaking to myself.
You don't have to, but it would
Behoove.
serve. No, not even behoove. It would serve you.
Okay.
Because behoove really behooves me for you to do some shit. Versus, I think reading would serve you if you really want to develop politically.
I agree.
And you want to be better at, like, because so let me get to the point I was about to get. So I'm getting mixed up because I have like 3 different thoughts I want to get across, but I don't want to dominate the conversation. I wanted to at least, no, I wanted to concede to you that
love this.
If a lot of people find me smug, and that is a deficiency in the goal that I had in my content.
Okay.
Right. But also, fuck the people.
Look, my thing is, if you're like, fuck this is who I am, then I respect that. I'm just telling you from our point of view, you look like you just got done creating 3 planets. And they're like, look, motherfucker, I already disagree with some of the shit you're saying. So, it's like, I don't want to agree with this guy because he's a dick. I feel like a lot of people feel like that.
Yeah, fuck them people.
I don't even know if I care for this criticism. Like, yeah. Like, for a pet peeve for me, being smug and wrong is really, really annoying. It's a very toxic combination, but, or smug and ignorant, whatever. But, I don't know. Fucking, are they going to argue about anything, or is this just going to be like a weird kind of passive-aggressive back and forth about who's more of a dick or whatever? I don't even know.
If that's your stance, and I respect that.
I feel like that comes from a place of insecurity for the most part.
I disagree.
And that's been my experience.
I disagree, but I mean, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel, and I get it. I definitely say fuck those people to some people, so I get it.
Yeah. Of all my black critics, because I have like, and this is no shade to you. You're the only one I've talked to for like, for good reason. Like, because I made the joke that because you're black, but that's not true. Because there's like 5 other dudes that have made a similar video as you that are also black, and I wouldn't dare like set foot in any space that they occupy.
Sure.
But all of them have a similar background. They have the flying and milk experience.
Which
and
feels a little.
That's just a phrase to describe.
I know. Calling black people flies though feels a little.
But that's the reality of how that feels. That's why it was described as such. Like the flying milk is a very pointed metaphor, because would you drink a milk that had fly in it?
I would not.
Right. So so how did I heard you say this in your video? How did it feel when you were in 7th grade and you were made to feel othered by your white environment?
Genuine question?
Genuine question.
Yeah, so I would say it started earlier, like elementary school. I don't think I really noticed it then. I've always kind of had friends who are mixed. In middle school, that's when kids are a little bit more cruel, for sure, and they're coming after you. And you definitely feel it, like it's uncomfortable. But I think you just have to, get past that.
Yeah, you don't have a choice.
Sure,
I agree with that. But are you allowed to critique it? Are you allowed to call it out?
Sure, I think it's an experience that should be talked about, but my thing was like to say like you need to go to the mediocre black school over the best school in the state is like fucking insane. If that's the only reason, then like fuck that. That's crazy.
Did you engage with the research I posted for that video?
I didn't see any in the description. I genuinely did look for it.
Let me make sure, did I put that research there, or did I just pull it in the video? Because I know that particular video was research based. That's not something I pulled out my ass. I'm a former teacher,
right.
And a former behavioral health researcher. So there is a lot of evidence that shows.
Is this like the deplatforming thing where he pulled out 3 studies and just pretended they served his conclusion? Maybe not. I wonder if they mention it.
So that a mediocre black school can have. So it depends on what your goal is for the child.
Okay.
Right? But there's a lot of evidence that a mediocre black school can have better long-term results on your black child than the elite white school because of that flying milk experience and structural racism that's going to be within the school.
Yeah,
there's a reason why all the most like successful, richest people, black people in America, most of them went to HBCUs. Because of HBCU, and none of those schools are elite in terms of like SAT scores or facilities or whatever. But
like if you're talking about university, it might matter. It might be a thing because at university for a lot of different courses, it doesn't really matter if you went to the best school. Like if you're doing the best school matters for some degrees, I think, but not for everything, not equally anyway. So there would be an argument there. But if we're talking about schools, like secondary, what do you call it in America? We call it primary and secondary in the UK. Not higher education, basically.
That environment, the nurturing,
high school,
the culture.
Does anyone know what study he's talking about? Does he mention it or
produces high achievers? So so I mean, I'm not saying that it's automatically better for everyone, but I'm saying
down school and up school.
That putting your black child in an elite all-white school is automatically better than putting your black child in a mediocre all-black school needs to be reassessed because there's plenty of research that says that that's not the case.
And plenty of research. I wonder. I mean, it might be true. I'd be interested to see that. I'm interested to see that, like, how that works. And if it works for different courses as well, for different, well, that's not, again, it's not a university thing, so it wouldn't matter. I don't know. Mediocre, elementary school. I don't know. I don't even know where to start. Does school quality matter? This is from 1992. Don't know if that's going to be it. What is this? Segregation, social class, experience of black students at selective colleges and universities. This is 2012. Quality of data gathered at selective urban university with large black student body. Black students from integrated backgrounds welcomed the chance to establish friendships with same-race peers, even though they were at ease in white settings, whereas students from segregated backgrounds saw same-race peers as a source of comfort and refuge. Okay. I don't think this is the same study, but... Well, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to find it. I've got other stuff to do anyway.
I would love to see that research. Because just hearing it sounds fucking crazy. And going through that, nah. But if there's research...
What's this? Merutsi? Why does it look like it's about to load a fucking nuclear bomb? Oh shit. Is this it? National Longitudinal Study. 157 pages. Maruzzi, do you even know? Have you read this? What's 1978? What is this? What am I looking for here? High school racial composition. Follows them from the end of high school into young adulthood. Oh, that's interesting. That's good. Follow-up is always good. Surveyed as seniors in 72, 73, 74. What is... The value premise underlying this analysis is that higher achievement and test scores and rates of college attendance are beneficial. Okay. Obviously. I have no idea. Non-expert, obviously, self-selection bias, blah, 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 blah. This is very... Attend college. I don't think they're talking about elite universities here, are they? South-North divide. I don't know. Conclusions? I don't think this seems to be pointing to that particular issue, though. Relation between racial composition of a high school and college attendance. In the North, we find that black graduates of predominantly white high schools are slightly more likely to attend college and nearly twice as likely to be college juniors in 3 years, once differences attributable to social class and school district size have been removed. Apparently, the important positive effect of attendance at a predominantly white high school is in reducing the college dropout rate for black alumni. We found that black achievement test scores are noticeably higher in predominantly white schools. Once social class and school districts are controlled, we find that blacks in predominantly white schools could score about 1/2 of a standard deviation higher than those in Isn't this to say that you'll do better if you go to a fucking school with more white people? Because that would just mean the property taxes are probably meaning that the school's gonna be better funded. No. This is probably not the study he's talking about. I don't think. Anyway,
I'd love to see it.
Come on, may I add something on this if it's all right with you? Like,
go ahead, speak to him as a white man.
So,
As
You got 30 seconds.
Is this the race realist? Oh no.
I don't know. FD might be
when
fake.
I think of your point is I agree with you on the school thing, because when you are around people who are more like you than when you're just alone, you're gonna focus less on yourself than if you would if you were with a bunch of friends or with people that you can really relate with, you know? And if you're in a school that has no one that agrees with you on anything or has nothing to do with you, then you're just gonna start thinking about yourself more than your schoolwork and more than your more and more, and you're just gonna start spiraling down this pit of just being alone.
Okay, okay,
start
Septic, I'm muting you. Thank you. I don't know why he came in and disagreed with me. What the fuck? Bad moderator. Bad moderator. And we silence those who disagree with me. I'm kidding. Let me unsilence you. I unmuted you. I was kidding. But I'll say to that point, I'll say this, Septic, since you want to hop in here. I'll agree with you if you if every single person is disagreeing with you and you can't find any sort of friends and you feel totally isolated. But I think that is a bit of a choice. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, because like if you go to an all-white school, we're still human at the end. Like you're still a person.
Who would make that choice? Like,
not every
sorry,
time.
you said that you finish.
I mean, you can finish.
No, I want you to finish.
No. Well, if you are in a school like if you are like say you're in like middle school.
I can't believe this mod is
I have
been and disagreed
seen
with me.
so many like
wow.
There's so many examples where you're like completely different. Like even like the very like
Be right back. I need bathroom. Wow. Hassan moment. Hassan stream. Wow.
Trying to be like offensive or anything, but the
Say it.
retarded kid, person with mental disabilities, gets so many friends because we're still human at the end, and you still have people to relate to. It has nothing to do with race because race is just color. And I mean, in my opinion, it's more culture, and it's like, and I feel like it's more culture. Like it's, and that kind of is.
I feel like it's more culture. Oh, this fucking guy, man. Oh no.
You can disagree with that, but at the end, it's more racist to say it's color than culture, right?
All right, FD, what are your thoughts on that? Because I actually agree. I think we focus a little bit too much on color and not enough on culture. What are your thoughts on that?
That's bullshit. Also.
Okay, all right. Well, explain to me why.
Well, first, let me put this list of fucking research I had in the description for that video.
Okay, gotcha. I see 4. You put that in the description?
It's right there. I just copied and pasted from the description.
What the fuck?
Why black children need black teachers?
Wait. Is that the same video that I used, though? Because I used like a clip from a stream. And it was like...
It's called Why Black Children Need Black Teachers. Is that what it's called? Is that what it's called? Daddy. New York Times, 2017. Also, you could just tell us about the study if it has like a stat or something. For better student outcomes. Okay. There's a few things here. I don't think I can see anything about the go to the average black school as opposed to the elite white school, but let's see. 2017. Having one black teacher can make a big difference. Less likely to drop out of high school if they have a black teacher. So it's like having one black teacher in your school, basically. Or is it? Yeah. Not surprised to hear this. Yeah, that's not surprising at all. 13% more likely to enroll in college if you're exposed to black teachers by the 3rd grade. Role model effect. Hey, cool. Tennessee Star Experiment. Class size. Role model effect. Hart and her colleagues discovered that black students who were randomly matched to black teachers did, in fact, have better long-run outcomes. Black students who were exposed to black teachers by 3rd grade, 13% more likely. If kids had 2 black teachers by 3rd grade, the likelihood of college enrollment jumped to 32%. I wonder if... What's this linking to? I wonder where it caps. 400 black teachers. Wonder where it peaks. Long run impact the same. Is this what we're talking about? This seems to make sense so far. It's a little bit different from how FD was phrasing it, but 13% more likely to graduate from high school, 6% enroll college. No effect is found for white students. We replicate these findings using quasi-experimental methods to analyze our richer administrative data. This doesn't talk about going to an elite white school, though, versus an average black, so it's different. Okay. How is it comparing comprehensive schools? Is that what you mean? I don't know, Maruzzi. Go have a look at this. I'll send it to you. And you can give me the fucking TLDR, eh? Better students. This is the same reference, isn't it? Just going to read this quickly. Speed it. Oh yeah, same study. 13, then 32. I just wonder if it goes up for 3 T. I don't know. Well, I'll come back to it.
Okay, so I made a
maybe
whole,
it wasn't
you
the
may have
same
missed it.
video.
You might not have missed it. I made a whole. I assumed you got it from this video. I made a whole video where I explained. It's called "Why Black Children Need Black Teachers."
Oh yeah, I see.
Because you're not the only person that took issue with that take. Because, and this is no shade to you, Septic or Skeptic.
Septic.
Septic.
Septic. There's no shade to you, Septic. Most people have a very poor understanding of race and racism. That's not by accident. Which is one of the reasons why. It's just fucking stop being triggered. Come on.
I'm just letting you know. Every time I hear it, I have to let you know. I'm sorry. I can stop.
All right. How can I better say that?
Look, this is another thing with you CRT people. I feel like you got to change the word, man. I don't think you're going to convince all of white America that they are racist. I think you just got to give up on it. You change the word. If you're going to say, oh, you're racist because you're a part of this system that you were born into, like, that's not fair. In reality, that's kind of fucked up.
It is fucked up. This shit sucks. I feel bad for you.
How I think of racism is it's a negative thing. It's like, oh yeah, if you're black, you are just a horrible person. That's how I view racism. It's like, I don't want to be considered somebody who hates everybody.
Exactly.
That's
what people are
likes
hearing.
to be around a bitter person.
So
change the word.
That is unfortunate. I don't think changing the word would make a difference because
it definitely would.
Let me finish.
Go ahead. Go off, King.
Because the issue isn't the word. The issue is the racism.
Nah, man.
And we could call it a bunch of other things. There is a concerted effort to have it be misunderstood. Even that definition that Septic just gave me is not the actual definition of racism under critical race theory.
Under critical race theory, some fucking thing that most people don't give a shit about. That's the thing, though.
But think about it for a second.
Okay.
There are literally people running campaigns, and their whole campaign is, I'm going to ban critical race theory. And the reason for that is because critical race theory, it was built to create a different language around racism so that it could be better understood and implemented into society.
And it is failing.
And they're stopping that. It's actually not failing because it's not been done yet. It's being killed in the womb. It's something that's existed in colleges for like decades, but it has never been implemented at a grand scale, like at a societal level. But you're derailing from the fact that if you're telling me to change the word in one breath and then in another breath saying we're going to ban, not you particularly, we're going to ban the teaching about racism in any other way other than the way that's most misunderstood, what are you really telling? You know what I'm saying?
Not quite. I think that when people like hear CRT, they hear and again, I'm talking about from the Repub's perspective, the hogs as you call them. They hear oh, that's that shit that tells me I'm racist when I know I'm fucking not. And they're like, fuck that thing. I think that's genuine how they feel about it. They're like, this is pulling us apart more. Now, some people are just racist, they're gonna do crazy shit. Yeah. But I think like the people with the good hearts that are voting for Trump, because I have these people in my family, I think they're a little misguided, but I get where they're coming from. They're like, oh, that's that thing that's separating us, that's saying all white people are evil, and I've dealt with real racist white people, fuck that shit, ban it. I think that's more what it is.
But where are they getting those ideas from?
From motherfuckers like you. When you say you don't understand anything about racism, your whole thing is fucked up. They're like, well, fuck you then.
My video, my first viral video about Bo Burnham is basically an introduction to critical race theory video. And in that video, I explicitly say that racism isn't evil. That's a line from the video.
Sure.
So, like, you can't tell me that motherfuckers like me are doing that because I'm actually doing critical race theory. And when you do critical race theory, one of the main tenets that they do is to separate racism from an individual.
I hear you. I hear that, but I think there's too much like connotation with that word. And even like, look, imagine you're like, okay, look, there's this word that you have all these mixed feelings with. That's a very negative word. Now I'm gonna completely change the meaning because of this book that you're never gonna read. But you are this. That's gonna piss people off. People are like, well, fuck you. Like, how are you gonna tell me that I'm racist? I know I'm not racist. Even though you're like, well, I'm saying if this isn't the thing that you think it was, that's even more annoying. I think that's how they feel about it. Because that's how kind of I feel about it. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what?
And I understand that, but like, you're going to have to go through some type of transition that might be uncomfortable and painful if you want to fix the problem.
But I think
historically, I think you have, tell me the evidence of changing language. Go ahead, Septi.
But do you really think that total segregation is the fix here? Like, I feel
like
separating people is... Oh, sorry. I was talking to the people about...
This conversation's really boring. There's not really any substantial argument or anything. It's just fucking... Whatever. At least we learned that black kids who have at least one or two black teachers in their school will be more likely to go to college because of good role models. That's crazy. Huge news. Probably could have guessed that part, but okay. Whatever. Anyway. I don't know if that's the study he's talking about, though. That's just a different one we stumbled across that was like, oh, okay, that's cool. I didn't actually think the number would be as big as that, though. 30% more likely if there's two black teachers in the school. That's pretty cool. Pretty strong. Big if true. Big. Okay. I have a debate in an hour. Debate in an hour. Just talks about enrollment, doesn't say whether they'll graduate. I mean, what is that because people say that affirmative action was a problem, that it was like setting people up to fail? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're referring to? I feel like if there's more enrollment, there'll be more graduates, no? Like just by probability, unless it's not how that works. Okay. Wouldn't say there's necessarily a flaw. No, because I confused GMT with BST. That's why I thought we were in fucking GMT still. So, whoops. I mean, I could just start now, but no, we said an hour. So, in any case, I want to get some notes down on the build up to the 6-day war. Just because I read it yesterday and just want to solidify, you know? That's all. Because I've got a huge thing about East Jerusalem. How does this work? Oh. Okay. Haven't really split this in the best way, but okay. Okay. Let's go, Obsidian. Build to war. I just want to read a few pages of this book, if you guys don't mind. And I can take my notes from there as the spine, and then I've also got a few other books as well, because I've got Khalidi's take on the build up to war as well. Okay. 56, 49, 6-day war. I think we're looking for page, it's only like 3 or 4 pages, is it? 5, 6. 302. Okay. If we listen to you read 5 pages, can we claim we read the book in the debate? Yeah, I think so. Apparently Destiny came out defending Drake. Okay. Why is he so obsessed with talking about Destiny's a loner? I don't fucking know, dude. Whoa. Let's get organized. Okay. Fuck this stupid thing. I hate it so much. Go away. Dick. All right. Whatever. Look at that fancy O. On the evening of May 14th, 1967, while Israel's leaders were milling about on the terrace outside Prime Minister Levi Eshkol's office overlooking the stadium where an Independence Day tattoo was about to begin, Lieutenant General Yitzhak Rabin, chief of the IDF General Staff, took Eshkol, who had succeeded Ben-Gurion in 1963, aside and reported unusual Egyptian troop movements across the Suez Canal into the Sinai Peninsula. Whoa. Within 3 weeks, the equivalent of 10 divisions, about 100,000 troops with 800 to 900 tanks and more than 700 pieces of artillery would be deployed in defensive positions in depth along the border with Israel. Previously, the Egyptians had had less than 1 division in Sinai. Since 1956, the Israel border and Sharm el-Sheikh had been patrolled by the UNEF. The new Egyptian deployment fatally undermined the order that had assured relative tranquility for a decade. It posed a strategic threat to Israel and a major challenge to the country's ability to deter invasion. Moreover, it compelled Israel to mobilize a large number of reserve units, gravely and indefinitely disrupting the economy. The Egyptian initiative and the subsequent Israeli responses, culminating in the Six-Day War that erupted on June 5th, were in large part a product of error and mutual miscalculation. Rabin assumed, probably correctly, that the Egyptian move was deterrent and political, meant to persuade Israel not to attack Syria and to demonstrate Egypt's fraternity, resolve, and strength with the Arab world. IDF intelligence, I think the thing with IDF intelligence was I think there was an intelligence assessment that said that Egypt was not going to build up in the Sinai and also that they wouldn't expel the UNEF, but they did both. But at the same time, yeah, we know now. We know that because during the war, they literally captured fucking documents from the Egyptians that showed that they weren't even preparing an offensive. They were preparing to absorb an attack from Israel. Like, it just shows you the fucking constant, like, just like the horrific consequences of saber rattling or trying to prove yourself or making power moves and shit like that. Yeah. The IDF intelligence had concluded only a few weeks before in its annual National Strategic Assessment that war was highly unlikely in the near future. A large part of the Egyptian army was tied up in a civil war in Yemen, supporting the republics against the Saudi-backed royalists. So Egypt would probably not seek war with Israel, and without the Egyptians, the other Arab states were not likely to march. However, Prime Minister Eshkol, who had no military background but was naturally cautious, had told a group of officers in February that war could break out soon. Okay. March 14th. No, May 14th. May 14th. Usual Egyptian troop into Sinai. Russian troops deployed within 3 weeks. UNEF expelled. Highly unlikely. Before June 5th. Okay. With hindsight, however, a drift towards belligerency had been discernible for months, if not years. The Palestinians had been quiescent for more than a decade, but in May 1964, they signaled a return to the arena, establishing the Palestinian Liberation Organization, or PLO, with the stated aim of righting the wrong done to their people and the dismantling of the Zionist entity. The principal commitment of the PLO was to be Al-Fatah, founded by a group of exiles in the late 50s. On January 2nd, 1965, Al-Fatah carried out its first military operation, sabotaging a section of Israel's national water carrier, a partly open canal that carried water from the Sea of Galilee to the center and south of the country. Guerrilla troops, mainly Fatah, carried out some 122 raids, most of them abortive, between January 1965 and June 1967. Most of the incursions were from Jordan and Lebanon, but Fatah, at least after February 66, was largely armed, trained, and run by the Syrian General Staff. The latter preferred the raiders to cross into Israel from other Arab states, reducing the danger of IDF retaliation against their own country. Jordan, to a lesser extent Lebanon, tried to halt the raids without much success, and Israel reverted to retaliation to nudge King Hussein into acting more effectively. The biggest reprisal was on November 13th, 1966, 2 days after a mine killed 3 Israeli paratroopers on the West Bank border, south of Hebron. Unusually, the attack was conducted in daylight and involved a relatively large force of tanks, half-track-borne paratroops, self-propelled artillery pieces, and air cover. The main target was the hill village of As-Samu. In addition, IDF blocking unit ambushed a Legion relief column. The planners appear to have ignored possible political repercussions. The raid rocked Husseini's kingdom, and the West Bank was swept by violent anti-Hashemite demonstrations. The state-directed Jordanian media lambasted Nasser for breaking promises to come to Jordan's aid and hiding behind UNEF's skirts. Okay. What shall we say here? No, I don't need any of that. Another more important factor in the heightening tension was a series of Israeli-Syrian clashes stemming from disagreements about the use of Jordan River waters and Israeli cultivation of land along the border. Actually, that's what Israel-Jordan tensions. PLO founded in 1964. For 122 attacks launched between Jan 65 and June 67. Trained by Syrians. Debate when? Just 40 minutes. 40 minutes. He launched. Fuck. Sure. Sometimes with tanks. Air cover. Okay. Then we got Israel-Syria tensions. This is when the Ba'ath Party takes control in Syria. Syria, Feb 19. It's promising a war of liberation. Palestine. After Israel began pumping water from the Sea of Galilee into its national water carrier on June 5, 1964, Syria responded with a plan to divert Jordan's sources into its own territory. Israel stepped up patrols in areas adjacent to the sources around Kibbutz Dan. On November, Syrian positions fired on the patrols, drawing artillery and tank counterfire, and eventually air power, which silenced the guns. In 1965, there were 3 major incidents in which IDF tanks and artillery destroyed tanks and earth-moving equipment after the Syrians fired at border patrols or farmers. The water diversion effort was finally halted in July 1966 when Israeli aircraft bombed a concentration of earth-moving equipment and downed a Syrian MiG-21 which tried to interfere. I think here, Diane NYT article. I'll put that in at some point. Not now, though, because that's a good article. Talking about Dayan and their provocations of Syria between the two wars. In August, the Syrians opened fire on an Israeli patrol boat that had run aground in the northeastern corner of the Sea of Galilee, and beginning in January 1967, they sporadically attacked patrols and farmers in the DMZ east of the lake. On April 7th, the conflict escalated. Both sides used tanks, the IAF bombed and strafed 17 Syrian positions, and 6 Syrian MiGs were shot down, 2 of them over Damascus. The Syrians found their inability to stop the flight of Israeli aircraft over their capital particularly humiliating. A few weeks later, Syrian intelligence sent an agent using a British passport to set off explosions in Jerusalem during the forthcoming Independence Day celebrations. He was caught before he could do any harm. Against this backdrop of increasing hostilities, Rabin declared in mid-May, the type of reaction adopted against Jordan and Lebanon is applicable only against states that do not favor the acts of sabotage mounted from their territory. In Syria, the problem is different, because the government activates the saboteurs. Therefore, the objective of the action in Syria is different. Clicked mid 7. Okay. Some observers interpreted this to mean that Israel aimed through military action to topple the Syrian regime. Eshkol reprimanded Rabin for the statement, which many ministers regarded as gravely improper. Taken as a threat. Eshkol reprimanded Rabin, but it clearly reflected what was on the government's mind. In an interview published on May 11th, Eshkol stated, in the view of the 14 border incidents in the past month alone, it is possible that we will have to adopt measures no less drastic than those of April 7th. And on May 12th, the United Press International, UPI, reported that a high Israeli source said Israel would take limited military action designed to topple the Damascus army regime if Syrian terrorists continued to sabotage raids inside Israel. It would be a telling blow against the Syrian government. The source who had spoken in another version of a military operation of great size and strength was the Director of Military Intelligence, General Aharon Yariv, at a briefing for the foreign press. Ultimately, it was the sputtering Syrian-Israeli border that triggered the process that led to the Six-Day War. Warnings that Israel was building up its forces along the frontier in preparation for an assault against the Golan Heights emanated periodically from Damascus during the weeks following the April 7th dogfight. Initially, they went unheeded and were put down to understandable Syrian nervousness. But the Soviets, on May 12th, however, this is a big one, May 12th, Soviet intelligence officer reported confirmed vague reports of Israeli buildup on the Syrian border. I'd love to know why they did this, because it was based on nothing, as far as I know. On May 13th, the Soviets officially informed Egypt, both in Cairo and to a visiting Egyptian delegation led by Anwar Sadat, Speaker of the National Assembly in Moscow, that Israel was massing troops and intended to invade Syria. The Soviets spoke of 10 to 12 IDF brigades and mentioned May 17th as the date for the assault. Jesus. The date for attack. The same day, Syrian Defense Minister Hafez Assad requested that the Egyptians act to deter an Israeli attack. The Chief of Staff of the Egyptian army, Mohammed Fawzi, flew to Damascus to consult. Damascus seemed genuinely scared, but saber-rattling by Israel's leaders notwithstanding, there was in fact no IDF buildup along the border, no unusual reserve call-ups, and no non-routine deployment of troops or armor. This was confirmed by Fawzi, who later recalled, "I did not find any concrete evidence to support the information received. On the contrary, aerial photographs taken by Syrian reconnaissance on 12th and 13th of May showed no change in normal Israeli military positions." Fawzi had apparently reported this from Damascus to Cairo in May 14th or 15th, adding that the Syrian army itself had not gone on alert. Fawzi returned to Cairo on May 15th and reported on his findings in person to War Minister Amir. Okay. May 14th or 15th. Egyptian no build up. Okay. Why the Kremlin had confirmed something that had not happened may become clear when the relevant files are declassified. Some Soviet leaders may truly have believed that Israel intended to strike and that their warning would act as a deterrent. It is more likely that they wished to increase Arab-Israeli tensions or to elicit Egyptian support for the Syrian regime. Moscow probably did not imagine that its actions would lead to drastic Egyptian moves or to war. Its ambassador, Leonid Shuvakin, declined Eshkol's invitation to inspect Israel's side of the border. On May 15th, the chief of the UN Truce Supervision Organization, the Norwegian general Odd Bull, reported that he had no reports of any buildup from observations on the border. Fucking Soviets, man. Why the Egyptians reacted the way they did is not clear either. According to Fawzi's memoirs, Amir failed to respond on May 15th to his report that accounts of an Israeli buildup were incorrect. Oh. Apparently. Jesus. Consequently, I began to believe that from his perspective, the business of troop concentrations was not the principal reason for mobilization or the troop movements which we had been asked to undertake in such a hurry. The implication borne out by an Egyptian staff officer, General Abdel Al-Ghani Al-Ghamasi, was that Amir, perhaps with Nasser's agreement, had decided to exploit the situation to annul Israel's gains from the 56 war, remilitarize Sinai, secure the withdrawal of the UNEF, and again close the Gulf of Eilat to Israeli shipping. Okay. Egyptian movements. He suggests and Nasser to light the situation and try Sinai, secure UNEF withdrawal, and close the Gulf of. This here closing the Gulf of Eilat was what Israel saw as their casus belli. So the Egyptian divisions moved into Sinai. The IDF's initial assessment was that Nasser was merely flexing his muscles to deter a strike against Syria. He had been affected, if not actually driven, by the stinging Arab criticism of his inaction after the Samu raid and the dogfight over Damascus. But on May 16th to 18th, Egypt abruptly turned ostentatious display into deep political military crisis by demanding the evacuation of the 3,400 UNEF troops from Sinai and Gaza. Initial IDF assessment saw this as saber rattling. Playing until UNEF. Okay, fine. And Secretary General U Thant unquestioningly accepted Cairo's right to demand the withdrawal. On May 20th to 21st, UNEF withdrew from Sharm el-Sheikh and Egyptian troops immediately occupied the site. May 2021st, UNEF withdraws from Sharm el-Sheikh. The UN's compliant response certainly surprised the Israelis. It may also have taken Nasser aback. He may have hoped that the matter would be referred to the Security Council or General Assembly, where it would be turned down, leaving his forces in Sinai having challenged Israel, but with a UN buffer still firmly in place. With the news of UTHAN's agreement to the withdrawal, IDF intelligence began changing its tune. Its assessment on May 17th stated, if the UN forces withdraw, a new situation could arise, which would give Egyptian deployment an offensive character. Yet the overall Israeli estimate on May 18th remained that war was still a remote possibility. Okay. Change in tone after UNEF withdrawal, but still an overall estimate that war was a remote possibility. Okay. At this point, Nasser appears to have been submitted to the momentum of his or Amir's previous actions. He may have thought that he was on the verge of a major, cost-free political victory. Having already moved 6 divisions into Sinai and returned at least 2 brigades from Yemen, on May 21st, he declared a general mobilization of the Egyptian army. 21st, Nasser declares general mobilization of Egyptian army. He appears to have believed, perhaps persuaded by Amir, that his army could defeat or at least hold off the IDF. Perhaps the war fever of the Cairo crowds, reproduced in a dozen Arab capitals, got the better of his judgment. Israeli intelligence still believed that Nasser would halt at the brink, and in the morning of May 22nd thought it unlikely that he would announce the closure of the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping. But around noon the same day, Nasser visited the Bir Gaffa airbase in Sinai and declared that Egypt was about to do just that, recreating the situation that Israel had always regarded as a casus belli. Amir instructed his units to bar the Gulf of Eilat from noon on May 23rd to all vessels flying the Israeli flag and to all oil tankers bound for Eilat. That night, just after midnight, the formal announcement was made. Third, Gulf of Eilat closed to Israeli vessels and tankers. In retrospect, this can be seen as the decisive act that made war inevitable. Though Nasser apparently did not realize it. He was subsequently to imply, as during his speech of May 26 to Arab trade union leaders, that the whole sequence of moves culminating in the closure of the Straits had been planned to trigger war with Israel, with the ultimate aim of liberating Palestine. Not the Straits of Tiran, but Israel's existence was the issue, he said on May 29th. Clearly the situation had changed dramatically. At the IDF General Staff meeting on the morning of May 23rd, Yariv declared, the post-Suez period is over. It is not merely a matter of freedom of navigation. If Israel does not respond to the closure of the Straits, there will be no value to its credibility or to the IDF's deterrent power, because the Arab states will interpret Israel's weakness as an opportunity to assail her security and her very existence. Rabin and the Deputy Chief of the General Staff, General Ezer Weizmann, agreed. The IDF had more or less completed mobilizing by the end of May. The army favored war immediately, but Eshkol hesitated. Okay, let's go here. Maybe I want to look at all these speeches because I know that Sundowner always gets fucking mad at Benny Morris taking these quotes from Arab leaders. And I wonder if they actually, some of them are maybe bad translations or out of context. I don't know. May 26th and 29th. Nasser speeches about liberating Palestine. Hmm. I know he gave inflammatory speeches, but who knows? Hmm. Purchase of gas masks. Okay. Which quotes might be out of context? I'm always skeptical of quotes that are like 2 words or 1 word, like this kind of shit, right? With all the extra stuff around it. I'm always skeptical of that. Because this makes it sound like Nasser is actually saying to the trade unions that he is expelling the UNEF and closing the straits because he wants to trigger a war and liberate all of Palestine. And that the issue is not the straits, but Israel's existence. That's the impression I'm getting from this. And if he said that, that's making Israel going to be like, what the fuck? Like, we got to do something about that. But it's like, it's like, put it this way: if you saw it the other way around, if you saw someone taking a quote like this and applying it to like an Israeli, you'd be like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's weird. It's check quotes basically. I've seen at least 2 places, 2, yeah, where Benny has done this before, where he takes quotes and they sound worse than they are, like a lot worse. And whether it's because of bias or because, I don't know, but like he does do it, so I've got to be careful. Cherry picking or clip chimping. He might be clip chimping the Arabs. He might be doing that. Sundowner. It is relevant to mention in Samu that the attacks were of disputed origin. Hussein claimed Syria. Jordan sent a letter of condolence to which Israel responded with a promise not to attack. West Bank was demilitarized, meaning the forces there couldn't fight back, which is why the Jordanian army increased its buildup of forces. Yeah, there is actually, it's what I've read in this about Jordan is quite similar to what you told me as well. But yeah, we'll get to that. It seems to be that before 5th of June, the only Israeli cabinet member who seemed to be seriously considering even going into the West Bank to claim parts of it was Moshe Dayan. It seems like everyone else just saw it as like, I think at first they were initially planning on just repelling a small attack and then capturing some security spots. But then as soon as the war actually starts and there's this fucking frenzy, like by the evening of the 5th, they're already talking about annexing East Jerusalem as quickly as possible. So like that mood changes incredibly quickly based on what I've seen. And in part, Jordan responds very aggressively on the first day to Israel, like more aggressively than was expected even by the peace pact. One part because I think some fucking general switched over at the last minute, but also because Egypt was reporting military successes from their side. So that fucked them up as well. Yeah. We also have to talk about Lyndon Johnson and his whole like efforts to try and get a Security Council resolution before the war started. And yeah. Whew. They took the opportunity. Yeah. But looking back at it, morally, They should have. Sinai's harder because of the position Egypt was in, but morally, with the West Bank, they should have just fucking. They should have just been there, been like, okay, Jordan, don't shoot us again, and then just left. They should have just fucking left. Like, there was no even East Jerusalem. Like, I know they all think it's their fucking birthright or whatever. Like, no, they should have just. I'm actually post 66-day war. I'm on Jordan's side. They should have just given it back in exchange for peace, and they would have got it. The Egyptian reports didn't persuade. Yeah, they didn't persuade. Yeah, Jordan was going to enter the war, but I think it was a reason for the Jordanian like response to be a lot more aggressive than initially, right? Yeah. At least that's what I read here. Who knows? The IDF had more or less completed mobilizing by the end of May. Okay. And this is all internal Israeli stuff now. Israeli internal politics. Okay. Complete by end of May. The army favored war immediately, but Eshkol hesitated. This is true as well. I think Eshkol gives a speech here where he like stutters and it gets called the stammering speech because he's really nervous about the idea of going to war. Favored war, but Eshkol hesitates. The United States would strongly condemn the closure of the straits as illegal and potentially disastrous to the cause of peace, had firmly signaled since May 15th its opposition to unilateral Israeli action, which Israel eventually lied about, didn't they? May 15th. Dems closure of straits, but also opposes unilateral Israeli action. Washington proposed to put together a multinational flotilla, the Red Sea Regatta, as it was later called, to break the Egyptian blockade. Eshkol preferred to give the superpowers time to resolve the crisis without war. There's a bit from Lyndon Johnson's book that we'll get for talking about that. What about the closure of the gays? Good one! Ugh! Is the talk still happening? 15 minutes. The week of growing tension had another, at the time, secret effect. Rabin suffered to what amounted to a nervous breakdown, which he later described as nicotine poisoning or a state of mental and physical exhaustion. What's the quote you wanted to verify? I can maybe find you the footnote, actually. I'll take a note of where I am, 324. Okay? The quote is footnote... Oh, I can just find it in my book, can't I? Which chapter is the 6-Day War? It seems like there's two of them. Footnote 19, 6-Day War. Seven, okay. Oh God, it's from a guy called Laquer, Laquer, from 1969. The quote is Nasser on the May 26 telling Arab trade union leaders that that he's closing the straits so he can trigger a war and liberate Palestine. That's the quote. And the footnote, I'll just send it to you, says the following. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Peace process already. All right. Sundowner. Apparently it's not on LibGen. Oh, shh. Cordial Cephalopod, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Thanks very much. Really appreciate that. Oh, the page numbers. 98 to 99. 1, 2, 4. Those are the pages. Good luck, guys. Good luck, chat. Actually, I don't know why I'm even asking, because it's like, that's not an, that wouldn't be a source in Arabic, I don't think. It'd just be, I don't know that author though. All right. But I guess it would lead to one. The collapse may have been triggered by a meeting on May 22nd with the retired elder statesman Ben Gurion, who told Rabin that his mistaken mobilization of reserves had made the crisis acute and that he was responsible for leading the nation into a grave situation. Isolated and with war, a fearful possibility. God damn. Ben Gurion little broing Mr. Rabin. The Egyptian command on May 24th, 25th briefly considered and planned a preemptive air offensive against Israeli targets, including the Dimona nuclear plant set up with French help in the late 50s and early 60s. Western governments suspected or knew that it was designed to produce weapons. Amir apparently issued orders on May 25th for a massive assault on the morning of May 27th. The IDF learned of it, and Nasser countermanded the order on May 26th, perhaps deterred by American and Soviet warnings. God, imagine being in this situation and having to make a decision, because when you're Israel in this decision, well, first of all, when you're Egypt, you're fucked because you have no, like, you don't have the strength, and you kind of, probably a lot of you know you don't, because half your army is caught up in Yemen. And if you're Israel, it's like, you know that every day you let pass is giving more time for mobilization to potentially happen in Syria, Egypt, and Jordan. So it's like, oh God, horrible. And the IDF are like sitting, just waiting. They're mobilized. They're just sitting there getting fucking bored and grumpy and losing morale. Like, yeah. Ugh. Striking. Okay. Egyptian. Plan to launch an air assault. Including on the nuclear plant. Quickly shot down by Nasser on the 26th. Okay. On May 25th, the Egyptians also apparently considered striking across the southern Negev from Sinai into the Jordanian border to isolate Eilat. But Nasser argued that Israel might respond by conquering the Gaza Strip, where Egypt's forces were vulnerable. Throughout the crisis, Israeli decision-makers were worried by the possibility of an attack on the Dimona plant. In 1965, Nasser's confidant, the journalist Mohammed Hasnin Hekal, had written that Arab experts believed Israel would go nuclear in 3 years' time, and that the Arab world would have to take preemptive action. In 1966, Nasser himself had declared that if Israel developed an atomic bomb, Egypt's response would be a preemptive war, directed in the first instance against the nuclear production facilities. On May 21st, Eshkol had told the Cabinet Defense Committee that Egypt wanted to close the straits and to bomb the reactor in Dimona. Ooh. Sundowner is so resourceful. What a god. He's managed to find the full speech on israeled.org. Israeled. So this is the Israeli translation of it, I would imagine. But the book itself apparently is really expensive. Okay. He said, the problem today is not just Israel, but also those behind it. If Israel embarks on an aggression against Syria or Egypt, wait. That's already dishonest if that's the case. Hang on, wait. Let's read the whole thing. For several years, many people have raised doubts about our intentions towards Palestine. But talk is easy and action is difficult. Very difficult. We emerged wounded from the 56 battle. Britain, Israel, and France attacked us then. We sustained heavy losses in 56. Later, union was achieved. The 61 secession occurred when we had only just got completely together and had barely begun to stand firmly on our feet. We were waiting for the day when we would be fully prepared and confident of being able to adopt strong measures if we were to enter the battle with Israel. I say nothing aimlessly. One day, 2 years ago, I stood up to say that we have no plan to liberate Palestine and that revolutionary action is our only course to liberate Palestine. I stood up to say that we have no plan and that revolutionary action is our only course. Okay. I spoke at the summit. Oh, he's complaining that they have no plan and that they need to. Okay. Let's continue. The summit conferences were meant to prepare the Arab states to defend themselves. Recently, we felt we are strong enough that if we were to enter a battle with Israel, with God's help, we could triumph. On this basis, we decided to take actual steps. Oh, okay. So okay. That does sound a bit more. Let's see. A great deal has been said in the past about the UN emergency force. Many people blamed us for their presence. We were not strong enough. Should we have listened to them, or rather built and trained our army while UNEF still existed? I said once that we could tell the UNEF to leave within half an hour. Once we were fully prepared, we could ask UNEF to leave, and this is actually what happened. The same thing happened with regard to Sharm el-Sheikh. We were also attacked on this scored by some Arabs. Taking Sharm el-Sheikh meant confrontation with Israel. Taking such action also meant we were ready to enter a general war with Israel. It was not a separate operation. Therefore, we had to take this fact into consideration when moving to Sharm el-Sheikh. The present operation was mounted on this basis. With regards to military plans, there is complete coordination of military action between us and Syria. We will operate as one army fighting a single battle for the sake of a common objective, the objective of the Arab nation. The problem today is not just Israel, but also those behind it. If Israel embarks on aggression against Syria or Egypt, the battle against Israel will be a general one and not confined to one spot on the Syrian and Egyptian borders. The battle will be a general one, and our basic objective will be to destroy Israel. I probably could not have said such things 5 or even 3 years ago. If I had said such things and had been unable to carry them out, my words would have been empty and worthless. Today, some 11 years after 56, I say such things because I am confident. I know that we have here in Egypt and what Syria has. I also know that there are other states. Iraq, for instance, has sent its troops to Syria. Algeria will send troops. Kuwait will also send troops. They will send armored and infantry units. This is Arab power. This is the true resurrection of the Arab nation, which at one time was probably in despair. Today, people must know the reality of the Arab world. What is Israel? Israel today is the United States, Hassan Biker. The United States is the chief defender of Israel. As for Britain, I consider it America's lackey. Britain does not have independent policy. Wilson always follows Johnson's steps and says what he wants him to say. He's talking about Harold Wilson, 67. All Western countries will take Israel's view. The Soviet Union's attitude was great and splendid. It supported the Arabs and the Arab nation. It went to the extent of stating that together with the Arabs and the Arab nation, it would resist any interference or aggression. Guess it was a clip chimp. Not really. It's almost like he's saying two things at once. First here, he's saying, we knew that taking Sharm el-Sheikh was a confrontation with Israel, meaning we're prepared for a general war. But here, he's making that general war sound like it's an attack from Israel. So this is the problem with saber rattling and war rhetoric versus actual plans. Because we know now that Nasser didn't actually have much of a plan to attack Israel first. He didn't have any plans to do that. That's why he kept shooting them down. But I think my guess, because we can only guess, is that I think he did this because he thought he could get away with it. I think he probably did it because he thought he could prove his worth on the world stage, remilitarize the Sinai, annoy Israel. And then I think he probably expected a UN General Assembly or a Security Council resolution to interfere before Israel actually attacked. I don't think the Egyptians wanted to go to war. They did just give a lot of excuses, though. That's probably where, just a ridiculous game of fucking chicken. Apparently some paragraphs were missed. Okay, I'll just put that in my doc. Sondheim has got the original. Or this is citing, was it one of the newspapers? Hey. Oh, this takes out some paragraphs. Okay. Okay. So, where's the quote? I might just put a full quote in there, like this part here. Probably like that. Ugh. Source. In Arabic. What a big fat. This is the wrong speech. What for the Israel is the problem? Oh, is the dates not match? Wait. Hang on. Yeah, because they're talking about union leaders on the 26th, but then the existence is the issue on 29th. I think this retelling here makes sense if this is the same speech, but when's this from? Oh yeah, 26. Okay. So this one, the existence is the issue, apparently is a different speech, even though he kind of mentions it here. Okay. Fuck me. I don't know. God. So I don't know what the 29th one is. This is the 26th one. Oh, okay. Wait, what's my notes say? Oh. About moves intended to trigger war with Israel. Speech to unionists. Okay, fuck it. What an absolute nightmare, bro. Where is he? It's a multi-day convention. What, we just gave the same speech 3 times? He's telling me this was all over Israel getting triggered. But everyone was triggered, okay? It's difficult because I don't know if there are any analogies for preemptive wars, like the way Israel did that. I don't think they exist. Are there any other big wars where that's how it happened? People did a preemptive strike like that? Apart from, I guess Hamas did it to Fatah in 2006-7, right? Hamas did it in Gaza, right? Actually, I need the fucking bathroom. Fuck. All right. Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
You're all right. You're maybe a bit quiet. Do you have volume control, or will I do it here?
Let me try to turn it up a bit. Is that better?
I can control that from here, yeah.
Okay, you're turning it up. All right.
And you sound fine. I think you said you're not using your proper mic.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm visiting my folks in the United States right now, so I'm not in my home base in London.
Oh, you're a Londoner. Oh, yeah,
yeah,
you're LSE, right?
Yeah, I'm PhD student. Yeah.
Okay.
History.
Well, what can I do for you?
Well, I mean, I think it's fair for me to call in after calling you a North Korea. I mean, of course, that's hyperbole, but I do think you were propagandizing on that thread in two respects. In one, trying to defend a disgraceful apologetics session by Destiny for atrocities, and two, you seem to be presenting it as an open question whether the blockade was, of course, was punitive. It was punitive in nature, and also creating a false dichotomy that it had to be either punitive or concerned with national security. Of course, Israel didn't want weapons to go into Gaza, so that's easy. But you seem to be kind of blurring the lines, and I just didn't think it was intellectually honest. But maybe I was being unfair. We'll see.
I think I explicitly rejected the false dichotomy in the introduction of the thread. No, I said that the problem is that some people will just think it all has to be security based. Like there has to be a security reason, even if it's cookies, which is ridiculous. But then the other is that people only seem to want to talk about the punitive stuff because as if the weapon stuff doesn't exist. I thought that was my position.
Well,
I never denied that it was punitive. I think I actually said, like, what was it? They either wanted, it's undeniable that some of them wanted the Gazans to suffer or just didn't care. I feel like this just got ignored. I don't know.
Sure. The language you used in one tweet in particular I'm looking at now, some parts of Gaza's blockade might well have been punitive. It seems to be characterizing this as an open question, whereas it's not, as you seem to be conceding now.
Yeah, you take it out of context and it might be, but like I'm trying to think. There are ways that you can say, like, let's say someone, let's see. I'm trying to think of an example of doing this. Let's say a guy is caught cheating on his girlfriend, and she's like, "You cheated on me at that fucking party last night at that person's house," and he's like, "No, I didn't. I actually did it at the beach." And she's like, "You might well have done it at the beach, but you cheated on me." It's like, well, she's not really saying that you didn't do it at the beach. She's saying that, like, yeah, you can concede that. That's why I mentioned it like more than once in this thread, that you can say that, yeah, the blockade was absolutely like informed by punitive measures, at least in some degree. That's why people said what they said multiple times, different people. But it's not taking away from the fact that it's the weapons. So, yeah.
Okay, so I think we're in. You think I misunderstood you? I think the thread was in effect. I mean, also you're defending Destiny, whose position was clearly attempting to obscure any punitive element to the blockade with his ridiculous cookie hypothetical. And you're saying Omar was being. You said Omar was being. Like Omar and Grimm were not. Here's why. I mean, it's not that interesting whether I'm misrepresenting you or whether you were misleading, as I think you were. But you called Grimm and Omar dishonest, and I don't understand why, given the argument was simply that the blockade was punitive, that you think they're dishonest if you agree with that position, because they never have said there's no security element to it.
So one at a time. I think I said Destiny looked silly responding to a claim about cookies by talking about sugar and rockets. It seemed he started with the assumption that there had to be a security justification for any blockaded item and just dug it in from there. That seems like I even said at the beginning, there's a propaganda game, and I think both Destiny and Omar were guilty of it, because Omar might not have said there's definitely nothing to do with weapons, but it's just interesting that all he wanted to talk about was cookies. They kept saying, why did the blockade happen? And it's like, oh, I think it's because if they're doing cookies, it's clearly not a security issue or something. I think he literally said that. And it feels like, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like if you had only ever asked Omar about the blockade and not anyone else, you would, well, first of all, you'd probably think the cookie ban was still there because he talks about it, but you also just wouldn't know about the weapons. You wouldn't know that that was like the first ever blacklist that ever appeared from the blockade was in 2008 when they passed that defense act about specifically banning weapons and dual use items. That was the first ever this particular item on paper, we will say, don't do that. So, yeah, no, I think it's fair to call out both ends of that, because if you don't acknowledge the security element, or if you struggle to, that's an issue. Yeah.
Well, but you're misrepresenting their position. Grimm does not, and Omar do not deny that there was a security element to the blockade.
It's like pulling teeth getting it out from them.
I mean, it's obvious there was. Of course, Israel doesn't want weapons to be imported. Of course, it.
But why can't people just say that then?
The whole point is that they're not only doing this, which we agree other states would do, and then there's another point I have in this regard with your tweet. But it's not just that. The relevant issue is that they were blockading food until 2010. They were prohibiting all exports from Gaza virtually until 2015, and still severely restricting it afterwards. They're trying to make Gaza poor and miserable. It wasn't just weapons, because the salient issue is not weapons, because most people are not going to find that objectionable. The salient issue is the food blockade that was in place for 2007 to 2010, and the prohibition on exports, obvious attempts to make Gaza poorer, which you seem to acknowledge now.
You're saying as I always have. I think even in my first reaction to this debate was me saying that, yeah, it's like there's usually two reasons: it's punitive and it's security. Yeah, like I said that in my reaction to the debate. I said it in my thread. I've never not said that. I mean, we can try and find the clip of Omar being asked about the blockade and why it was there, and he just talks about cookies. It's like, I don't know. We can find the clip if you want, but I don't know. I feel like it's pretty.
You think I was misrepresenting you? I think you were misrepresenting Omar and Ryan. It's not that interesting. We can move on, I think.
Okay.
But I understand your position now. Maybe it has always been that the blockade was. I mean, I don't know why you're using "might well" here. It sounds weird weasel words, but regardless, you admit it was punitive. I mean, if I were to say, Stalin might have killed the Poles at Katyn. I mean, it just is a strange language to describe like an acknowledged, established atrocity. But
yeah, if you say that with no other context and you take it out of context of the thread, yeah, it would look like that. But it's in the thread where there's clear mention of punitive action multiple times. So it's like, is what it is.
All right, fair. You think I'm taking other context? I'll reread the thread, and if I come to that conclusion, I'll certainly tweet that out. Maybe it's certainly possible, but. I definitely think, and this may have set me astray, that you simply were misrepresenting Omar and Ryan. They wanted to focus on the outrageous issue, not the. And Destiny wanted to focus on the security issue, but they weren't denying there was a security issue. Right, that's a different thing. So they weren't being dishonest. They just wanted to focus on the more outrageous part. Okay, here's another thing. And this is like Prague or you in a tweet you said. The fact is, any country on earth in those circumstances would do something similar. And if that part can't be acknowledged, the conversation goes nowhere. Okay, that's like Dennis Prager tier stuff. So what is, at least it's a kind of factual. So I can't know you're wrong, you can't know you're right, right? That's so like little logical throat clearing there, obviously. But what is your like historical or political basis for this speculation, right? And I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. It's a kind of factual, so it has to be speculative. But what is your basis for that?
I just think if there's an area where an organization that has quite a lot of control over that area is importing weapons to attack you with it, you're going to want to restrict their imports of weapons and dual use items, because that's what they use to make their weapons.
Sure, but we've agreed that there was a punitive food blockade. We've agreed that there was a punitive prohibition virtual on exports. You think Sweden would do that if they had faced the same level of threat from a neighbor that that Israel did in 2007?
I mean, if you put Swedes in that historical context for a number of decades, then yeah, they probably would. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that historical. I mean, if you put anyone in any historical context, you're going to get very different behavior. But
well, yeah, that's what I mean. Anyone in those circumstances. Yeah.
Well, that's not a meaningful statement. That I mean, because it's almost circular. But
not
the point
really.
is,
some states would do much worse, like much more. Like what did the Saudis do to Yemen? Right? They blockaded so hard that there was a fucking famine. You know, at least I think that's how it went.
Right. Okay. So you're just making that assertion. You don't have. It's just like an intuition pump, essentially. You don't have historical evidence based on the state of Swedish society today, the state of every society in the world today, that their political values would be You think that the political values of any society facing this kind of threat would be compatible with the blockade on food in an attempt to impoverish the population, which we've agreed already was part of the blockade policy, given the prohibition on exports, which makes no sense from a security perspective, total prohibition virtual.
So, I mean, I mentioned countries that would do it worse. I don't know exactly I don't know what you're referring to there where they say, like, how do I know what Sweden would have done in that context? I mean, I feel like when countries get aggressed upon, they tend to get pretty regressive pretty quickly. They tend to get pretty, like, vigilant when it comes to that kind of stuff, no? I don't think it's like, I don't think it's like a massive, like, guess.
All right. Okay, so you don't have any, like, specific argument, it's just a speculation. Okay.
Could you say that Sweden wouldn't do that in Israel circumstances?
believe that the political values of Swedes are, if they face this very, very, very vanishingly small statistical risk that civilians in Israel faced in 2007, I believe they would engage in border security. I think a blockade would be entirely possible, but I don't believe they would attempt to deprive the population of food to punish them. No. I
Well,
mean,
to
this is
be clear, when
speculation.
we're talking
I
about
apologize.
attempting to
It's good.
deprive them of food, I don't really know. Like, do you have any polling on how much of the population actually supported that idea? Because it seemed to be that the not allowing of food came, like the public announcement, as far as I remember, was they don't want weapons to go in. And then the way that they implement the policy is, first of all, they claim to have done it out of simplicity with the whitelisting because they have their list of exporters and suppliers and countries that they trust, and then they keep everything else off. And then even before 2007 to 2010, even before the flotilla incident, they start gradually introducing goods in. Now, it seems like 100% the case that they were slow to reintroduce all those extra goods because they wanted to put pressure on Hamas. But how many people were actually behind that decision and whether or not that was like the basic cultural values of the country, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we can talk about the cultural values of the country a bit. There was a poll from Pew way back in 2014, 2015. I'll just DM you a link really quick talking about it. This wasn't about the blockade, it was about ethnic cleansing of Arabs from Israel. So we're talking not just Palestinian, not just Gazans, not just West Bankers, not just people who identify as Palestinian, but Arab Israelis as well, who might not. And nearly 50% of Israeli Jews said they favored that. So it doesn't seem to me that they're adverse to highly punitive, crime against humanity would be the classification of ethnic cleansing measures. But it seems like a lot of the public was supportive of that even before October 7th, for example. I just think you're making a mistake if you're inferring some kind of liberal political culture in Israel.
What do you mean, liberal political culture compared to what? Like, there's not many countries that are in Israel's circumstances. Yeah, but I don't know why it's so difficult to understand that with, like, Denmark and Sweden have not faced anywhere near the same kind of threats and existential issues that Israel has, like, for what, like centuries. So, like, since the Nazis, but like, yeah, I don't know why you would get that comparison. It's such a strange.
October 7th, they're just statistically speaking, the risk of a terrorist attack to Israel, if you look at go over many years, first intifada, second intifada, other incidents, and so on, is vanishingly small. I mean, it's not a practically significant risk. It'd be much more, being an Uber driver would be much more risky. So, yeah.
I don't really know if that's how it works when you know that there are measures you can take to try and reduce those risks, though. Like if you're living in Israel and you know about terror attacks and second intifada and rockets going over your head all the time, like, I'm sorry, that the psychological impact of living under that, even if it's like, oh, on paper it's not that much more dangerous than what Uber driving or whatever, like that's not really gonna cut it.
Okay, so because of a salience bias, you think any culture would become this or more liberal than Israel?
I mean, you're in America right now, like the country that torched half the Middle East because of 9/11. Yeah, I think so. I think liberal democracies would actually be. Yeah.
Let's talk about that for a second. So, in the United States, let's take Afghanistan for example. In 20 years in Afghanistan, the United States killed far fewer civilians than Israel's killed in 7 months.
9/11 was one attack. One day of terror attacks on a country that is the most powerful military on earth, the biggest economy on earth. They have the Atlantic Ocean on one side. They have the Pacific Ocean on the other side. They've got not that much threat from Canada at the top and Mexico from the south. I'm saying what they did in reaction to one terror attack, right? Without all the border issues and border threats and ideological like rhetoric that comes from these countries surrounding them and like Iran and all that. Like, yeah, that I'm not using it as a one-to-one. I'm just saying that America went fucking ballistic because of one terror attack. They were everyone's like the majority supported the Iraq War, even though the evidence that Saddam was even involved in 9/11 was like never really taken that seriously. So you put America in that situation every day or like for 75 years, then yeah, of course they're probably going to be.
They had 9/11 every day in Israel. Okay,
I didn't
we're
say.
really in
I'm
the.
talking about that situation. Wait, there's no way you thought I just said that that Israel gets a 9/11 every day. You did not think I just said that.
Yeah, I kind of did. Yeah.
Okay. Um, do you consider yourself a good judge of character?
I think decent, but not exceptional.
Okay. I think there's room for improvement. I'm talking about that situation, the situation that Israel's in. Yeah.
Okay. Um, well, you wouldn't dispute. I mean, are you one of these people who memes that every civilian killed in Iraq was killed by the U.S. and therefore we're worse than Israel? Or do you accept that the U.S. in Afghanistan and Iraq, if you look at the rate of civilians killed, and even overall for Afghanistan, likely for Iraq, overall civilians killed by the U.S. was way lower in Afghanistan and probably lower in Iraq, maybe not. I mean, they're different estimates, than Israel's killed in 7 months. So we're talking in Iraq, also decades of war, right? There's people on the pro-Israel side. You found the pro-Palestinian side. And I admit they lie about things, but the pro-Israel side, like this guy John Spencer and Coleman Hughes, and their approach is to lie about how many civilians the U.S. has killed. So, like the Battle of Mosul, for example, they attribute thousands of civilians killed by ISIS to those killed by the U.S. to make us look worse than Israel because they want to defend Israel for some reason. Yeah, I mean, your comparisons aren't good because the practical level of dehumanizing rhetoric we engaged in terms of leadership of the country, right, like Bush and his cabinet, and also the level of brutality the U.S. military engaged in is just incomparable to what the IDF is doing. Now,
Yeah,
you're
because
right,
their
though.
situations are not
You're
comparable.
right
Yeah.
that we launched a completely unjust war, in Iraq. That's completely correct.
Yeah, and
in
that's
a sense,
because of
I'll
one
say we
attack.
have-
Yeah, I'm also talking about the sentiment of the population because we know what happened not only in the United States but also all over Europe. We know what happened to the rise of Islamophobia and all these far right populist parties that used to only get like 3% of the vote, moving up to 20, and these like Islamophobic deport all the brown people parties. And it didn't take much for them to go in that position. France has like the Bataclan, and then Le Pen just starts storming the polls. Yeah, like it doesn't. And the UK, we had 7-7, and now like the BNP suddenly got like a bit of a windfall, and then even besides that, you've got like the rise of UKIP and all these anti-immigration parties and like Brexit and stuff like that. I feel like it doesn't take much to push a otherwise liberal population down that path. And
I mean, otherwise liberal.
that's what all I'm
the other
saying,
day-
right?
The other day, I showed you data on, for example, sex trafficking, which was systematic in Israel, like not punished essentially until we threatened to sanction them. This is a story in Haaretz, and this is 2001. It's much better now. I'm not denying this is better, but this is an expression of illiberalism. It's more like it's the reaction to this problem of complacency and acceptance and so on was much more akin to what you'd expect from a third world country than a Western liberal democracy. And in point of fact, one of the ways that Israel managed to stigmatize sex trafficking, there's a literature on this, is by characterizing it as a problem of non-Jewish immigration. That may sound outrageous to you, but there's an academic literature on this. So no, it's not a liberal society. We just should have a clear-eyed view of what this society is. I'm not trying to vilify it. I'm saying that people like Destiny and you apparently are giving the world a vastly distorted view of this country's commitment to the law bound conflict, commitment to human rights. It's an illiberal democracy, essentially.
Again, it just depends on what we're comparing it to. I feel like the liberal values of a country is pretty much is kind of on a spectrum, isn't it? Like, I don't think, like, yeah, of course, Israel is less liberal than what the UK or Germany or the United States or the Scandinavian countries, but compared to like their neighbors, compared to Iran, then it's like a liberal beacon. It just depends, right?
I mean, sure, you can compare it to Iran, but my point is that we have a distorted view of what Israel is. It isn't a country that takes human rights seriously for non-citizens. It isn't a country that, if you're talking about migrant workers, for example, it isn't a country that takes, or people in occupied territories, it isn't a country that takes the law of armed combat seriously. We can talk about that if you wish. And we should just be clear-eyed about that. Now, maybe your argument is, we'd be as bad in those circumstances. I'm not sure we would in terms of treatment of migrant workers and sex trafficking in terms of the history, but okay, maybe we'd be as bad on security, but it doesn't really matter. We need to have a clear-eyed view of what they are as a country before we fund them unconditionally. And we have a distorted view. Now, I actually agree with you that there's more of a liberal political culture there. than in many of than the neighboring countries, really, generally. But we have a vastly distorted view of where they rank in the human rights and liberalism spectrum, and there's a bunch of propagandistic reasons for this. But you seem to unfortunately share that distortion, and we can talk about the law of armed conflict as well. And this pertains to your defenses of destiny, like the Great March of Return. And again, I understand using, like when I said North Korea propaganda, obviously that's rhetoric and hyperbole. It's not literally saying you're as bad as someone propagandizing for Kim Jong-un. But I don't say that out of no research. I don't say that out of no conviction, just to be silly. I really believe that you are propagandizing by defending Destiny's takes, and certainly Destiny, for atrocities, mass murder. And I think I can defend that if you want to talk about the Great March of Return, for example.
Out of
And I
interest,
think
I'm looking at the Organized Global Crime Index right now for ranking countries in terms of human trafficking. I've got, obviously top would be like Afghanistan, Eritrea, Yemen, etc. Israel is like around the same level as like Germany, France, but also Jordan for human trafficking.
Okay, the U.S. No. So again, I was talking about sex trafficking in 2001. I clearly demarcated that.
Okay.
Now, in terms of the level of, I'm not sure how this index works. The United States ranks Israel right now in tier 2. That's the same as Saudi Arabia, the same as UAE. There are different indices that define this differently, to be sure. There's some that Israel might do well on. The point I made was historical. And then there's another point with migrant workers. There was a study by Human Rights Watch in 2015. And by the way, Saudi Arabia treats migrant workers terribly. So I'm not saying they're good on this. Obviously, they're horrible. But there was a report by Human Rights Watch in 2015 that showed large groups of Thai migrant workers were studied. And almost all these folks were being swindled. They were being paid less than minimum wage. They were being overworked above maximum hours. I'm going to Google this right now, actually. Thai migrant workers, Human Rights Watch. And they're living in squalor. They didn't have pay slips. So no, it's just an illiberal. Again, they're not the only country with these problems. Certainly not in the region, my God, and also not in the world, right? So it's not like Israel is uniquely evil in this regard. It's just, this is not something that I believe Americans would do. It's not something French would do. I mean, of course they would do it, but not systematically like this, right? So yeah, now you can find some indices. I don't know if that, it could also relate to volume of people. Like citizens are relevant too, are citizens being trafficked, but the history is the history, right? The 2001 history I talked about where the U.S. threatened to sanction them because of sex trafficking being systematic. Like I mentioned, it's much better now, right? In that regard, I mentioned that clearly. But the problems continue in terms of these Thai workers, for example. I'll just read from the report now. In fact, the Israeli Supreme Court, one of its better institutions, has described the system they use as kind of binding people to a specific sector. And but that is one of the most liberal institutions they have, their Supreme Court, by the way. Said this is akin to a modern day version of slavery, and it still applies to the domestic care sector there. But find this way. Yeah, but yeah, read this report on the Thai workers. Like they're all being swindled, basically. We're not talking about like a high. So that to me is a mark of an illiberal society, right? And I don't believe that would happen in the United States. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. I'm saying it wouldn't happen at a systematic level, right? So again, it's not to vilify. Like the Japan has a problem with this. I'm very concerned about Japan. We're going to have a big influx of folks from Nigeria. I'm concerned about that because they have an issue with this. They may not have a high rate because they have so few migrant workers right now, but they have an issue with this, right? So it's not Israel is uniquely evil. It is that Israel is not what we think it is, and we need to make adjustments accordingly. That is the argument.
I don't really know. Maybe in the conservative, like Christian sphere, there are people who think that Israel is just like about as liberal as the United States or a European country. I don't think I've ever tried to make that claim. I think it all exists in a spectrum. Yeah, of course there is. Like it's not like it's not like you expect a liberal democracy to be occupying another piece of land and expanding settlements into it. It's not like you expect a liberal country to do a nation state law. It's not like you expect like the massive surge in the like Orthodox population and the amount of protections and privileges they're given. So yeah, of course there are places where you can make these criticisms, and of course it depends on like they are still in different circumstances, which I think contributes to it. But yeah, I don't really know.
Okay,
I'm not
gonna
sure
quote
what you're
this. Let
pushing
me
back
quote.
against. Yeah, I don't, but
So
I don't think it,
contrary to
I just
law,
don't use the binary of like liberal versus not liberal. I feel like, yeah, there are some countries that exist
no,
somewhere in the middle. Yeah.
I think that's appropriate. You can say Saudi Arabia is not a liberal democracy. You can say Israel's not a liberal democracy. I think
No,
it's
because
highly
that just makes them sound like the same level. Like, I think Israel's markedly different from Saudi Arabia when it comes to levels of liberalism. No.
no, yeah, but they're
Yeah.
not a
Okay.
liberal democracy. Hungary is markedly different than Saudi Arabia and levels of liberalism. Russia is as well. Like there is more grassroots. Lebanon is where your father's from. Lebanon has more liberal ideas than Saudi Arabia, but it doesn't mean Lebanon
I mean,
liberal. I think
Lebanon, where
actually
you have
Lebanon.
like two armies, and one of them is like non-government, and one
Okay,
of them is supported and backed by a theocracy, and is bigger than the national army. And where like,
I
yeah,
think
they'll have elections, but like I think for like from the recession up until 2020, their government was like barely functioning for half of that time. Like they didn't really have
okay,
a
sure,
government,
but
like no
they
traffic
do
lights on the
have
roads and
elections.
shit. Yeah.
Not really. Okay, well, that's a weird issue. That's not a, Lebanon is not a liberal society, obviously. And we can talk about some of the problems we just talked about with Israel for Lebanon, certainly. But my point is they have elections that are not rigged. You can protest in Lebanon. There are protests.
Mhm.
People are allowed to protest. So you wouldn't, but it would be a big exaggeration for that to say Lebanon is a liberal democracy. And I say that Israel, despite being much more prosperous and functional, is much more analogous to Lebanon than a Western democracy. Um,
Out of interest, maybe I actually don't know this. You can tell me. Like I know in like in the Israeli Knesset, you've got to the point where they have like Arab Knesset members who at various points have like made statements in support of Hezbollah during the occupation of Lebanon before 2000. You've had like, and it's not like, it feels like a lot of the criticism that people take from Israel, even the far leftists, is they get it from Israeli sources. They get it from like Haaretz or from B'Tselem or from Standing Together, or like internal critique is a very common thing in Israel, not to mention like the declassification of documents and all that, like for transparency. It's not like, I don't really know, does Lebanon do that or?
Well, you're talking about no. So there are definitely some elements where Israel is more liberal. But if you're talking about like rights for citizens, I don't think that's very, including Arab. I don't think that's a very compelling example. Like states tend to protect the rights of their citizens. Like here's like Afro Saudis, black Saudi citizens have rights that you couldn't infer from that. Therefore, Saudi Arabia is liberal and treats black migrant workers well. So I don't think allowing free speech to citizens, which Lebanon does as well, incidentally, is a compelling.
Yeah, but is there like a B'Tselem organization that's allowed, like equivalent, that's allowed to criticize Hezbollah's rights record?
Israel threatened to Israel's defense minister threatened to prosecute B'Tselem for saying that in the Great March of Return, Israel shouldn't shoot unarmed civilians.
And B'Tselem still exists, and they still came out and they called Israel an apartheid government state. Yeah, so what? Again, you're comparing, again, like you understand what you just did there, right? I was asking you if there's any equivalent of human rights organizations that are in Lebanon that like repeatedly criticize the actions of Hezbollah and their treatment of locals or people in Syria or whatever else.
There's a human rights organization in Lebanon that operates lawfully and vilifies. It's called This Is Lebanon. Vilifies the country's laws regarding the treatment of migrant workers, and they're not shut down by the state. So, I mean, with Hezbollah, it's a different kettle of fish because they're like an armed group. But regardless, you can like pick at little analogies here. I think. The Israel-Lebanon analogy is much better than the Israel-United States, Israel-Sweden analogy. If you look at the issues we've talked about, they do have democracy, they have free speech for citizens, but if you're not a citizen, you're in occupied territories, you're a migrant, you're fucked. I think the analogy is better. We might not agree on that.
I mean, it's just that you used an example of like a minister threatening to go after B'Tselem because of the Great March of Return, whereas like in Lebanon, you've got like a case in where there's like a critic of Hezbollah who got murdered and shit. And there was like okay.
Well, what about the the CLDH, right?
Nope.
Okay, the Lebanese Center for Human Rights criticizes the state all the time and denounces human rights violations, and they're not shut down.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I think Lebanon is a better analogy than, and I think if we saw Israel as Lebanon, we'd have more informed policies. The other thing I think is I mean, it's an interesting case because citizens have rights in Israel, right? You mentioned these guys who are Arab Israelis and are, you know, same with that Hezbollah. They have rights, right? No question. But people in Lebanon with extreme views have rights too if they're citizens. The key thing with a liberal democracy versus an illiberal democracy, I think, is does this extend to the rest of the world to any extent, right? Of course, every country treats citizens better, but like in the law of armed conflict, do they follow the law of armed conflict? No, Israel does not. Do they treat migrant workers with basic fairness and swindle them? No, Israel does not. It's do they the occupied territories you mentioned, they're colonizing, right? They torture. That's very different than liberal democracies. The United States, of course, engaged in torture after the September 11th, but generally speaking, and what distinguishes one distinguishing feature from liberal democracies and other countries is the use of torture, and it's systematic in Israel, and that's the difference in the occupied territories, right?
Okay, so yeah, I know, I know where you're at. Then, so personally, I think how liberal a country is. Some countries are clearly not, like whether it's China or like fucking Iran or whatever. But then some are probably in a more of a gray area. Like I would say Poland, Hungary. I'd say Israel's in there as well. Yeah, I think it's okay to put Israel in like on the spectrum of liberal countries, albeit very flawed. I'm okay with that. You seem to think it doesn't count as liberalism at all. That's fine.
I think it's better to think of it as like Lebanon or Turkey, maybe. It's not the level of protection of seriousness about adherence to international norms in Poland is not comparable to Israel. I mean,
I'm sure it depends on which you're talking about. Like, I'm sure for like gay rights, it probably swings quite hard in favor of Israel versus Lebanon and Turkey.
well,
but,
I mean,
or Lebanon
homosexuality is.
anyway.
They're countries. I don't think you'd think Thailand has an amazing human rights record, or the Philippines does, and they have tolerance for homosexuality. So I don't think that's a very availing example.
Well, that's why you have to use it. Like, that's why it's a complex issue. But yeah.
Regardless, we don't agree on. Let's go. Okay, this is a general disagreement. I think Israel is better seen as like a Lebanon or a Turkey for human rights. Probably worse actually, because of the occupation and so on. But I think that's the best categorization. You seem to think it should be a liberal. We should see it as a liberal democracy. I've given examples. We don't agree. We can move on, I think.
Hmm?
Okay. So, do you think Israel as a military generally follows the law of armed conflict? Like, has a serious commitment to that? I'm not saying that they don't commit. Like, you could commit war crimes and still have some seriousness to commitment to that, right? So I'm not saying, one war crime would mean they don't. But as a general practice, in say the Gaza wars, the Great March of Return, do you think that they have shown a serious commitment to the law of armed conflict?
With my layman's understanding of laws of armed conflict, I think they do it better than most, given the circumstances. Maybe not as good as NATO countries, but yeah, generally, I think as much. Yeah, there's room for improvement, but yeah.
Okay, can we talk about see now that's where the North Korea stuff comes in.
Okay.
Because that's just apologetics. This military engages in massacres, and this is before. And I'm going to give you specific examples. So, catch your breath for a sec, grab a drink. Like, just give me 2 minutes. I hope I don't get too boring, but I'm going to talk about the Great March of Return a bit. And I actually think, as a sane person who I assume isn't a sociopath, you'll agree that this is essentially massacre and mass murder, that it isn't hyperbole. Okay, so the Great March of Return, you're familiar with the outline of it, I imagine. I'll just tell your audience briefly. A gentleman, a 34-year-old Palestinian journalist, came up with the idea for a nonviolent march. A committee was held, and they articulated a commitment to principle of nonviolence, but also they wanted to approach the fence, to walk toward the fence. That was a key element of this exercise, right? And at the very beginning of the march, so we're talking about March 2018 now, the involvement of Hamas was extremely marginal. Moreover, some of the incidents that your buddy Destiny talks about, like the what is it called again? These kites that were set on fire. This did not happen until April, right? So on May 30th, which was the big first event of the Great March of Return, you had tens of thousands of people there. They were civilians picnicking and so forth, right? And what happened? I'm going to grab some examples as to what happened. Just a second. And I'm going to give you the circumstances in which these people were shot. And then I want you to tell me whether you think Israel is a military that adheres to the laws of armed conflict seriously. Okay, I think this is it. Yes, here we go. Okay, here's an example. Muhammad Obaid. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This fellow. Okay, he was a footballer. He took his telephone out. He walked toward the fence. He's about 150 meters away, unarmed. He took his phone out and began to record. Right. Now, after he started recording with his cell phone, an IDF sniper shot him in the right side of his right leg. So he was shot over this in both legs, and he's disabled for life because of that. So that's one example. Now you could think, oh, that's a one-off. Weird things happen in war. Okay. Here's another guy, Yusuf Krones, unarmed 19-year-old, attending the demonstration on 30 March. Again, this is before the incendiary kites that Destiny talks about. He was
Sorry, are
wearing a
you
blue...
sorry? One second. I can just fast forward this whole thing. I don't really have like a, as far as I know about as far as I know about the March of Return, is I think the IDF like completely overreacted. I think they were probably expecting a lot more than what they got.
Overreacted. This is a massacre.
No, I don't think it was a massacre. No.
Okay, it's not a massacre. So what would you call this incident?
Typically, so I typically consider a massacre is what happens after people have surrendered, not when there is actually like a level of conflict happening.
Would you consider it to be murder?
Don't know.
Okay. Let's go through more examples, though, please, because there are quite a few. They're quite a large number. Okay, a 41-year-old.
Yeah, but you realize you just claiming these like incidents like in isolation like is not really going to add anything to this conversation. Like you realize that because you're treating it like it's just like this one person and then this one person on the other side, if you use them all in isolation. But the problem is that the context of the Great March of Return is that you have a national conflict happening in an armistice line with a buffer zone, with two de facto governments and militaries on each side.
All right.
Like, I don't really know why.
Let's talk about another case of your liberal democracy. A 16-year-old schoolboy. He walked within.
Okay, so you're not going to engage with anything I said. Okay.
No, I'm not. He was distributing sandwiches to demonstrators, unarmed. The IDF shot him in the face. So that's justified because of the armed conflict. Like you're basically at the point. You guys are condoning this monstrous fucking military. The U.S. Marines would not do this. They wouldn't. I'm sorry. I'm not being chauvinistic. No, we would not do this. Here's another example. 25-year-old mechanic. This is all of March 30th, by the way, one day. Naji, this fellow Naji, shot in the abdomen, 5 p.m., March 30th, died the same day. 300 meters away from the separation fence, unarmed. They were just murdering them. Now, the goal may not have been to murder Palestinians, it may have been to disperse this march, but they were essentially murdering people. And by the way, Hamas, which was involved in the march, was very, very marginal at the beginning. So this is 30 March, I'm using that for a reason.
Yeah, I never denied that Hamas weren't marginal, yeah.
They were very marginal at the beginning of the March of Return in terms of their presence at this. It wasn't developed by them, and their presence was extremely small. These people were not Hamas.
Yeah, but I think the problem is that there were militants there, and there were like people trying to get through the border fence. Isn't that the issue?
So you can shoot a 17-year-old handing out onions. There's another one who was handing out onions.
Okay, just out of here's a question. Just so we can actually engage in some like I want to just ask you a question, just so we can actually like try to analyze the situation. Do you think a group of people trying to break through the Gazan border fence between Gaza and Israel, setting fires on the other side, etc., do you think that is analogous to say like a Mexican teenager trying to cross the American border? Do you think these are analogous situations?
You're being ridiculous.
Why can't you answer that question? That's a very easy question to answer, by the way. Because do you think these are analogous situations? That's analogous.
They may not be analogous perfectly, but they're both.
Or even a group of like 100 Mexicans trying to cross the U.S. border. Let's say 100 Mexicans try to cross the U.S. border. Do you think that's analogous to the 100 people at the buffer zone trying to break through the border fence? Yeah?
They weren't trying to break through the border fence. They were not. Some people did. These people did not. This guy was standing 300 meters away. The plan of the march was, and they expressly described this. They got more radical as they got massacred. Surprisingly, wow. The plan of the march was to walk toward the fence, but not to go through it. They did not plan to go through it. Now, some people, this changes, this became more radical, but the reason I'm using March 2018 examples, and you're just defending atrocities.
Yeah, it changes when people try to break through the fence.
Is important to you, but just massacring these people is okay. All right. I'm going to give another example. Again, shot in the same day, led to amputation. I'm going to give this.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
17-year-old Muhammad, unarmed, 300 meters away from the fence, handing out onions and water, was shot in the leg, and his leg had to be amputated. I mean, these people have no seriousness. So the United Nations suggested that this was a crime against humanity, Israel's conduct in the UN investigation, and the reason for that is because it is mass murder, right? It's like Hamas on October 7th is a crime against humanity because they intentionally killed civilians, and same with Israel. They shot over 6,000 people just in 2018 alone. The United Nations found that one was justified under the laws of armed conflict.
Yeah, because they treated it as a policing
No,
incident.
you're
Yes.
wrong. You're wrong. I bet $10,000. You're wrong. That's it. You're getting that from Destiny.
Does it not say in the Does it not say in the report?
They do both. They do both. Destiny Wikipedia it or read it too quickly. They did both. They did both analyses.
What was the other analysis?
It was international human rights law.
Can you show me
They
that?
did IHL. Yes. You haven't read this, dude.
No, I haven't. I didn't say I've read it. I've just read bits of it. So you can show me.
Yes. They use international humanitarian law, which is the law of armed conflict. And they call it they say it's likely a crime against humanity, which is a term related to war. Like Destiny's completely wrong about this, as are you.
There might be. Might have a look at it. Who knows?
No, you are completely wrong on this.
I am just saying, though, why did you find it so hard to say that this was analogous to 100 people trying to get across the American border from Mexico?
Because it might be different, but it's totally it's still mass murder. Yeah, it might be scarier, but it's still mass murder. It might be riskier. It still is mass murder. These are civilians.
No, what riskier? In what sense?
Dude, like just defend this or don't. Like.
By the way, IHL is IHL the same as laws of armed conflict? They overlap, but not necessarily.
Are you really going to make this semantical point to try to get out of the fact that
that's not semantic? Those are different legal categories. Again, I told you my opinion. I told you my opinion of the Great March of Return was that I thought the IDF response was insanely disproportionate to the threat, probably because they expected more. I've told you that, but you're acting like it was a massacre, as if like this threat was trivial. I'm saying it's not trivial. The people were trying to break through the border fence, and I think after October 7th. Now that we know what happens when that border fence is breached, that's probably a reason to be quite jumpy, no?
Okay, post hoc, we're going to engage in post hoc reasoning.
What do you mean post hoc? Do you think the IDF had no reason to be like, it's actually pretty dangerous if this border fence gets broken through, right?
No, I don't think you can shoot women and children who are 300 meters away from a fence handing out sandwiches.
Yeah, no, I don't think they should. That's why I make the case that I thought the IDF response was atrocious in the Great March of Return. But you're calling it a massacre. You realize that there's a difference. You realize that it doesn't have to be a massacre to be bad, right?
It was many massacres. It's a massacre. Look, you shouldn't use hyperbole, right? But this was a massacre. They were shooting unarmed civilians who posed no threat, who were hundreds of meters away from the fence. So here's an example.
Were the majority of the people who got, I know you think that just one more, you realize the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, right? You can't just keep on giving one individual case at a time. Were the majority of the people who were shot in the buffer zone, or were they outside of the buffer zone? The one that everyone understood to be a buffer zone.
I don't have that statistic. They posed no threat.
Because most of them were in the buffer zone, right? You know full well most of them were in the buffer zone. It's an armistice line. You understand that the Gaza border is not just a border, it's an armistice line.
Yeah.
In the context of a national conflict.
Yeah, because you can just massacre civilians under your understanding of IHL in a buffer zone. Okay.
I mean, you can use the loaded language if you want. I'll put it this way, like personally, maybe I just have a hawkish opinion on this both ways. I think, you know how like there were a bunch of Jews living in Gaza before 1929, they had to get evacuated because of the riots. You know that story? If their descendants decided to start marching on the Gaza wall to do a little march of return to get their homes back from people living in Gaza, and the Hamas authorities saw them at the wall and just shot them for trying to get through, I think they're probably in their rights to do that in that context. Like it's an armistice line. You're not supposed to run, like to go into the buffer zone of an armistice line.
do, if I mean, it's unbelievable that you guys are like the type of people who are like trans youth sports and it's okay to massacre civilians. Okay, but why not use like water cannons, skunk water? There are other ways to disperse a rally or a riot, whatever you want to call it, than massacring people.
Yeah, why not? That's why I said the IDF overreacted. The fact that I think they put, it seemed to be that let me finish my sentence. It seems to be that they expected more than they were getting because, like you said, Hamas were not actually very present there. Yeah, the fact that they were using live rounds on people who did have even like a reasonable amount of range in terms of immediate threat. Yeah, that's my critique of the IDF in the Great March of Return.
So
I just don't think
here's
it
an
was a
example.
massacre. You realize? Can you acknowledge that a thing
Yeah,
can
I
be
would.
can be bad but not be a massacre, right?
But this was a
Thank you.
massacre.
Cool.
This was a crime against humanity.
Okay.
Their legal analysis was that this is a crime against humanity, and the reason they said it. So first of all, like you're just defending this guy. First of all, you haven't read. I actually thought you were smarter because I watched some of your videos. I watched your video on Haifa, and then I'm like,
Yeah.
was it Haifa? Yeah, no, Haifa. And I'm like, okay, no, he actually has read Benny Morris. He has a reasonable view of the Nakba and so on. But no, but on this, you're just deranged. That maybe you're trying to pander to destiny. I don't know. So here's another example. A 16-year-old girl, she actually got 50 feet from the teenage girl got 50 feet from the separation fence. I mean, these IDF guys are brave.
Yeah, it's almost
really
as if
brave.
when you've got like a riot at the border in the middle of an armistice line, in the middle of a national conflict, then yeah, people get the situations get quite chaotic. Do you think if the girl was there, like
she planted a flag 50 meters away from the fence and stood facing the IDF soldiers.
Okay.
And then she does something really scary. She draws her finger across her throat.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I mean that I gotta say, a teenage girl. If I have a gun, I'm murdering her at that.
Sorry,
point.
do you want me to substitute myself with imaginary learner box who thinks it's okay to kill a teenage girl who makes a gesture at the IDF?
No, that's what you want to fund. You want to fund these people. And this was a peaceful. They were so unless you're for the occupation.
No way. I'm just saying, like, why did you say it in that way? Do you want me to go and get like imaginary IDF box who actually thinks it's a good thing to kill people who do that?
I'm saying that shooting her, she didn't die, I don't believe, but shooting her was a work.
If that's your interpretation, yeah, sure, why not? Like, do you think I disagree with that?
Why not? But I'm saying they kept doing. This is not the reason I'm reading all of these. Isn't for dramatic effect. It's to show you that like they did this over and over again. It wasn't like one-off. This was systematic.
When you say when you say over and over again and systematic, like yeah, it happened. And would you admit? Okay, do you think this was like were they just lined up against a wall, or is this like a chaotic situation?
It's a chaotic situation, and their rules of engagement are so insanely loose that it resulted in effectively a massacre. Yeah, I don't think the plan was let's go kill. It clearly wasn't, right? We agree. There was no plan to kill Palestinian civilians, but because the rules of engagement allowed any threat, like a 16-year-old girl planting a flag. Ooh, and was this person prosecuted? No, they're never prosecuted by the idea. People who do this ever, virtually never. That they're justifying murder. Murder doesn't have to be premeditated. I don't say this was premeditated murder, but it was murder, you know. And this is the military you and Destiny want to fund. I think is like Liberal Democracy Day or whatever.
So if you're saying again, like that would mean that even if they're not planning it, that would still come under recklessness, which would count as war crime.
Yeah, right.
Crime against humanity. You're saying that poetically, right? That's not like IHL ruling.
They accuse IHL because if your rules of engagement are such that you're allowing your soldiers to murder people, right? Which is what they were.
No,
then
crime against humanity is when you intentionally target civilians. No.
The legal lines are fuzzy, but
they're not. It's an attack directed at a civilian population is a crime against humanity. It's like one of the worst crimes that you can possibly commit. It's like next door to genocide.
The UN said this likely constitutes crimes against humanity. The conduct of that. If you are saying it doesn't matter what your motive is, if you are sanctioning murder as a state through your rules of engagement, that can constitute crime against humanity. So if I say, for example, like let's say you're my soldier, and I say, and there's I have 1,000 soldiers, and I tell my soldiers, okay, if anyone looks askance at you, shoot them, and then they shoot them. That would be a crime against humanity, even though I'm not saying you shoot, go out looking to kill people. I think you're conflating massacre with crime against humanity.
No, I'm not. That's my understanding of crime against humanity, is that it is an intentional like targeting of civilians.
Yeah, intentionality is not a simple debate question. If you have an extremely loose rules of engagement that allows murder, then as a matter of policy, and your soldiers in fact murder pursuant to that, as they did in the Great March of Return, then you can be accused of crimes against humanity. It's legal semantics. But the UN report, which you haven't read and Destiny hasn't read, he didn't understand the most foundational. He's argued this in 2 debates and didn't even know they were applying both IHL and international human rights law. They were looking at both paradigms, right? Because obviously you could debate whether this is armed conflict or not. And you repeated this. You got this from Destiny. I mean, my God, I under over
I also read. No, I'm sorry.
Destiny.
I read the passages that were in that were put on Twitter. People said that. So you're talking about like laws of armed conflict, right?
They applied. Yeah, they did an IHL analysis. They did not just do police. So you got that from Destiny, and it's bullshit. Yeah.
Okay.
So you should be embarrassed by that. And you're also like,
why are
it's a
you being
weird
so
half-hour-
combative with me?
Because I am being combative because I care about the issue, and I think you're doing something bad. And I want you to change because you have a platform. That's why. I don't hate you or anything like that.
Even though my position on the Great March of Return is different from Destiny's, I don't think it was an understandable. Like, I don't think it was like these shootings were justified. You understand that? I don't know how many times I have to say that. I just don't think it was a massacre. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you've moved. Okay, I'm glad you've moved toward that. That is a more reasonable debate.
Well, I haven't moved towards that. That's always been my position. I can find you clips from my old content if you want.
You've changed over the course of this conversation on this, but we can.
No, that's. Do you think an overreaction is like justified?
You use very tame language at the beginning, and now you're using harsher language. But it's good. It's progress. So,
I mean, if you want to pretend that you've changed me on something, go ahead. Sure. All right.
You don't care if I've changed you. I just want your position to change. I mean, like this was you can. Okay. So let's leave aside massacre, whether you change, because these are kind of petty things. Like maybe the more relevant.
It's not petty because you got really angry at me saying it was an overreaction.
Yeah, because well, first of all, you said they didn't deploy. No, when I said that they found war crimes were committed, you said they didn't deploy international. No, they did. So you were defending it in some weird provisional way. Anyway, so and also they imply that the UN report implies it was murder. So they're talking about crimes against humanity, and they say murder and other inhumane acts that cause great suffering or serious. And of course, they're being circumspect with their language because this is something the ICC would have to find, right? They're not saying this happened, but they're saying murder and other inhumane acts that cause great suffering or serious injury qualify as such violations. The commission found serious.
I think the report said something. Serious human rights violations were committed, which may account to crimes against humanity. I don't think they ever made a conclusion about that. So
no, well, they can't make a conclusion about it because they're not the ICC.
Did they not conclude that these were violations of IHL?
Yeah, they did.
So what do you mean? They can make their decision. They can make an opinion. They can do that without the ICC. What the fuck do you say that for?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. But so the crime against humanity case they think is more debatable, and the war crimes case is not. Systematic war crimes is not. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean that seems to be the best reading. So yeah, you might be. I think that's a fair point. That they'd want more investigation before deciding whether this is a crime against humanity. But they raise the issue. They clearly do. They say this may constitute it. Right?
And I guess we have a different interpretation of what massacre means. I think massacre typically has to involve like either people are like the threat is like completely gone, like there's just no aggression from one side, or like I usually understand massacre is what happens after people surrender or after the fighting is stopped, not mid-fight. But
I mean,
generally,
you can massacre people. Soldiers can massacre people if there's no fight. It's just people who are not engaged in hostilities. But yeah. Anyway, so do you, having talked about this report to some extent, do you have any pause arming unconditionally a military that engaged in this conduct?
I don't believe in unconditional arming. No.
Okay. I mean, you don't need me to read about the 11-year-old they shot, right?
What I don't know if like the conditions of whether or not you arm someone should be based on if one person gets shot. What?
No, I mean there are multiple 11-year-olds, but 13,
okay.
14.
But it sounded like you had one example there that was going to change the entire position on whether or not you support a country.
I mean, I'm being sarcastic.
Okay.
I'm being sarcastic, but they just massacred people.
Okay. No, I don't believe in unconditional arming. I think it's actually a good thing that America is not sending munitions, well, so far, because of the Rafah attack. So,
Okay. Here's one question. So on the Great March of Return, how severe, just more normatively, like scale 1 to 10, I know it's kind of a silly thing to say, but how serious do you consider these kind of violations, which I've talked about?
I might have to read more about it.
Okay. So all right, we can read more about it now. So there's a girl, 14-year-old girl.
No, that's not what I count reading about it. I don't count reading about it
No.
as you just in my own time. I can get back to you on that.
You haven't read it. A 14-year-old girl.
I just said I need to read more about it. What are you doing? I don't want you to just like lecture me on these like case examples.
No, we're gonna read a few
No, you
more.
realize you sitting there saying a 10-year-old was shot because they waved at the IDF, and then next one, a 14-year-old ran up and threw a stone the size of a fucking grape, and then they got shot.
No.
That's not how I assess a situation.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Like,
well, these are all data points, so you should assess situation this way. But a 14-year-old girl approached the fence with wire cutters. There were warning shots fired. Okay, ooh, that's the IDF's justification, and then they killed her as she continued to cut the fence. A 14-year-old kid, 8th grader, I think.
okay.
So, I mean, this is murder, is it not?
I'm just going to wait
If
till
it
you
says
move
I
on to the
describe
next
it-
topic. I think I've said like 3 times now I'd like to read more about it in my own time, but you're just continuing.
Read the full UN report.
All right, I'll
Like,
start.
please.
I'll start right now. Okay.
Okay, you can just engage in debate bro stuff. But
What do you think
guys
you've
are
been
just-
doing?
No, I've been reading you cases of people they shot and seriously injured. Like I'm
After
reading
I
you
said
cases-
how many times that I'd rather just read the report instead of just
as the
have you
cases-
choose your
as the
favorite
cases
bits to me?
accumulate- As the cases accumulate, 11-year-old who yelled slogans at the IDF, unarmed shot in the head. Yeah,
PDF.
I mean this was a massacre, but you can justify.
Page
I mean,
1 out of 251. Submitted as a supplement to A/HRC/40/74. This text sets out the detailed findings of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry.
all right.
Have you
all
stopped?
right,
Okay.
all right.
Anything else? What any of the you want to talk about violations of laws of armed conflict? Any of the wars, maybe, or
Yeah, we can talk about the wars. So you haven't read, but just to get your point of the Great March of Return, you haven't read much about that. Is that
I
correct?
think if we even rewind this VOD, I said that I didn't have like a very strong take on like whether or not it was completely justified or not. Like it seems to be that it was a pretty insane situation.
Okay, you have a very strong take whether. Okay, so here's my point. So Destiny justified this on the debate and falsely said that they only analyze this as a police control offense. So do you think that is does that show seriousness of purpose on his part that he in 2 debates talked about this without having clearly read the report because they're doing IHL analysis throughout, in addition to the police analysis?
Yeah, it's not the first time if that's the case, it's not the first time I've seen Destiny make a mistake. I mean, that's when I saw Ryan Grimm posting screenshots of this thing. That's why I thought I saw as well. So I don't know, but
Okay.
yeah. Do you think I've never
All right.
like pointed out mistakes that Destiny's made in analysis?
I mean, let's talk about the Destiny thing really quick. Then we can talk a little bit more about.
Well, actually, no. I'd rather we just speak about different issues. I mean, you can use me as a proxy to fight with Destiny if you want, but like, yeah, you can just talk to me rather.
Yeah, I mean, I basically, well, it's a criticism of you because I think you're because you are capable. I will give you actually it's a criticism in some sense because you are capable of reading. We all have biases, right? I'm not saying you don't or I don't, but you are capable. I've watched a couple of your videos. You are capable of reading a text, of discerning important points, of engaging in analysis, and teasing out extremist polemical views that don't make any sense, and coming to reasonable conclusions. And given that, I think you're more culpable in the sense for apologizing for Destiny's ridiculous propaganda and lies and so on. And you're probably doing it for views or something. I don't know, but it's
Okay,
not
I'm just going to
ethical.
say very quickly, and then we can move on. I think since the beginning of this conflict, I think I've probably effectively pushed back on claims that Destiny has made that I thought were wrong more than just about anyone else, because like it seems to be that whenever I bring a lot of these issues to him, it seems like I've looked into it enough that he typically moves off of it. Like I feel like I've been doing this since before October 7th. So maybe you didn't notice that. Maybe you've just been unaware, but it's fine. I even
Okay,
did
so
it in
here's
the
an
thread that
example.
you brought up at the start of this conversation, just so you know. But anyway,
Okay, will you correct him on? I mentioned this too. I
so
think I
you wanted to
DM'd
talk
you.
about the wars.
No, we'll talk about that in a second. Just one more point on this, and we'll go to the war. I promise. Okay.
Hmm.
So here's another example of this. The other day, Destiny tweeted 300 IDF soldiers were injured and a few were killed in the Great March of Return. Utterly false. 0 were killed in the Great March of Return. 1 was killed in the vicinity. About 4 were injured. So just citing bogus data. Okay, maybe he made a mistake. Wikipedia may have been wrong. He was corrected multiple times and left the tweet up. So that's an example of dishonesty. And I pointed that to you, I believe, and you didn't do anything about it. So.
Oh, I had to mute you on Twitter because you added me like 3 or 4 times in one day. I just got kind of exhausted. But I'm pretty sure, the 300, because I think misreading the 300 IDF injured as 300 IDF injuries was the point, right?
No, there's not.
I'm pretty sure I saw that on his subreddit, because what usually happens, if you really want to talk about Destiny, is when I see him making errors, I'll usually notice it after watching a VOD the day after. I will pick it out, I'll find out the counterclaim, and by the time I've come onto his stream or mentioned it, he's already found out because someone in the Reddit did it anyway. So it's like, I feel like the pushback is there. Obviously, it's less likely to be heard if it comes from like you, but it's there. So I don't know.
Yeah. So the other thing I'll just say really quick. I'm sorry, I lied. I do just one more. This will be the last. This one I promise. Real promise. But like he's lying about the plausible thing. Like I understand we were wrong about that. People were wrong about that. I believe the president of the court or whatever. I don't know the title. But he was wrong about it too. He tried to in the debate. He accepted the premise that they said genocide was plausible and tried to merely argue plausibility doesn't mean anything. So he's going around saying, "Oh, Finkelstein was wrong, Moine was wrong, haha," and he was wrong in exactly the same factual way. So it's just dishonest,
Okay. Do you agree that plausibility is a low standard?
You're changing the subject. He was wrong that like he is saying people are full of shit because they got it wrong. I got this wrong too, right?
Do you agree that plausibility is a low standard, though?
You're changing the subject.
No, I'm just asking you that question just by the by, because it seems to be people don't agree with that.
It's not operative because the woman said the lady who's the president, I believe her over my reading of the case, right? So she said that wasn't found, and Destiny's going around saying, "Ha ha ha, everyone was wrong." And he made the same mistake. You understand what I'm saying? If you want to be bad faith and change another subject, you can.
Maybe he made the same mistake. Yeah, it sounds like. I don't know the exact situation, but
it was unique to like Finkelstein and Moine. Yeah.
Well, what everyone's saying plausible genocide as if that's like a huge thing.
Yeah, but it didn't. The point is, we mistakenly thought the conclusion was drawn to this effect, and it was not.
Well, I didn't. I never made that mistake. Everyone else's problem.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Do you agree that plausibility is a low standard?
It doesn't matter because
just by the by, it's just like I'm just changing. It's just like we're moving on. Just a separate question.
I don't even know. I mean, it's
okay.
I don't. It's not relevant because it's not an operative concept anymore because that was a misunderstanding of the case currently.
Okay.
All right. When I talk about the just first give me your take on the current so-called war. So you supported it initially. What has been your position? Actually, just because I don't know all of your positions on this, so just give me a few minutes or a couple of minutes and explain to me what your position has been on this since October 7th, because I want to be able to actually engage it, right?
TLDR, I think Israel has a right to go to war with Hamas. There are definitely measures they've taken that I absolutely don't agree with and think are pretty atrocious. Yeah, that's more or less where I am. I don't agree with the incursion into Rafah just because there are so many people there. They don't seem to have anywhere to go. I have no idea what the alternative is, but it's just me being queasy, I guess. But yeah, and it seems to be my experience of looking at these wars, like whether it's this one or past ones, is like it does seem to be that excesses happen. I think that's like 100% the case, that there are violations and that there are war crimes, etc. I feel like they are almost always made out to be a million times worse than they actually are, but they're still there. So, you know.
Yeah. So your point was kind of abstract. So you one could support the war, but oppose in theory, but not support the war in practice. Have you supported the war in practice or no?
Parts of it, but not all of it. Like, I can tell you the specifics. Like, I don't support Gallant and those dickheads like turning the water off. Like, that's obviously fucking insane.
Okay.
I don't support the. I feel like I could be wrong, but I feel like the speed that they went all the way through down to Khan Yunis was more of a political decision than a military protect civilians decision. I think they did it because they knew that international approval was going to wane if they went too long, which probably means a lot of civilians died who didn't need to. I think that's room for criticism. Based on a couple of articles I've read and a few edge cases, I think their acceptance of collateral deaths is a lot higher than I would expect from a military that obeys within the law. Like, I think Jabalia was a really good example of that. But I think, if I can simplify it, I think if they did the war like properly, quote unquote, civilian deaths would still be very, very high. And I think everyone would still just be calling it war crimes and genocide and all that shit. So, you know.
Mhm. Okay, so does it concern you that, according to a couple academics who've studied this issue in terms of the destruction of buildings, right? This is one fellow was a PhD student. He also worked with a professor. Let me pull this up to get the guy's name right. I want to get the exact percentage correct, so I don't misstate it. Okay. Does it concern you that 57% of buildings in Gaza were damaged or destroyed as of October 21st? At the rate of this destruction has almost no precedent in the 21st century.
The slightly different stats that I've got. I think if you take out possibly damaged, you're down to 37. I think total 50.
From the online, the Israel influencer online, where are the numbers you have from?
It's from UNOSTAT, UN.
Okay. Because there's some guy online who's trying, but sure, 37%. When is the date for that?
April.
Okay, so yeah, with that's an extremely high figure too.
So for destroyed, you would have less than 15%. Severely damaged, you would have what, 6, 7? Moderately damaged, a lot more. I don't know what they mean by moderately damaged. Possibly, it depends. I think when the situation is different as well because of how Hamas operates. Is like they move within civilian infrastructure. That's how they operate. So I don't know if this destruction has been like what you're implying by that. I don't expect it to be the same as a war when it's like two nations fighting each other, or even like an operation where civilians have like a lot more space to flee to, or where the military is more distinct. Yeah, I don't know. Where there's been like less time for the whatever military force is there to embed themselves, because Hamas have had since they were formed to secure areas and like control mosques and schools and universities and hospitals and shit like that. So yeah.
Okay, so that you seem to be unsure about that in terms of this historic destruction of infrastructure. So, well, what about the civilian death rate? The civilian death rate in Gaza is higher. Like, if we're talking about kills per month, really like low IQ analysis of this is like, oh my God, more people have died in Syria way more in 14 years. Okay, yeah, 14 years. In terms of civilians killed per month, Israel's killing civilians at a faster rate than any military, any government in the 1990s, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s, except with the exception of governments engaged in genocide or the Second Congo War. Those are the two, which is the bloodiest war since World War II. Those are the two exceptions. So it's worse than the rate of killing is faster than Bashar al-Assad in Syria, faster than Putin in Grozny. That doesn't bother you? You think it's just human shields or what?
I think I know one example of an attack that would have a higher civilian kill rate, like daily. Would probably be October 7th, but anyway. Again, I don't know, like using that kind of analysis, it doesn't really tell you that much about how each side operates or what the like environment they're fighting in. I don't know why you would do that. Like, are you suggesting they're targeting civilians? Is that like where you're going with that? Or I don't know what the implication is.
We don't need to go in. They're taking zero care whatsoever. Like no serious effort to limit civilian casualties.
I think when it comes to, so if you look at, do you know the stat about Hamas? I know one Hamas spokesperson said they'd lost 6,000 Al-Qassam fighters, right? In like 2 months ago. Another Hamas person quickly denied it, but it's like half of what the IDF said they've killed. I'm happy to go with 6,000. Seems about. Kind of
I
imagine
mean,
it
the
being lower,
IDF,
but
in previous so-called wars in Gaza lied about the number of civilians they killed. They did it by and combatants. They did it by counting every police officer killed in Kaslet as
okay.
a combatant, and they also counted. They refused to count any male 16 to 50 as a civilian. They didn't count him as a combatant.
Yeah, okay. We can get to Castlight in a minute. The way I would see stats is I feel like from where I am with stats, I would say it seems like 20% of Hamas are gone if we take Hamas's number. That if we take that 6,000, when the death rate was just under 30,000, that would mean 20% of the Al Qassam Brigade's fighters are dead, and it would mean that if you take the total civilian death toll, that would mean that they've killed 1% of the civilians in Gaza, or 1.5. It seems to be that if they're killing 20% of Al Qassam fighters by Hamas's numbers, but only 1% of the civilian population, seems to be that they're targeting Hamas fighters.
Well, they're not. They are They do want. They are going after Hamas. Yeah, they want to. They'd rather kill Hamas than a civilian. Definitely.
But you think their tolerance of collateral damage is like
Correct.
too high?
No, insane. Like historic. I gave you the worst cases. The Second Congo War, worst war since World War II.
That doesn't tell you anything about their collateral calculations, but
well, we can talk about the calculations because we have sources on that. That talked to the Guardian 972 Meg. I'm sure you've seen.
But yeah, I mean, I've seen those quotes come out, and then I've seen also like all the denials that come from the either side. But you were I think you were wrong about Cast-led. They did not say every police officer they killed was Hamas. They said most of them were, right?
No. They counted all of them in their official tally. They counted all of them as Hamas.
In the Orient Research Group that was giving to the Goldstone, they did not say that.
That's not Israel, dopey. That's a fucking think tank that likes Israel, or that's associated with them. Israel's numbers were they counted all of the cops killed as combatants. So you're wrong.
Did they say that? So does the fact that most of them were make a difference?
No, how you're changing okay. We can debate about whether most were or not, and how they defined that, or this think tank. But Israel counted all of them as police, which is not true, as combatants, which was a lie.
Okay, yeah, it seems that it was like between 75 and 80%, right?
Okay, yeah, but still a lie to count 20 is. They're wrong, but it's still a lie to count 20.
Why are they wrong about the cops being
Can we
Hamas?
not get ballot, please? Let's go. We'll talk about Cast-led later. Like we will talk about it, but Israel counted all of them. You were factually incorrect. Israel counted all of them as police, which was wrong, which was dishonest. And they counted every civilian. They refused to count civilians 16 to 50 male as combatants, even if there's no evidence.
Wait. Actually, out of interest, again, I've only brushed through this part on the police recently. I don't recall Israel saying they counted every cop as Hamas member. Can you show me that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that. Yeah, I could be wrong. I'm just curious.
Yeah, you are wrong.
Okay, just show me. Yeah.
So yeah, the IDF regards Gazan police as part of the Hamas armed forces, which was false. They were not incorporated into the armed forces. So here, I'll send this to you.
Is this from Goldstone report or?
No, it's from like the Israeli government website. But now that the link is dead, so yeah, I'm happy to give this to you. Okay, here it is, archive, perfect. But I feel like this is a bit of a gish gallop from the current war. But we can talk about Cast-led in a second. Okay, police. Let's see this. Oh, sure. Yeah, they argue. They specifically argue on their website that the police were. I'll send this link to you. That the police were incorporated into the armed forces, and therefore they count all of them as.
No, wait. Therefore, they're saying they incorporated. Yeah, we know that. Well, at least that's the claim, is that the police were incorporated into Al Qassam brigades. Like they were very. Yeah, the police were incorporated into Hamas. Yes, that's not saying every single officer was Hamas.
Guy, if first of all, they're okay. So there are two issues here. The first issue is, were they incorporated? If they were incorporated, you would count them as Hamas. If they're incorporated to Al Qassam, they're combatants.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is like calling them Hamas is different. If they're like, if every officer counts as, but that doesn't make them a combatant. If you're just Hamas, you're not a combatant. You're Al Qassam, you're a combatant.
No, but they argued they were incorporated into the Hamas armed forces. That's what Israel argued, and that is how they count. That's why their count was just radically different than everyone else's.
I'm just
And then
looking.
the
Hang
other
on.
thing,
Incorporated.
why are you obsessing over something you're wrong about? It's not even that big of a deal. Just read this
I
stuff.
think it would matter if they were actually counting every single
Okay,
cop
figure it out.
as.
They did. That's what they did.
And this is from a link you sent me. I can't see anything for incorporated apart from incorporated into rules of engagement for the Gaza operation. Where's that in the link you sent me?
Okay.
If they're saying that there's a systematic incorporation into the police force from Hamas, that doesn't mean you're saying every single cop is Hamas.
It's 248. The evidence indicates that considering Hamas police casualties as civilians is inappropriate. The reality is that the Internal Security Service have been and continue to be a cadre of terrorist operatives, blah, 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 blah. Under the laws of armed conflict, Israel is permitted to target such forces. Like, we wasted 5 minutes on something you're wrong on, you haven't read about. It's stupid.
This evidence demonstrates that considering Hamas police civilian casualties as civilians is inappropriate. The reality is that the Internal Security Forces have been and continue to be a cadre of terrorist operatives armed with a variety of weapons. Such forces, this isn't saying every single officer, though.
Dude, sorry, I lost my headphones. It's saying that. Like, I've not read this carefully.
That's a much more categorical claim, right? That every officer is a Al-Qassam fighter.
It's clearly implied with a passage. You're like holding on to this in some debate, bro. Now, you want to just bet $5,000 on this or something so we can move on?
How would you bet $5,000 on this? Like, I can't bet $5,000 on someone who reads something and sees something else because you'll just say you won every time. What?
Okay. They counted all police killed as combatants.
They're saying that considering... Where? Show me that.
All right. Can we just do this? Can we talk about the other war and then we'll get to Casled? Like, I need to find a link, a secondary source which says this, which is in fact true.
Because just saying it's implied, I know that that there's a list that came from the Orient group that clearly distinguished them. But I don't think I've ever seen the IDF or anyone say like every single officer that died was an Al-Qassam fighter. No. They're talking about
they said they were all combatants. No.
They're saying considering Hamas police casualties as civilians, which again, because their argument is that a bunch of the people who were police who were considered civilians were inappropriately labeled because they were Al-Qassam.
No, it's not. Their argument is that they were incorporated into Al-Qassam systematically, so they're all fair game. That was their argument.
Again, but if you have something a bit clearer than this is not necessarily implying that. No way.
Oh my God. All right, I'll get Goldstone. You might say that's fake or something. The whole debate, you haven't read the Goldstone, but the whole debate about this was whether they were in fact incorporated. Because if they were incorporated, then they would all be combatants.
No, they wouldn't.
The police,
no, not if you're incorporated into Hamas. No. You have to be Al-Qassam. You can be a Hamas, you can be a police officer with like a Hamas badge, or you can be like a party member. That doesn't make you a combatant.
Obviously not. But the argument Israel made was that they were incorporated into the armed forces of Hamas. That was the argument Israel made.
Yes, I know they said they were incorporated because that would mean that there was that it would lead you to the suggestion that there is a sufficient number of Al-Qassam fighters who are also involved in the police. That people are working like basically 2 jobs. Yes. Which means that striking police buildings would mean that it would be justified if there were a large enough amount of Al-Qassam people there, but not just because it's like incorporated into Hamas.
Yeah.
Unless you're showing me something different, like apart from just like your poor interpretation of a paragraph.
Okay. Can we? Okay. I will find this link before I turn off a link that says this. I mean, I don't know why you're obsessing over something you clearly haven't read carefully. The whole debate and
I've clearly read it more carefully than you. Like I've read I haven't read the entire 450 pages, but I've read the part about the police. And
yeah, the whole part
Goldstone's argument against Goldstone's argument against these police officers being like the majority of them not being Hamas is like it's pathetic. He takes like a quote from one of the Hamas spokespersons when he's saying that like on the early days of the war, he's saying that officers have received clear orders from the leadership to face the enemy if the Gaza Strip will be invaded, which suggests they were combatants. But then Goldstone just goes to the guy and says, "What did you mean by that?" He said, "Oh, when we said face the enemy, we actually actually just meant like ensuring basic foodstuffs reach the population. And Goldstone just accepted it. Or then he like, when he said that maybe some people were identified on Hamas websites, he just said, oh, but they do that all the time. They just call them martyrs or shaheed without even looking at the methodology of how they decided who was a combatant. It was ridiculous. It's a joke.
You're misunderstanding the whole. You can say those things are a joke, fine. I don't have the inclination to get into that. You're just misunderstanding the very basic issue at heart here. The issue is not, he does talk about how many were, how many weren't, but the core issue is whether they were systematically incorporated into the armed forces or not. If they were systematically incorporated, they are fair game. And
if they're
Goldston argued they
systematically
were not.
incorporated, it would suggest that a large number of them are Al-Qassam fighters who are fair game. Yes.
You're changing the issue because you don't know what you're talking about. It's
Well,
so
because I
annoying.
know that this is the argument. This is the argument that came from Orient. This is like, I can't seem to see anything like contradictory from the IDF themselves about
I
it.
mean, my God. Okay, so your statement is
Fair
can we
game.
just, like,
Okay, if I say that this particular police HQ has been incorporated into Hamas, it's fair game. But when I say that, what I actually mean is that 3/4 of the people in there are Al-Qassam. Would that be? Could I not use that sentence? Could I not use that sentence if I said it that way?
It would be subject to proportionality analysis and probably would be a war crime.
If 75% of the people were Al-Qassam.
Yeah. I don't think you understand very much about how the law of armed conflict works. Like, just because it'd be 3-to-1 ratio doesn't mean you could just massacre a quarter of the police intentionally. But regardless, look, I need to find a secondary source that
I
says
feel like
this.
that would.
promise
I
you.
feel like that would matter if if it's
Oh
being
my
used, if
God,
the actual building and the institution is being used for the purpose of Al Qassam brigades and to serve that purpose, then most of the people in it are Al Qassam fighters.
Okay, so here's a statement of the Goldstone report. The Israeli government has not suggested that the attacks on the police, so the killing of these police, was not intended. Their argument was that it was instead incorporated into the armed forces. So that, and then they would be combatants if they were
Yeah,
all.
if it's incorporated into the armed forces, that
That's the whole
suggests that
point.
a
They
large
counted
number
all
of
of
people
them
in those
as
buildings
combatants.
were armed forces, which makes
You're
them
changing the
targets.
subject. You're wrong. I'm bored of this. So do you deny that Israel? Let's talk about another thing. Do you deny that Israel refused to count in their compilations of casualties in Kessler and Protective Edge? They just did not count. They didn't count them as combatants, but they didn't count them as civilians. Any 16 to 50-year-old they killed.
I don't know about that claim.
Male. Sorry. Okay, you just don't know.
Mhm.
Okay, well they did that.
Okay, but I'm just wondering why. So, do you think the majority of those police officers who were killed were Al Qassam or just like civilians?
You're changing the subject from something you were wrong about. The point is they counted all of them as killed as combatants, and that was a lie.
Even though that hasn't been said, no. They did not. Saying that the institution is incorporated doesn't mean that every single person in the building is Al Qassam. I don't know how does that even make sense?
You don't understand how this works. Like, you just don't understand the extreme basics of this issue in the Goldstone report. If they were incorporated and you join, if a group is incorporated into Al Qassam and you join it, you are a fair game. That is lawful.
Does that mean that every single person in the building is an Al Qassam fighter?
If they were incorporated in a sense that in some analogous sense they would be. You just do not understand this issue at all.
No, not necessarily, no. Especially because the police have more than one use.
Okay, so whenever a party, that's what the Goldstone report quotes, it's from the Geneva Conventions, whenever a party to a conflict incorporates a paramilitary or armed law enforcement agency into its armed forces, this is then fair game. So, like, I don't understand why you seem to be trying to like change the subject from something you were wrong about. It's weird, but
what do you mean I'm changing the subject? Like, I don't know why you're making a claim that you just don't have. Like, you're applying the most stretched interpretation of a statement to say that they counted every single person who died as Hamas in that building.
Well, I've read this. I know it for a fact. I need to find a secondary source where it says this. I promise you I'll post it to Twitter afterwards.
And what is it? Is the wording actually going to say something along the lines of they counted every dead officer as Hamas?
It'll be clear. I'm sure you can find a human
It'll be categorical. It won't be that they said this institution was incorporated into the armed forces and therefore was fair game. And you're going to say, I told you, every single person who died was Hamas, was considered Hamas. You're not going to do that, are you?
Like, dude, I will show to a fair-minded person that this is what they did. Also, like, like, bro, you can simply look at the total. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you want to pretend you know what you're talking about, you can. But I'm tired of this point. I will find a secondary source that says this. I know it for a fact. I've studied Gaslight. So let's move on to another.
If you've
And you
studied
don't
Cast
deny
Lead, why don't you have any strong opinion on the majority of the cops being Al-Qassam or not? Then
you're. The
is it
problem
because
you're-
is it because you used to say that the cops were massacred? Is that maybe the position you used to have, like the Finkelstein take, or what?
I didn't say the police were massacred. The issue there is classification of whether they're combatants or not. That would be the issue.
In
Are we
reality,
really
in
gonna keep
Cast Lead, Israel massacred police officers without any evidence that they had taken up arms or been incorporated into Hamas. Is this an old take, or is this like a quiet
no,
retraction?
okay, well, so you're just like finding a tweet, like a massacre. Yeah, I mean, the word massacre would be hyperbole in that context, but it certainly was murder or violation of the laws of armed conflict.
Would that be the case if the majority of the people who died in the strikes were Hamas? Were Al-Qassam? Because that's not the take that most of the humanitarian organizations have. Even the Goldstone report, this is why I get skeptical about UN reports these days, is because their consensus is that the cops were on the whole not Al-Qassam, but that just doesn't seem to be true.
Okay, so in terms of the classification of these individuals, I just do not recall this. I remember concluding it was false, but I don't recall this particular what is Orient Group or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Goldstone, you thought you'd read the Goldstone report. Goldstone criticizes the Orient Group because he says that some people, they just list as Al-Qassam because they're Hamas members. But being a Hamas member doesn't make you a combatant. That's the Goldstone argument.
Yeah, that's the Goldstone argument.
But it's shit because you can just look at fucking the Al-Qassam Brigade's website and their list of martyrs and find out that actually they do list these people and say that they joined Al-Qassam in 2006. Like they do that, yeah. Even for actually Orient of all people actually undercounted because they listed at least one person who was not Hamas. But then if you go to the Al-Qassam website, there's literally a fucking video of this dude like training and shit with a gun and like full combat gear. So yeah.
Okay, so your contention is that everyone I've seen these websites and there definitely are people in biographies and so on. I've read this a while ago.
Yeah.
The Arabic, yeah. But your contention is that the Orient figures are correct, that it isn't 50% or 48% or 45%, because my recollection is that they're much lower than the Orient figures if you look at the websites. And I'm going to try to find, because I looked at this a while ago. I'm going to try to find it. And I don't remember it very well.
Based on what I saw from Orient, and again, that guy, like, I looked through a few of these yesterday and just matched the names with Hamas's website, but it just seemed to be that, like, there were one person that Orient listed as Feta, who turned out to be an Al-Qassam fighter, and then one person was just listed as police force, and he also turned out to be a Hamas fighter. So, yeah, they might have undercounted, if anything.
Okay, you don't know that, right? Because I did this a while ago. I'm going to try to find where I put this. Because I looked at these pictures. And I remember it was a larger percentage than I expected. And that may be the reason why I wouldn't use the term massacre for this if I used that in the past. Because it was a larger percentage than I expected. And as you say, some of them have like details with the level of specificity that, to my eye, call into question Goldstone's explanation. It is true that Hamas does this, right? Like they cite people who are killed as martyrs, even if they didn't have.
Yeah, they claim people as martyr, but not as Al-Qassam or Mujahid, right? Like, or whatever you say that. They don't do that.
Right. These people had biographical information. I'm trying to find where I had my recollection is that it was far below what the Orient estimated, and they were in fact counting civilian members as But this old statement I wouldn't make again because the percentage was higher than I expected. I think it was like 50% or something like that. It was well below Orient, or maybe 45. I'm trying to find out where I fucking had this.
I mean, last
so
night
there,
I just
I'm on the right track then.
I just control F'd 2008 on the Hamas website and just went through, and the first 20 I found were all in Orient and all Al Qassam, apart from 2 actually, which Orient didn't even list as Al Qassam. So far, the trend is looking like there were quite a lot of those guys were Al Qassam fighters, even though that is against not only the Goldstone report but also the majority of human rights organizations who list those people as police, like civilian police. Like they said they were traffic cops, basically.
The other problem with this is though, like if you demobilize, here's the problem with this: if you demobilize, you are no longer fair game.
Yeah, but there's no evidence that these guys were demobilized.
Well, they may have been. I mean, we don't know. I mean, this is. I agree that these data call into question, which is why I wouldn't use the word massacre anymore.
I mean, on some of these biographies, they're talking about guys who had just been like launching rockets at Israel. It's just, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, I found 136 of these people. This was way back a few months ago. I found 136 people on these websites that were, and I double checked this, that were in the military wing, that were police. So that would be very considerable percentage of the police. It would be slightly over 50%. So yeah, but it's not anywhere near as high as Orient. That's my point. And the reason I would say I would not use massacre, and I would think that was incorrect, 55%. I counted all 248 people there, by the way. The reason I wouldn't count that as I wouldn't use the word massacre, I would use certainly war crime, obviously, is because the majority of people killed were combatants, possibly, right? We don't know that for sure, but I agree with you that I certainly don't agree with your deprecation of the report in general. I think that's ridiculous. But
well, this one bit I've seen is like really embarrassing. So I mean, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's very.
But even you, I mean, like the fact is, like your reading of it was just that you thought that they decided that every single person in that building must have been Al Qassam, even though, yeah, okay, but I guess you'll show me that later. That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, so they killed, according to B'Tselem, 248 police. 100 and we have evidence of, by my count, 136 were Al Qassam. Your meme think tank counted people who were just civilian members of Hamas or political members of Hamas's combatants. That's
no, they didn't. No, they didn't. At least not what I've seen. I've checked some of their names with the Al Qassam website. They absolutely don't. There's one person. There's one person that Orient mentioned who was a Hamas member, but they don't call them Al Qassam. There's one person, and there's one person they said wasn't anything, but he was Al Qassam. So no, they did not automatically say if you're Hamas you were Al Qassam. They didn't do that.
Yeah, they did do that, but that's okay.
Okay, I look forward to seeing your list. I mean, I've got 20 names so far, so give me a few hours, I'll find the rest.
The fact that some of them were Hamas, which I've conceded, I did a count of this, does not prove that their methodology didn't overcount. That's very silly.
No, it just seems that so far, like, they seem to have not only counted, it seems to be pretty accurately, down to like the dates of birth of these people, but also that they might have undercounted, but who knows. Right.
Okay. Regardless.
Also,
okay,
sorry, Destiny's asking if he wants to come into the call. I guess he did want I won't make it a 2v1, but you can talk to him if you want.
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Okay, I think you have to add him to the call. How do you do that?
I think I'm blocked by him on, yeah.
But
I will concede. I will concede because I haven't read. I read Goldstone report, of course, but I haven't read this for a few months. I looked at this. I will concede. The term massacre, if I used it several months ago, I would not use for the police. I would say it's a war crime because they violate the principle of distinction. Yeah, but the massacre I definitely would use for this.
Would it be a violation of principle of distinction if it turned out that most of the people were actually Al Qassam?
Yes. Well, you'd have to then do a proportionality analysis, but their motivation was to kill police as such because they were incorporated. They don't deny that to Goldstone, right? So yeah.
Well, it also seems to be that they believed and had good reason to believe that most of the people in those buildings were Al Qassam fighters. But anyway, I'll end the call and call you back because I think I need to be the one who does the adding.
Okay. All right. See you in a sec.
Right. He has to leave the call. I don't think he's going to. Oh shit. Why is he? Oh yeah. I think you have to end the call completely. Or just come to my Discord.
Okay.
You have my Discord, right? Did he hear me? Oh no. Shit. Fuck. Hang on, I'll just DM him. Fucking, I don't know how these adding to calls bullshit works. Apparently, there's actually been some dispute about the March of Return report. Oh, God. Oh, fuck, I have to call him again. Hang on. Hello. Hey, you're in my Discord, right?
Yeah.
It's not
I
working here.
am.
Just go into the waiting room on my Discord. Okay, guys. What are we talking about?
Yeah, okay, since I have Destiny here, so lovely, like, I just want to criticize you for saying a bunch of things that are false and dishonest. One example is, I don't know if this is, like, you still haven't read this, even though you talked about it in 2 massive debates, but the idea that the UN report and the Great March of Return didn't do an IHL analysis is totally bogus. They did both IHL and police, as if you read
Wait,
the
why
report,
do you think that IHL wouldn't apply to policing stuff?
they analyze it both as an armed conflict, dopey, and as I can find you the direct quote if you want to like do your debate, bro, Shed. But
Okay, I'll read the direct quote. So this is from the advanced thing for the UN report that you were referencing earlier. F, legal assessment of the demonstrations. In the Commission's view, the demonstrations were civilian in nature, had clearly stated political aims, and, despite some acts of significant violence, did not constitute combat or a military campaign. Thus, the legal framework applicable to policing the protests was that of law enforcement based in international human rights law. This assessment did not change following the Commission's investigation into the demonstrators' affiliation to or membership in organized armed groups. Do you admit that you were wrong?
No, I don't, because they analyzed both for comprehensiveness' sake. Their view was it's just an it's a police issue, but they also analyzed it in terms of IHL. They talked about the law of distinction. They analyzed it in terms of the law of armed conflict and found under the law of armed conflict, only one of the people killed in the massacre was killed justifiably.
That's because when you analyze it as a policing event,
stop being a charlatan. Read.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Let me read. Founded in the right to life, law enforcement rules based on international human rights law permits potentially lethal force by law enforcement agencies or security forces only in self-defense or for the defense of others when there is an imminent threat to life. That means that it was analyzed as a policing event, and the reason why they said all of the particular shootings were unjustified is because the police officers themselves weren't being threatened. But that's not analyzing it like an armed conflict. When you got to
Can someone give me the link to the part we're looking at, please? I just want to see it on my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
That's, you didn't read the report. You don't read. You embarrass yourself publicly. It's kind of sad. But
can you respond to what I just read?
My response is that their view, their assessment is that this was not an armed conflict. However, they applied the laws of armed conflict, assuming that this would be contested by Israel and other bodies.
Can you read for me the report where they say that?
They apply, Destiny, they do a distinction.
I'm waiting for a quote. I'm waiting for a quote where you can read me that.
You're such a fucking fraud. I don't have a quote where
So to be clear, you called me a fraud, you claimed I read Wikipedia, and you claimed that I don't read, and I gave you 2 statements out of the UN's advanced copy for the report of this that clearly disagreed with your position.
$10,000 bet that they applied the
I'm not posturing. I'm simply asking you to source me from within the document. Are you okay?
They apply $10,000 bet that they applied the law of armed conflict as an analysis here.
Can you just source me? Can you just source me from within either of these documents, either the full 250-page report or the 22-page advanced copy? I linked you both of those on Box. No, that they didn't analyze this as a policing event.
Okay, they analyzed this both. You deny that. You deny they analyzed it as both.
I don't understand what you mean when you say they analyzed it as both.
They applied the law of armed conflict and said, assuming this is, even though they don't think it is, assuming this was a war, how would there be war crimes here? Did they do that or no? Did they talk about war crimes?
I think you can commit war crimes as a policing body. Can you just quote me? Wait. Why are you using so many exasperated expressions?
Because you are a fraud. I am exasperated.
I just read you 2 quotes. I read you 2 quotes from this document. Can you just give me a single quote from the document? Can you just read from it?
They applied international humanitarian law.
Yes, that's part of what you would do with a policing event. Yes.
No, it is not. International humanitarian law is part of the law of armed conflict, dopey. Like, you're just wrong and you don't care because you're a sociopath. Like, you want me to find some quote that's paraphrasing exactly what I said No, they clearly did this. It's common sense. If
they clearly did it, then you should just show me very easily where in the document where they do that.
$10,000 bet that they did this.
No, I'm not going to posture with money. Just show me in the document where they do this.
Sorry, wait, before I bring in Avi, are you okay with Avi coming in? History, he says you can clear it up.
No,
just to clear up, I think you're
I
talking
don't want Avi in here.
Okay. All right. Well,
let's have 3 people.
What if Destiny leaves? No, I'm sorry. I'll just get rid of Avi. Hang on.
I'm leaving in like 20 minutes. So you're
okay.
good.
Avi can. All right. See you soon, Avi.
So your position is. Let me just get your position because you want a quote or something like that. Did they apply the law of armed conflict and analyze whether war crimes or crimes against humanity were committed? Crimes against humanity.
My understanding is that you can use armed conflict analysis for, or that for international humanitarian law, policing stuff would happen. Can I finish my sentence, please, before you you can mute your mic or just use push to talk. There's no reason for you to be talking in the middle of when I'm trying to answer your question. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So my understanding is there are parts of armed conflict or parts of international humanitarian law that might govern like how policing events look, but you're not analyzing it as an armed conflict because an ongoing armed conflict is going to give you greater deference to attack or kill certain people that a policing event wouldn't give you the ability to attack or kill.
Mm-hmm. They analyze this through the law of armed conflict and through policing international human rights law. That's what happened. You can play debate bro tricks to be dishonest. That's clearly what happened. You know this now because you're now reading the document for maybe the first time.
No, I read it before. That's why I was confident saying it before, and that's why I just read you the quotes that I was familiar with. I haven't read to be fair to you, I've skimmed the full 250-page report. I read the full 22-page report. So maybe you know something in this larger 250-page report that disagrees with what I was saying. That's why I'm curious if there was something in here, but it seems like you haven't.
I have a clarifying question.
Yeah.
So apparently the contention is that under local policing, it would be that one death was justified because it posed threat to the actual person. But
correct.
Under laws of armed conflict, did they have the same number? Was it still only one? History speaks.
It's literally the first page. The first page.
No. I'm just asking you. Was it even under the laws of armed conflict? It was only one death that was justified.
100%.
Is that because so in the laws of armed conflict, does someone have to pose an immediate threat to an officer's life before they can kill them?
The problem is it violated the principle of distinction. These people were not combatants.
No, that's not what I asked you. I'm asking you if under the laws of armed conflict, was it also the case that only one death was justified?
Yes.
For the same reason? But it wouldn't be for the same reason. In laws of armed conflict, you can kill someone. In laws of armed conflict, you can kill someone who is not posing an immediate threat to your life, right? You can airstrike.
You asked me something you thought was a gotcha. I've read the report, and the answer is yes. It was one in both cases.
I'm asking you if it was for the same reason, or is it just it kind of been the same reason?
Why are you changing the subject? No, it's not the same reason. Obviously, there's different laws.
So what's the reason?
Wait. So there are ways that you could kill people in an armed conflict that would be illegal for a policing event, correct?
Okay, guys.
Wait. If you can't answer that question, that's just a very easy question.
Can you be honest for 5 seconds and just listen? You wanted to.
No, you're not answering the question.
Okay, I'm going to make one point first. Do you understand? So first of all, just a general point. Do you understand that find a quote where this exact thing is stated? You can read a document without remembering, page 284 of this. So that's the first thing. It was a stupid.
No, wait. Okay, let me respond to that first point. Oh my God.
It's a stupid, disingenuous tactic. No, I'm going to now read this. ISF conduct, this is a direct quote from page 1, the summary. So even Destiny presumably has read this. Also violate international humanitarian law, which permits civilians to be targeted only when they directly participate in hostilities. They're talking about principle of distinction. This purposely high threshold was not met by the demonstrators' conduct in the view of the commission, with one possible exception on 14 May. So there's one person who directly participated in hostilities, according to the view of the commission. And they applied the laws of armed conflict. So you're just completely wrong in trying to find some weird parse debate bro thing where you're right, but you're clearly wrong. I mean, you guys have lost like empathy or human connection. It's just weird. This internet stuff isn't good for you, even though you've made a lot of money on it, Destiny. But yeah.
You're throwing in a lot of ad homs for someone who doesn't like debate bros.
So the highly contentious issue relating to the Great March of Return has to do with which people were considered participating in hostilities. So I believe from the Israeli side, and I've seen legal scholars argue, that because the Great March of Return as a whole, the goal of the event was like militaristic in nature, and the events themselves contained elements of Hamas and other militaristic activities, that any civilian that was taking part in these demonstrations, especially approaching or attacking the border, would be considered as participating, being an active member in armed hostilities. Now, this UN report disagrees with that. And that's why they say that in their report that international humanitarian law was in effect and operated as lex specialis during active hostilities. So they only consider like the very particular instances of where things happen as part of active hostilities, and they didn't consider the event as a whole.
Let's move away from abstractions and talk about what your lovely idea.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. If you want to respond to my points, you can't just hand wave. When you say abstractions, I'm quoting and reading and speaking specifically about this event. I don't know why you mean. What part of what I just said? Wait. What part of what I just said was an abstraction?
You're saying they participate in hostilities, blah blah. So
I don't know why are you using that voice to summarize? I'm just asking you. What part of what I just said was an abstraction to you?
I'm not going to be distracted by these nonsense.
Hold on. You're the one that used the term. Just don't say that next time. Just respond to what I'm saying instead of trying to summarize it or generalize it in a bad faith manner.
Okay, we're going to go through your other nonsense too later, but. So I'm going to give examples of people shot by the IDF with no prosecution, and you tell me whether you think they were cases where international.
Oh, this is good. This is a really good tactic. He does this. He's going to read out like the name of someone and their age and that they were shot, as if it's like an isolated.
Go for it. Sure.
Okay, go for it. Great. 24-year-old footballer took out his cell phone and began recording a video. Was 150 feet away from the fence. Shot. Is this justified? Another one. 21-year-old.
Wait. You're asking me a question. So for the first one. Yeah. So for the first one, first of all, having weapons isn't a necessary part of being a party to an armed conflict or actively participating in an armed conflict. So the weapons part is not relevant. Number one. Number two, what is the range at which you're supposed to stay away from that fence before the signs warn you that you will be shot for violating the zone?
You're now applying Israeli occupation policy. In confusing that with the laws of armed conflict, which is strange, but the principle.
Wait. So do you think that
they can disperse them, but they can't kill them? No.
So what happens if the people walk up to the wall and start like cutting through? You're not allowed to ever shoot or kill those people ever?
No, cutting through, you cannot kill them over that. No. That's
really so. If people were approaching any border to a country, and the border says "Do not cross here." Here's the border, and a bunch of people ran through, and they started to try to like break through the border. You're telling me the military of that country wouldn't have the right to shoot those people?
If they're unarmed and they're not attacking you, if they're throwing a grenade at you, if they're throwing a Molotov cocktail at you, yeah, that's just how the law of armed conflict works. So this
really, where do you? Okay. Yeah, you said I need to read more. Can you show me where? Which international rule would you be referring to here for customary, or like what particular convention would you be referring
I'm talking about the principle of distinction. You have to.
What do you think the principle of distinction means?
The principle of distinction refers to distinguishing between civilians and military forces. That's what that refers to.
When you say military forces, what you're talking about are people you're talking about military forces that are parties to an armed conflict. Do you know that civilians can lose their civilian status by becoming parties to armed conflict? And one of the ways of doing that might be attacking a border?
They didn't attack a border. This guy was standing there.
You just said that if you ran up to a border and started cutting it with wire cutters, that you wouldn't be considered party to an armed conflict?
Correct. No, that is not a party to an armed conflict.
So what is there anything that could make you? Did you?
So you think they killed a 14-year? They killed a 14-year-old girl? I don't remember if they killed. They shot a 14-year-old girl who cut the border fence. You think that was justified during IHL? I just want to get a specific thing.
Yes, obviously and easily, of course.
You're a lunatic. You're totally crazy. This is nuts. So okay, I'm going to read more cases. I want to hear you justify it. It's kind of.
No, it seems like we don't even agree on the first one. So there's literally no point in going through.
No, we're gonna go through it. 19-year-old.
No, there's no point. You just said that a bunch of people can approach a border, try to cut through, and you wouldn't consider that like a part of like a conflict, or you wouldn't consider a nation that having the right to defend their borders like that.
No,
yeah,
it's a law enforcement issue. But even if they're civilians, clearly.
How is it? It can't be a law enforcement issue. They're not the law enforcement body in the Gaza Strip. Hamas is.
You're a lunatic. Okay, I'm gonna read.
Wait. What part of what I just said do you disagree with? You just called me a lunatic. How am I a lunatic?
I'm gonna read cases. I want you to tell me whether.
No, why do you can't just say a thing and skirt on?
Data. Let's get data, not talk abstractions.
No, we're not talking Why do you keep saying abstractions?
Because I want to talk about data. Here is a man.
No, we're not talking about data. We're taking law and we're applying it to individual cases.
So a 14-year-old girl can be killed for running up to the border fence and trying to cut through it.
That's my understanding, yes. You're telling me no, you can't be killed for trying to break through somebody's border?
No, a 14-year-old girl trying to cut a border. I mean,
why do you say 14-year-old girl? Do you think if they were 20 years old, does that change it? Could it, if a 20-year-old was trying to cut through the border fence?
No, it still wouldn't be justified, but that would be another consideration. It would be another consideration whether this person's a combatant or not, whether it's a 14-year-old girl.
Would you have said the same thing?
Wait, why? 14-year-old can't be a party to combat?
14-year-old girl, it's extremely unlikely.
Well, hold on, no, wait. That's not what you just said. You just said so they can't be, or they're unlikely to be, or what? Do you think that 18 and older is the only party to a conflict? You can't be a soldier at 13, 14, 15?
In these weird ways.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm asking you a specific question. You just said 14-year-old girl, like a girl or a 14-year-old can't be a party to an armed conflict.
Low info, low empathy charlatan. Let's move on. Another case. Yusuf, 19-year-old journalist wearing a press
No,
vest.
I'm not moving on. We haven't agreed on the first one.
You're bringing up irrelevancies.
Okay. All right, I'm taking off. Loner, I don't think this guy has an education, by the way. I'm pretty sure he's like literally just fronts on it, but because this is a pretty funny dude.
He's quite knowledgeable. He doesn't have any like critical thinking skills, but that's okay.
Quite knowledgeable on what? On what part?
I don't know. He's memorized a few things.
He's memorized a couple things, but
yeah. Okay. So you justified killing a 14-year-old girl. That was fun. One more case, Dustin. I want to hear whether you justify it. So 16-year-old boy climbed on high ground, 500 meters away from the fence, distributing sandwiches, shot in the face with a bullet. Is that justified? No prosecution.
From reading, it doesn't sound like it, but I'd have to look into the details of the case.
Okay, another guy, 25-year-old mechanic, shot in the abdomen. He was 300 feet away, wrapped in a Palestinian flag from the fence. Not
300 feet away? Sounds like he was violating the no-go area. Oh, meters? I'm not sure. I would need more information about it.
Here's the thing. Why are you lying about the plausibility thing insofar as you made this? I mean, we were wrong about that, clearly, because the woman who knows more about this said it.
Wait, wrong about what plausibility thing?
You're lying that we were wrong about that. Finkelstein was wrong about it. I was wrong about that. People who said plausibility were wrong, right? But you were wrong too. In the debate, you accepted the premise that it was plausible genocide, and you just say plausibility doesn't mean much. So you're lying that that other people were wrong about this and you were right, and therefore it vindicates your horrific.
Well, if you can argue in a very technical sense that I was incorrect, but the correctness is even more in my direction than it was on the other side. My initial analysis is I said that the plausibility standard that they were looking for was the plausibility of whether or not the prima facie merits of the case had been met, meaning is there plausibly a genocide or do the parties who are bringing the case have standing? However, they're not actually even looking at the plausibility of a genocide occurring. They're looking at the plausibility of somebody's rights being violated under the Genocide Convention. So it's technically even less in that direction. But for the most part, I was pretty correct. I think my interpretation was far closer than Finkelstein's and Rabbani's.
It may help your case that we were wrong about this, but you were wrong about the same thing. So
I wasn't wrong about the same thing. The direction that I was in was far more cautious, far more hedged, and far closer to what the actual ruling on that case. Well, not the ruling of it, but the analysis of that case was compared to the other side that was saying that it's very likely that a genocide is occurring. They weren't even close to that. That's why I was reading quotes from the judges on that case, and they were just screaming at me using ad homs like you are. That was the difference there.
What about why did you tweet on May 4th and not correct that 300 IDF soldiers were injured? Like, you just totally did misinformation about the Great March of Return. So it shows you didn't read the report, one, and a few killed.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I think I might have been mistaken about that number. That might have been a total number of people that were injured over the totality of the conflict, and that included rockets being sent in at that time. I might have been incorrect on that. I haven't gone back and checked. However, I just want to be clear. You have absolutely no right to say who's read something or hasn't when you don't know a single thing coming from the report. Do you acknowledge that?
You were wrong about Destiny. No, you were completely wrong. They applied IHL and said only one was justified.
You haven't. You're
completely wrong. You're debate throwing. You're debate throwing, and you're wrong. You know you're wrong.
I'm not. To be clear, I'm not debate broing. I'm speaking like an academic. You're debate broing. You're debate broing. If you are truly an academic and you have a PhD, you need an annotation or you need to be able to cite somewhere in this report that agrees with you. You're giving me a page from the summary that doesn't even say what you think it says.
You were wrong, and you embarrassed yourself. You're also wrong about. I mean, do you want me to go through other misstatements you've made? Or
I just wanted you I wanted a single part of this report that says that they analyzed it.
They analyzed it through IHL. I mean, they clearly.
I don't know why you think IHL is different than.
It's part of the law of armed conflict.
I'm pretty sure a law of armed conflict can also speak of policing events, and they didn't analyze the entirety of this event as an armed conflict. Only some special parts.
You didn't read the report.
I did read the report. That's why I gave you quotes from the report, and you gave me a quote from page 1.
Destiny, you know you're lying. Why? Is there any empathy
I
there?
read the
You
full
are.
22 page. The thing
You
that
were
you're talking
wrong.
about, the thing that you're talking about is referred to in the 22 page thing when they say, owing to the ongoing armed conflict, the rules of international humanitarian law were also in effect and operated as lex specialis during active hostilities. International humanitarian law only permits attacks that comply with the principle of distinction, proportionality, and precaution, but they narrowed when those active hostilities were significantly to what other people or Israel would have had the hostilities counted as. That's the part you're referring to. You think that this is saying they analyzed the whole thing as an armed conflict, but that's not. They only used a very special analysis of that during very particular moments. But you don't know that because you're only reading sentences from the executive summary.
You're projecting. I'm going to read the quote again. IDF conduct also violate international humanitarian law.
It's ISF conduct, but okay.
Yeah, okay. Which wow, what a clarification. Israel Security Force, which permits civilians to be targeted only when they participate in hostilities. This purposely threshold was not met by demonstrators' conduct, with one possible exception. So they analyzed every case. You're wrong. You didn't read, as usual. Low empathy, supporting a massacre. Great job. And supporting the killing of a 14-year-old girl. Yeah.
This guy 100%. I don't think he's at a PhD. I think he's lying. Good luck, Letterboxd. Bye.
You want to ban that? PhD.
Do you want me to bring Avi in now, or?
No, I think I'm done with you guys. This is getting boring.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd ever run out of steam. You're still here. Hello? Hello? He's still in the call, but I'll just... Okay. Avi, what do you want to say? Hello?
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know why he wanted to exclude. I can't imagine why he would want to exclude me from the call.
Actually, I don't know. Like,
I just wanted to help him out there, explain his point. Wait, is he? Wait, he's here, but he's not here.
He went quiet. Yeah, I think he just probably left the room and left himself on there.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted just to go through some of the in order that I recall it. As far as like Israel being where Israel lies on the spectrum of liberal versus illiberal. If the claim is liberal as a whole versus illiberal as a whole, and we understand that to be different from like democracy, the democracy spectrum. So like things that would proxy that would be various indices, and you would isolate the civil liberties component from those indices. If you look at just about any of them published, I don't really think there's much of a case to say that Israel is far lower in the liberal versus illiberal spectrum than we would expect.
Like on the Civil Liberties Index, they're about the same level as Bosnia, right? They're like a bit under Europe, but not as low as Lebanon, Jordan, fucking Palestine, Egypt, Saudi Arabia.
And they're my understanding is also they're closer to like the United States than they are to Lebanon or something.
Are they? I wonder. So at least just by the overall, it seems to be that Lebanon's 4.1, Israel's 5.9, United States is 8.5. This is Civil Liberties Index. I think this is like all of it, isn't it? You can break it down to justice for men, justice for women, blah blah blah. Yeah.
No, I'm saying there's various different indices that look at this. So that might be the case. Okay.
But yeah, it was just like, I don't know, when it's just anecdotal, like when it's just, oh, well, because of migrant workers, I'm like, if you're choosing anecdotes, it's probably because you don't like the broader picture, but I don't know.
Hold on. What was let me see. Hold on. What year is that you're going by?
2022, yeah.
Okay, and Israel, hold on. I have that up right now.
Seems to be pretty stable.
5.9, 8.5.
I'd argue the last 20 years has been pretty fucking, or at least the definitely the last.
Okay, so they are
pretty bad, but
they are somewhat more. Hold on, well, that's actually fairly 5.9, 8. Okay. Okay, so an absolute difference of 2.6. Got to be careful by saying differences and not percent. Okay, and then Lebanon, they have Syria 0, Jordan is 2.9, Egypt 1.8. Lebanon's the highest of the ones with 4.1.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah. 4.1. So 2.6 versus 1.8. Okay, I mean that is slightly closer to the Lebanon then, but it's sort of in between Lebanon and the United States, slightly closer to Lebanon, but clearly far above like Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, and of course Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Syria. Those are all like wildly low. So I mean, the question is then just like, is this really like, would this be like wildly like out of our expectations here? It's like if you say like, oh, like how does Israel rank in the civil liberties like compared to like the United States versus and like its neighboring countries? Like would people be like completely shocked about this? Probably not. I mean, I'm not shocked about that. Now, what HS is going to want, what History Speaks is going to want to say in response to that, well, they value different things in the Civil Liberties Index. You can break it down by various different things. And and it's a subjective value judgment for what things you're going to break down, for what your weighting is. Now, that's true, but that's no different than him weighting his little list of examples of civil rights problems with Israel that he's doing himself.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be true no matter who does it. And the task of these civil liberties indices is to weight them such that they match people's expectations when they hear that word, civil liberties, presumably. So if he's going to make the claim, disambiguate the claim then. If he's going to make the claim it's illiberal, and that it's like such that it's wildly out of the expectations when people hear that word, well, that's your burden. And your burden does involve that empirical analysis. It's like, okay, well, there's an empirical claim here, which is of what people think when they hear that term. Is it going to be wildly out of context when everything is aggregated, such that the weightings of the aggregations match collectively with the general public's understanding of that word? It's not History Speaks' personal little weightings and aggregations of that list he'll rattle off to you. And so you got to be careful. He likes to he likes to retreat back into qualitative analysis, avoid the actual empirical work here. But no, this is a squarely empirical claim, and it's his burden. So if he wants to make that case, that if he just wants to make a case like, oh, he personally doesn't consider it because his own subjective value weightings, that's fine. It just doesn't carry any teeth to that position. But if he wants to make a real claim, like a claim that actually carries teeth to it, like that, oh, like it's like on the aggregate of all the things that constitute civil liberties, it's like wildly out of the range of what people expect broadly. That's going to include those people's subjective weightings to civil liberties. And yes, that is squarely going to be in the realm of these indices or this type of social science work. And he's not going to be able to get away from that if that's the claim he's making. He'll try. But that's his burden either way. And then what was the next? Yeah, so that's the first thing. First thing is just like, look, you can rattle off all the list of everything you want, but you have to continue. You have to A, make the case that it's your burden. You have to make the social science case, and B, you have to contend with all of the data of people who have done the social science case that doesn't really give that picture. So you have two problems. The first problem is you haven't substantiated the claim. And you just rattling lists of examples are not going to substantiate that either. The claim is dependent on people's impressions and their own weightings of what constitutes liberal or illiberal and how much each one does. And the second thing is like other people have already tried doing this. And they disagree, apparently. Or at least the picture is not what you're presenting. So, yeah, that's the whole liberal versus illiberal shtick. Just be very careful, disambiguate the claim. See if what his claim is like just his own personal little thing, which it's fine. You can just accept it, but then it doesn't really mean much. Or if it's like if it's the meaningful claim, it'll have to be an empirical territory, because it's just going to be like, okay, well, this is a claim about what people think and what people value and what people care about, and to what degrees.
It seems like, based on that sentence in the summary of the Great March of Return, it seems like they did consider, they said it was both, but I don't understand how they would say it's both, but then come to the exact same number each way. Like, what different
Okay, yeah. So yeah, it is. Yeah. So I think so. They do say IH. This is the part where it's like this is really comical because like I was gonna join the call to actually explain his point where he excluded me. Because they did say IHL and IHRL, right? They made that distinction.
Yeah.
And they did say that in IHL it was just one. But I mean, so yes, I mean, I actually, looking at this, it looks like they did say, at least ostensibly, that on both IHL and IHRL, there would be one justified. Of course, you can contest that by saying, well, their justification for saying on IHL was that they didn't participate in hostilities, and you can only target civilians if they participate in hostilities. And then the question would be, to what degree the civilians were participating in hostilities? Was there really only one example of a civilian participating in hostility? Does hostility constitute posing a life-threatening thing? Or like, what if you're destroying a border? Does that constitute participating in hostilities?
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand. It's like, because even they, like, obviously
in
there were more
IHL,
than, obviously there was more than one person like being hostile towards the IDF, but it's like, I don't know. I just don't, I feel like this is probably, I think that of all the things in Israel, I feel like the Great March of Return is probably like the most morally like difficult fucking, like I don't feel like I can be as straightforward as just someone in the buffer zone deserves to get shot in the face. Like I think that's like, I don't know, but it's the problem is that what people always just like, whenever you hear about the Great March of Return from like someone on the other side, is like you just hear peaceful protest, and I'm like, well, okay, it wasn't quite that either, but yeah, it's like,
yeah. The question is going to be the contesting. The way to contest it is going to be like on IHL specifically, not on IHRL, but on IHL. What are the actions that constitute civilians engaging in hostilities on IHL? Because that was their justification for on IHL only being one example. So that would be the way to go about that. So I actually agree that like the way to go about it is it's not their claim. The UN's claim wasn't just that only on IHRL it's just one. They did say on IHL it's just one, but it seems a bit bizarre that it would only be one. I could be, but that was their claim. And so like, but if there is a different standard of engaging in hostilities on IHL versus IHRL, then I'm not really sure how that's won, but I haven't done an analysis on that. But that would be the way I would go about it. Be like, okay, well, if it's on IHL and not IHRL, then like, isn't there a different threshold for engaging in hostilities?
yeah, I don't really get how that works.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen where, like, it's weird because the way that the summary is written is they don't even suggest, it's like they don't even suggest that they showed you a different process for each one, but I mean, maybe it's somewhere in the 250 pages, but
yeah, that's kind of opaque. Okay, like, so then, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. I just think it's like, yeah, I just find that like the hardest of all the things that probably happen in the entire conflict to think about morally, because the problem is that you could say, and I think History Speaks didn't like me saying it, is that we know what happens when the border fence is breached. That's like it's a pretty big threat. But the problem is that if you are policing a buffer zone and you have enough discretion on the other side, it's like, I genuinely don't think the IDF, those people with the snipers, I don't think they expected the protests to be at that level. I think they expected something to be a lot more escalatory than what they got, but they were prepared for something worse, and then they just kind of like lost their shit, basically.
At least initially.
I
mean, at least during the initial phases of the Great March of Return.
Yeah.
Because things did like things did escalate. I'm also skeptical of this claim about, I know the UN claimed that like the soldier that was shot with a sniper bullet, like it wasn't on the premises or something. Like, I'd have to look into more about that. I know I see what their claim is, but I don't have the. I don't know exactly what that means. Like, does it mean that the sniper wasn't there? Like the sniper, I read a report that the sniper was like not at the border. Like the sniper literally didn't go to the border fence with his sniper rifle and shoot the IDF soldier. They were like in a row of like encampments or houses or something behind. And it's like, no shit. Of course they like were using that for cover. And the other interpretation would be that the soldier himself wasn't at the protest. I'm not sure if that's true either. Like I certainly wouldn't take the UN say so for that. I'd have to look into more details on that. But yeah, there was a so there might be a competing claim there. Anyway, what else? What other memes were there? Oh, the satellite. Oh my gosh, this was incredibly dishonest of him, because literally before this debate that he had with you, I pointed out to him this morning that the satellite figures for buildings destroyed were inferior to the UNOSAT data because of the difference in spatial resolution.
Oh well.
Someone and he had been alluded to, like, oh, is this the one guy online? Like, yeah, there was a guy online who contacted the authors for these higher figures, and you'll notice that like there's a whole bunch of different reports of expert analyses on satellite studies for these figures, but they all basically, or almost all of them, basically just trace back to this one group with this one like senior author. And the issue is the spatial resolution of the satellite data is only 40 meters, whereas the UNOSAT spatial resolution can discern 0.3 meters. And so what you get is an algorithm, and so they also have an algorithm that just basically labels a 40 by 40 pixel, and any damaged building in it, they just basically like call everything damaged in there, essentially. So they're counting a whole bunch of non-damaged houses out.
And but I mean, it's like the numbers weren't even that different, were they? Didn't he say like 55 or 56% destroyed or damaged? Even though, yeah, I guess it's different from.
It makes a huge difference.
It does make a difference if you're talking about comparing it to other urban warfare, because if destroyed is actually only fucking 15%, or yeah.
It makes a difference in terms of what he's claiming and what the reality is. Like he's claiming like over 50%. Hold on, I'll see the actual claim here, because I literally just morning this I found to be dishonest on his part, because I actually did tell him the UNOSAT numbers. Like this has been used for a whole bunch of conflicts. It's been used for Aleppo. It's been used for Ukraine, and those numbers were way lower. He knew about that this morning. I literally DM'd him this morning, and then when he came at you, as if you didn't know the numbers.
Yeah, but he moved off it pretty quickly, I guess, because he must have known that I had something that was.
I just told him this morning about how fucking retarded it was.
But it's really annoying, because I feel like I try to be fairly polite, even if someone is not giving it back to me. But yeah, you always get in the situation where it's like I feel like every time I get something that's like, okay, you were wrong about this, I just get a okay, and then we'll just move on without saying anything. Whereas every time I make like a mistake or something, like I haven't, or even if I just say I haven't read this, it's like, well, dummy, you don't read anything. Like fuck me, dude. Yeah.
Haven't read it. You got enough destiny. You should be embarrassed about yourself. You're justifying this massacre.
Like oh my god, like just.
Which I didn't even justify. I thought the fucking approach to the Great White Return was actually pretty bad from the idea. Fuck me. Oh well, is what it is. I just don't like treating it like a fucking I don't like it when people treat it like a protest that got a bit like rowdy. I just don't like that, because it's happening in probably one of the most contentious armistice lines in the world. We now that after October 7th, we know what happens when the border fence is breached. It was literally called the Great March of Return, which means like we're going to come and take this land back, which would probably be a violation of IHL if they tried to do that. Definitely. So it's like, I don't know. I just wish people would be a bit more.
Buildings, like he came in this call with 56.9% damage or destroyed.
Sorry, I know you think it's hindsight, TMG, but you don't need hindsight to know that if a group of Hamas militants gets through the Gaza border, that they're going to cause some damage. That's not hindsight. It's not like before October 7th, people were like, I just don't know what Gazan militants would do if they got through the border. Of course, people fucking knew. We have had like 2 intifadas and like civilian attacks since the fucking beginning of the conflict to know what would happen. Fuck's sake. Hindsight. Fucking hell. Sorry.
Okay, so 56.9% is what he came in with, knowing all the problems I listed to him with. And knowing that data was only, which I read off to him, which I listed out to him DMs, came out to be like 30-something% confirmed damaged or destroyed. Like it's a substantially lower percent, and it's like it's far more in line with like if you adjust for the amount of time like a combat was happening, like it's far more in line with other like urban conflicts with the same methodology.
Does Unistat
time adjusted, of course, time adjusted.
Does Unistat specify what they mean by severely damaged and moderately damaged?
No, none of them really do, to be honest with you. None of them have a specific criteria for that. It's just like I think it's just based on the signal that they're getting from the center. But the point is not like how they're necessarily defined. The biggest issue here is like what is the resolution of your satellite images to be able to do? And the UNOSAT, the UN, has a very high spatial resolution satellite to do that. They have comparatively. And they're the only ones I'm aware of who have a very high spatial resolution to do this. The other group, and I don't even know if there is a third group. Like he's like, oh, there's a whole bunch of expert analysis. Like these expert analyses, like they almost all are tracing back to one group in like CUNY or something, Van Hoyk or whatever, Van den Hoyk, and it's like orders of magnitude worse the spatial resolution. I don't even think they have their own satellite. I think it's just like publicly available like data or something. So he knew, like I told him all of this, he knew all of that, but he didn't like the partisanship of the person who contacted the authors. That's what he was alluding to by the guy online. And so yeah, he didn't like the partisan, as if that means anything. Like as if someone who's a partisan can't write to a fucking author. We're all partisans here, except for maybe you. I don't know. I'm a partisan. He's definitely a partisan. And yeah, the other guy was a partisan. No fucking shit. He's partisan in the conflict. Yeah, but you can still write to an author and ask them a basic fucking question that you all ignored because you didn't bother to check and you didn't bother to examine the discrepancy between the UNOSAT data that clearly goes against this fucking narrative way more, even though if you could argue it's still high, than these wildly insane inflated numbers that make it look like it's fucking Dresden. But that's what you're going. Yeah, you're going with like building destructions on the level. Oh, and in the northern area, it's like World War II bombing a Dresden. Like that's the narrative. That's what they're fucking claiming. It's just fucking deranged.
Where have you done any more reading into those cops that got killed in the Cast Led?
Oh, I wanted to talk about that too. Yeah, so you're gonna find many statements saying like, oh yes, like Israel does consider them to be systematically incorporated into the Al-Qassam brigades. That's true. I don't know if they included every single cop in their official tally as militants. They could say that for a justification of the attack, but it doesn't mean they include every single one, and it's going to be very hard to tease that apart because what Israel considered, the number is almost all of the cops Israel considered to be Al-Qassam. The difference is going to be a handful of cops. It's going to be like if you look at the math, if you look at their numbers, and you like, and you try to subtract it out, you'd be like, okay, let's look at the total militants Israel said they killed. Let's subtract out the police force or the internal security forces if you want to go 345. Both of them, if you do both methodologies, you're in both cases you're going to get something approximating what the other figures are getting, which is like the B'Tselem figures or NGO figures. It's going to be slightly higher in both cases, but the difference is going to be tiny. And so it's going to be very hard to differentiate whether they considered every single cop a militant in their tally figure versus just making the statement, well, they are systematically incorporated into the Al-Qassam military wing, therefore they are fair game. Saying they're fair game is not the same thing as including them as a militant in the official tally. Because you can say, like, hey, this target is fair game. And you're all fair game for this, but that doesn't mean that they're including them as a militant official tally. That's a justification for the attack.
Yeah, that's what I don't get, because if a building is like 75 or 80% full of militants, but there are some civilians there, you can still say fair game without saying every civilian's a militant. Yeah.
Exactly. Like,
yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I mean, I remember finding, like, just from the, where is it? Just from the Orient study, where you have, like, and this was just going through Hamas's own website, like.
Just to be clear on my position, I'm agnostic. I don't know if Israel considered, and it makes very little difference as far as the tally goes. Like, it makes very little difference, because according to Israel, it's going to be just like 5 or something, or like some small amount. I don't know what the number is, but it's going to be a small difference because they just considered almost all the cops Hamas anyway. Not on the basis, all cops Al-Qassam, almost all of them, not on the basis that they were Hamas, but I don't know if it's going to be, X versus X plus a small amount that they include in the tally, which would be the total. I don't know. I'm agnostic, but I just haven't seen any evidence that concludes that. And the ones that were presented in that debate, like, that doesn't get me to that conclusion.
No.
The conclusion could be true. It could be true. I just haven't seen any evidence for that. And it doesn't really make a difference in terms of how they have the Israel tally. Again, it doesn't make a difference in how the Israel tally would be very much at all. Like, it'll be, instead of 709, what is it going to be, like 690? Like, or like, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't, it's like, I don't really, I don't know. It's like, I looked at one of these guys just from the Orient study. Like, there's one guy here where they say, like, Orient just says he's a police sergeant major. They don't list this guy as Hamas. He's not highlighted. There's nothing here about his activity. But just stumbling across from this list of the Al-Qassam website, like, you have the guy, Imran Ismail Al-Ran, same here. Darwish Al-Ran, yeah. It's this guy. Died on the same day. I think the birthdays are they're sometimes a year off, but I think that's because in militaries sometimes people will like lie about their age or put their birthday a year back to get into the military earlier. But in any case, yeah, they have the guy here, but it's like this. It's not like someone they've claimed as a shaheed or something. There's literally a video of him like running around with fucking guns in training camps. Like,
also,
like this guy is not a fucking just a regular old civilian traffic cop, Any minute now, we'll see a donut.
Didn't he say that he looked at this website and he found like 135 of them that were said to be policemen or something that died?
Yeah, but like, how do you know? Because it's not in chronological order. The martyrs list just goes, like, you go. I stopped at Second Intifada and only found like 40 people who died in 2008. But then I scrolled down further, and then a bunch of people from the same day show up again. But yeah, it's not.
Well, I ended up getting to the end, by the way. At least in the scrolling. Like, I still stop loading. Yeah.
How many people did you check?
No, I didn't check. No, I didn't check them. My goal was to just load it. Like, my goal was to load the data. But I did end up loading all of it. But he said well, he saw 135 that were like he said over 50% of the police were Al-Qassam by Al-Qassam's claim. Like, if it wouldn't that be like if it's over 50% at minimum, like at minimum confirmed by Al-Qassam or claimed by Al-Qassam, it could be more for all we know that didn't make it on the list. But like, wouldn't that be evidence, at least somewhat, that there was like some mass systematic incorporation of the police force into the Al-Qassam brigades? Isn't that evidence of this?
Yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't make sense. I couldn't understand that distinction principle. Like, if 75% of the people in the building are Al-Qassam, you still can't strike it. What the fuck?
I think he said proportionality assessment. He would say like, okay, well, even if there's that many, so I'll try to stay line here. Like, he said proportionality. So then he would say like, oh, it would do so much damage. Maybe you could say it will do so much damage to the civilian life if you destroy the police force. even if they're mostly like Al Qassam, that little bit there that's not Al Qassam, like it wouldn't the value of the military target would still like the damage would still outscale that matter. But that's just but that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean it wouldn't be fair game. It just means you have to do a proportionality assessment, and I think most militaries would, I suspect, if they did a proportionality assessment, like 80% were like military wings of the other party active in like operations in a war, like if in a police station. Like, yeah, I mean, I think they would. I could be wrong about this, but I suspect they would consider it fair game. Like, he was very confident that would be like, oh, that would be just a mass war crime or something like this. Like, would it?
Yeah, you can imagine the situation where it's like 70 where there are 3 militants and the only doctor in the area who can help the people who are wounded. Like, yeah, that would be like maybe a proportionality thing. But
But like, no, I'm not saying it's out of the realm of like possibility. Like, it's not out of the realm of like the logical possibility space, but like realistically, and like in probably like in the probabilistic sense, like, yeah, if that was the case, again, it's just a suspicion I have, but I suspect, like, yeah, they do the proportionality assessment and be like, yeah, fuck it.
yeah, fuck. I'm gonna bring someone else in. Hang on. He might have a question for you. I don't know. David?
Hello.
What?
Yeah, so one thing I was wondering that I've just been thinking about a lot recently is what is the value compared to a human life in terms of civilian infrastructure versus civilian life? Would you spare a building if it meant killing 2 more human beings? Like, how much value does like proportionality put on?
Really, that depends. Why are you asking me this question? Of course.
No, not you. I'm just putting this out there to think about, like, what does this mean? Like, let's say the strategy is, let's say, like, unironically, we want to turn Gaza into a parking lot in a completely non-genocidal way, where you set up massive tent cities and you just level everything. But in that case where you completely destroy the entirety of Gaza Strip, you save like 10,000 lives for doing that, or 30,000 lives, and you commit to like rebuilding the Gaza Strip. What would be like? I don't know. Is there a proportionality where you like? Has it ever been a thing?
So if you look at the Geneva Convention on Section 3.62, it actually gives a conversion factor for the number of concrete in human life person years. If you scroll down, no, of course I don't fucking know. It depends. Like, it's like.
Okay, I'm not saying like exactly, but has there been a case where there's a study where they're measuring like we're going to destroy a big ass place instead of killing a bunch of people? I guess you don't know. You haven't seen anything about that.
It's going to depend on like the whole context of the conflict, what the military value of the infrastructure is. It's going to depend on like, all those factors, and they're going to make their own judgment.
Okay, fair enough. I guess obviously it was going to be a question that didn't really have an answer because it's asking like very deep questions. Wow. Okay, that's all. Bye.
All right. Well, hope you had a good time.
Sure. Okay, take care.
Take care. Bye.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
How's it going?
Good. I was just wondering, I have no idea really what's going on here. I just wanted to know the satellite data there he was referencing. Do you have like to that?
Yep, there isn't much. I would normally expect when I see something like this, I'd see a bunch of methodology and extras. Although actually there is. The data is in ESRI format, but I don't know what that means. You can download this whole fucking zip file that has a bunch of shit in it. So, yeah.
Yeah. Looking for it here. Because, I do mapping stuff a lot.
Well, yeah, there is something you can dig into there if you want, I'm sure.
Cool. Okay, so is this both of them here, or is this just one? Because he was saying that there was one with 30 centimeter resolution, one with
I think that's maybe from a
was...
different website, or maybe a previous one. I don't know, but this is the most recent one, April 2024. I think you look through Unostat And just maybe put in the same thing, comprehensive damage assessment, you might get more fines.
Unosat is this
Or you could ask
website
Avi.
here.
Yeah, he's in the Discord, so.
Okay, well, I think that's all I had. I want to compare the two and see what methodology he's talking about there for damage assessments.
Okay.
Because I don't know. I'm sure there's some satellite that has 40-meter resolution, but
Yeah, I can answer. Yeah, so that's the Vanden. You're talking about the other one. That's the Vanden Hoik one. That's I don't think they. Yeah, hold on. I'll link you. They update it all the time. It's the author is I can't pronounce this. JAMON Vanden Hoik. VANDEN
JAMON Vanden.
Yeah.
Some Dutch guy.
Yeah. So I don't know if he publishes like his how much of his methodology publishes. The only reason we found out about this was because someone emailed, like they actually had to contact him twice.
Okay, and this is Scientific American inside the satellite deck revealing destruction. Probably.
Yeah, I don't know. Like there's various different news sources that report the same, like intermittently report his work and his updates.
Yeah.
So yeah, that but what we've been told is that the resolution was 40 meters, and the Unosat, and he said the Unosat was 0.3 meters. Like
okay, so like I said, I can see it's 30 centimeters. So that makes sense. The Sentinel-1, it looked like, is the other one he used here, and that one I don't think it's 40 meters. It's still, I think much better than that. Let me just check here. Sentinel-1.
So wait, you said the Unosat is
images. Yeah, sorry, say again.
Unosat was 0.3, 30 centimeters.
Well, the Unosat is using Maxar imagery, right? I believe it seems like, and that's 30 centimeters.
Okay.
Yeah. Resolution 30 centimeters. Yeah, from Airbus.
Mm-hmm.
And then this other one I'm just trying to find here. It seems like if this is the other one you're talking about, which is I found a Scientific American from article from this guy, Jamon Vanden Hoek.
Yeah.
Who talks about it, and he's saying they're using Sentinel-1. Seems like.
Mm-hmm. Which what would be?
So he's using. I think. Is he using SAR?
Yeah.
So that's synthetic aperture radar. Which is not RGB. So these are two different things being used here.
Yeah.
And you'll probably get different results. I don't know if there's. You don't have any more information on the
resolution. The resolution, or effective resolution, I don't know how you would call it, but that's just the comments from the author. Like that comes from the author.
Do you have the link to his comments somewhere?
Yeah, I have the person who corresponded with him. Hold on, he wrote it all out. One moment. Okay. Yeah, here is. I'm DMing it to you.
Perfect.
Here, he wrote it all. He's the one who contacted these authors.
Okay. Twitter. Damaged and destroyed comparison. Okay. Maybe I'll have to dig through this because, like, I don't see him saying what he's saying. It's an experimental algorithm, but he doesn't say what algorithm it is.
No, but that's not even that's a minor point. That's not even the salient point there. You can ignore that.
The main point is that you think that the lower resolution would be overestimating.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I think that the estimation would depend on the algorithm for sure, which is not listed here. So
No, it is,
Right.
but no, it's not. You're right, it's not. But like, read the comments. Like the salient point is a little further down. When he actually got a response from the guy.
Okay. Never bothered to value this. Okay.
Well, no,
it
it's
does
this
not
time
generate.
the response to the picture began
Yeah.
to clarify. It turned out that unlike UNOSAT, who base their counts on high-resolution satellite optic imagery, Van den Hoek and Scher rely on publicly available satellite radar database INSAR technology. And this brings us to first limitation. The images their analysis is based on have a much lower resolution. 40 meters, unlike 0.3 meter resolution of the optical images used by UNOSAT. This means if their algorithm detects some damage within a 40 by 40 pixel, all the buildings within the same pixel are labeled as likely damaged. Moreover, because the calculations employed in INSAR typically use a 5 by 5 window, this means that the color of the pixel is affected by the changes in the 200 and 200 meter windows around it. In other words, any building within a 100-meter radius around the actual damage can be potentially also labeled as likely damage. I've contacted them once again to make sure that my understanding of their method is correct and asked them whether they found a way to circumvent these limitations and to make sure the algorithm doesn't generate a massive quantity of false positives, i.e. intact buildings that are mistakenly labeled as damage. The response I got from Van den Hoek was nothing short of amazing. It turned out that they never bothered to evaluate the accuracy of the algorithm. The only verification they did was to check it doesn't generate any spurious signals in a completely clean environment with zero damage. That's all. This is the basis which the dramatic comparisons to carpet bombings of World War II Germany are based on. An experimental algorithm whose accuracy has never been tested, consistent with giving damage estimates that were at least twice as large as, at the time he's writing it, it was twice as large as the UN satellite center numbers. Official numbers that Van den Hoek and Scher, as well as some of the journalists who use their estimates, are well but still continued as if it's nothing. So yeah, that's the salient issue.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I think I'll look into it further. Like, I think that like the main difference like is not the resolution. I think the main difference is that they're just totally different technologies.
Like the different technologies, but the question is like, how is it going to deviate in a bias one from the other? Like, which one is going to be more accurate for this purpose?
I mean, I myself would probably lean toward the synthetic aperture radar would be more accurate, but like that again would depend on because like it would depend on the algorithm used because synthetic aperture radar is typically used for like it's an active like optical is passive, right? So like the Maxar imagery is in RGB generally, right? It's got 3 color bands, 3 raster color bands. Whereas like synthetic aperture radar is bouncing something off the surface and then like listening for the return, kind of like radar. And that I believe like that would be more accurate for height. So like that's how you would make like height maps a lot of times.
No, that's like, fine. Yeah. I that's fine. But if you're going to like discern, like if you have like not because this isn't really like a height measurement. This is going to be like, in fact, it's the opposite. It's going to be like a plane, and you're going to try to like, correct me if my understanding's off here, but like trying to detect like some deviation from some previous imagery and look to see if there's like some sort of thing you're going to label as damage when you see some deviation in a given like pixel or something. Right.
So like, well, that depends as well because like there's multiple ways of calculating that as well. And like again, he says it's an experimental algorithm.
I don't think even the fact that it's experimental is not the issue is the issue he's bringing up is that in the way it's experimental is such that it's going to count like neighboring anything within a given like pixel
but like there are like legitimate reasons you would want to do that and think that is an accurate way of doing it, right?
Well, there
like
might
depending on like when you're like inferring data from, or interpolating data, like that is a legitimate technique of, filling in gaps that your resolution or whatever else may not have. Again, like ground truthing, it would be important, and it sounds
Wouldn't
like
it be
this was kind
important
of
to
like a side
increase
project, but
wouldn't this be a case where you'd want to bump up the resolution then, rather than just rely on interpolation? If you're not measuring height, you're measuring like.
well, I mean, ideally, yes, but like with synthetic aperture radar, it's not as, that's, you're not generally looking for resolution out of synthetic aperture radar. Like you can be maybe if you're like a military guess and you're trying to find, but like synthetic aperture radar, you can actually see where like Patriot missile defense systems are set up using synthetic aperture radar, even just publicly available data, because they interfere with the radar detector, so you can actually just see the entire band of
But I'm not
interference.
talking about wait, but I'm just talking about for this purpose. I'm not talking
For
about
this
like
purpose, I don't like. I think that synthetic aperture radar be okay if you have a good algorithm and a correct algorithm for inferring, damage from height maps. Because what the higher resolution one that you're talking about, right? That will give you a 2D plane.
Yeah.
Of your raster is going to be in 3 bands: red, blue, green, right? And you get 3 values, but it doesn't tell you. Maybe someone put tarp on the roof, and that that would be counted as the same maybe as a damaged building, or the color of the roof has debris like change because there's debris on it. So like I would lean towards synthetic aperture radar in this case because it will tell you,
not
how
with
this
this
building change
not
position.
with to be clear, not with this algorithm that wasn't like didn't have any sort of testing for spurious positives.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know the algorithm, so like.
Well, no, but we
didn't
do any testing for. Well, no, we know some things about the algorithm. That's not true, because the author did respond. They didn't actually do any testing for spurious positives. They just only tested in a clean environment.
Right. I mean, you probably should test for those things. It's just that it doesn't say, like it says effects. It's affected by the changes in the 200 by 200 windows around it. Like, what does that mean? Are they using k-nearest neighbors? Are they using like bilinear interpolation? Are they using, bicubic? Like, what are they doing here to, like, how you use and how a pixel is affected by changes in the 200 by 200 meter window depends a lot on the algorithm that you're using. And he doesn't say
We
what
understand.
algorithm they're using.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah. Well, no, they said they didn't. Okay, they didn't say what algorithm they're using, but they did say some things about it, namely that there is no sort of testing for correction of false positives.
Right. And again, like that, you probably should do that. If you're.
So, but that calls. But hold on. But then this is what you would actually. It goes with our priors, because that's why, this is why you're getting like crazy high numbers. Like, it's not like, oh well, hey, this is like a little concern. You should probably do that. No, like they're generating numbers like carpet bombing numbers in North Gaza. Like, they generated numbers that look like actual fucking carpet bombing.
Right. Like I honestly, I don't know any of these numbers. I'm just trying to look at like the comparison of the two, because like you're saying that like this is inaccurate because of 40-meter resolution, and I'm saying
no, it's the combination. To be clear, it's the combination of that resolution issue with a lack of an algorithm that accounts for false positives with that resolution.
Okay, I would say that 40-meter resolution is less important. I would say testing for false positives would be an issue, but I wouldn't say like that totally rules it out either, right? Like,
right.
I think that this is a good way of measuring stuff.
But then it goes with our priors. But then, like, okay, but then you look at what type of data the methodology is generating, and it's generating.
And that's what I can't find out.
That's what you can't find out?
No, because like,
no,
it sounds like he's describing some sort of pixel interpolation, which you're going to use with generally, you're always going to use with synthetic aperture radar. Because it's a height map, so you're going to use something, right?
With the data it's generating, no. With the data it's generating, I'm just talking about their final numbers.
Okay, I know, and I'm saying the final number I'm not sure about, I would say that not having the false positive, control is not good, right? Like but it seems like something that you could also verify, right? Like I'm not sure, right? Like I'm sure if I know the algorithm that he uses, I could verify this myself and basically see how accurate it is. But he's not saying which algorithm it is.
Would you consider contacting the author and the author saying this, not a form of verifying that?
Yeah, I could.
Because that's what was done. But the author. But what's being said here is that I contacted the author, and the author said, like, "Oh no, there's like no testing in this algorithm to correct for false positives. In fact, the only testing was in a perfectly clean environment."
Right. So I'm saying if I had the algorithm, I could test the algorithm and actually verify for false positives.
Okay. Yeah.
And see if it is accurate or not.
Okay. So then here's. Yeah. No, that's fine. I know you don't have it. And look, yes, it would be very nice if they shared their algorithm. I agree.
Yeah.
What you have here is so just to be clear, what's being paraded around is an undisclosed algorithm. They disclose the technology, but they do not disclose the algorithm. They have said that their algorithm does not test and does not have any way of correcting for false positives. And surprise, surprise, it's generating carpet bombing like destruction figures.
Right.
No carpet bombing is being done.
Yes. Right. So
okay, and that is wild. And also, you're getting, and of course, you're getting, unsurprisingly, you're getting wildly different numbers from an organization.
What is the difference in the two numbers? I am curious.
It's at the time that this was written, it was like a factor of 2, like in percentage. Like so, you multiply. Like it was so, it would be like instead of 30%, it was 60% or something. I don't know the actual, like just as an example. Right now, yeah, like it's not a trivial difference. Right now the difference is like, what was it, 56.9 or something versus 37. Came down, like the difference came down a little bit, but this is like, it's not a trivial difference. Like one is generating like the areas destroyed were like twice the amount of the other, like at some point.
Okay, I just pulled up his, so he's got 50% or 47 to 59% in the north. He's got 44 to 57 in Gaza City.
When
11, 10, right?
What date was this from?
This was November, between the 5th of October and 22nd of November 2023.
Oh, that's going to be a huge difference then, because that's early in the war. Yeah, early in the war, UNOSAT was way lower than that.
Yeah, this one is saying, well, is it? Total structures. This is, okay, so the UNOSAT is saying total structures in the Gaza Strip. And the other one is saying in each area. So you'd actually have to average out.
They both. There's a report that gives like the total average for the Van den Hoek.
Okay. Looking for it. Okay, 24 to 31%. Okay, that's not that big of a difference then. 18. So it's about 5% more.
Wait, when's the date from?
These so the one is 22nd of November and the other one is 26th November.
Like,
the two
22nd of November. Okay, wait. So what? Let me get these numbers. So Van den Hoek on the 22nd of November, and this is damaged or destroyed?
24 to 31% of all buildings across Gaza are likely damaged as of 22nd of November.
Wait, likely what? Damaged?
Are likely damaged.
Wait, but no, okay, but that's only likely damage then. That's not including destroyed.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, well then there should be a huge difference then. Okay.
Right.
Because you have to subtract the destroyed from the UNOSAT then. Okay. So what is that figure?
The UNOSAT one identified 10,000 destroyed structures, 8,000 severely damaged, and 19,000 moderately damaged for a total of 37. So it's grouping all of them together, and that's about 18% of the total structures in Gaza Strip.
As just damaged, not destroyed.
That includes, no, it's both.
Okay, damaged or destroyed.
Damaged.
November
26.
Yeah, I think I saw this report as well. No, as of What was the date?
That was the 26th of November, and it had not been validated as of that date.
Okay. And then what was the other one close to that date?
The other one was 24 to 31%.
24 to 31. If we take the take the average of that, 24. Okay, and then so 55 divided by 2. So that's 27.5% compared to 18%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that is a substantial. Yeah, it's consistently a substantial difference.
Yeah, I would say that, like, especially because the percentage is a bit lower, I like so much of this depends on like how they are qualifying things, which neither of these are like really explaining. I probably do somewhere. Like I have the geodatabase here from the Unisat one, so I can load that into QGIS and actually look at it. But
no, I'd like
nice
to.
If I had the other one too.
No, I'd like to know your thoughts. What's your expertise?
Satellite imagery and GIS.
Okay.
Doing exactly this kind of stuff, but not usually for damage
All right,
assessments.
cool. I sent you a friend request. Yeah, so I'd like to. Yeah, I know. Because I would like to know your thoughts on this, given all the different limitations that have been posited. But yeah, I mean, at least to me, like looking at this, like, so we can say there is a clear and substantial difference in these two methodologies with the figures they're generating, for sure.
The final numbers are definitely different. I'd say it's clear. I don't know. So how substantial it is depends on what they're measuring, and I'd have to see that. I can run some of my own, like
clear. It's substantial.
Do my own algorithms and see too. So
substantial in the way that the public is going to interpret it.
Yeah. I mean, I find that like whenever I read about stuff in the news, I just like shake my head because it's like so misrepresented to make a point basically every single time.
Because I want you to know, like, what's the point? Like, people are using this Vandenhoek shit to basically say that, you know, parts of the Gaza Strip are basically just being carpet bombed, essentially. Or even worse. No, they're saying no. They make a further claim. Sorry, they say it's worse. They say it's worse than the carpet bombing of Dresden in like northern Gaza.
I mean, like, I think that you obviously cannot conclude that from like. I'm not saying it's not impossible based on what they've the Vandenhoek ones, or I don't know how you say it, but like because like synthetic aperture is a totally valid way of doing this. I think it's a good way for, you know, if you're going to be assessing changes in elevation or building, you know, elevation. So like
with an appropriate algorithm correcting for false positives.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It could be. But it just based on what we see here, unless he's also got some data hosted somewhere that I can download and look through, there's no way of verifying how accurate it is. Also, the Unisat one, so like they do provide the data, so I'll kind of have a look at that. But they also do say it has not been validated yet as well. So
they all don't say it's been valid. No, they all don't say it's been validated. But the question is, I don't know what sense of the word validated means. I'm not presenting validation as a distinguishing factor between whether we should.
No, I get that.
No, the main factor here is that the combination of the resolution and not having an algorithm that accounts for this by trying to not get spurious positives in some way.
Well, see, we don't know. Like, we can't confirm that it.
But we do know that was happening. The author said that was happening.
Yes, but like it might actually account for that quite well. It's just never been tested for that, right? Like, so we have no idea.
Okay, so there's been okay, cool. So no, but
yeah.
What we know happened is that there's been no attempt to put anything into the algorithm to correct for
as far
spurious.
as we can tell.
Yes,
or like to see if it actually does generate spurious false positives, because it might not do that.
No, I agree.
It's never been tested, so we don't know.
I agree that you could design an algorithm and have no intention of correcting for false positives, and yet the algorithm could still generate acceptable levels of false positives. I agree that's true. However, the fact that they did not do that is not a non-germane critique.
No, you're right. Which is why like it should be validated. But like, you also want to make sure it's not generating false negatives.
Yeah, of course. You want to, so interpolation is,
and like it just hasn't been validated. So until validated, like I would not use either of these two numbers for any sort of arguments.
Okay, well that's a review I respect.
Yeah.
So okay, but because my whole thing was that, like, look, I see two different methodologies that are out there.
Yeah.
One basically presents Israel just being worse than, carpet bombing, at least in certain areas, and being like insanely crazy overall, to the point of like a lunatic comic, like cartoon character.
Yeah.
They also like the author was contacted. They said like the author said the difference. And by the way, the context of contacting this author was to have the author explain the difference in the two results. Like the author was trying to explain why that discrepancy was. And the author said, like, oh, there's difference in resolution and the difference in our algorithm is what explains the difference in the results. Like that's the author's statement.
I see.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try to contact the author himself.
Yeah. If you could do that as well, that would be great. So because apparently we're just partisan people for writing the author, and we can't be trusted. So yeah, if you're an expert,
I can think of half a dozen ways how you could skew this either way.
Of course,
like right off the top of my head, and I can't rule any of them out from either.
No, I'm not asking you to rule out. I'm saying just basically basic information. Yeah. What I'm saying is like there's certain figures that are being generated that should be like just wildly out of our priors. Like when you have a model and it's just generating like crazy numbers that are like out of your expectation, like you should be digging into this.
Yeah, for sure. Like someone, I don't. I guess nobody is, or if they are, like I just haven't really seen. I was just trying to find the links for these to begin. This is why I came on here.
But you'll notice that although there's no real good reason, if you understand both of these based on what they've released about it, to trust one over the other. Guess which one is being trusted? Guess which one is making all the news headlines? Guess which one is being...
I bet it probably depends on which side it is.
Well, actually, even that it doesn't, unfortunately. Because very few people know the Unisat data on both sides. So what you see is the pro-Palestinian side is just completely unhinged on this. They'll just like parade the one data set that just shows the crazy numbers, the super high numbers, and they'll just completely not even mention it. Like in this debate today, it was so dishonest. Like I brought up that there was other data. To History Speaks before the debate. I showed him the Unisat data. And when he came to the debate, he said, oh, well, what do you think of the fact that 56% or something of the buildings were destroyed? Like he just presented the other data set as if it's just a...
Okay, I'm gonna talk for a second here. I think this is quite silly. First of all, I didn't read all of you sent like a bunch of messages. Sometimes I send messages to you. Like I did see your earlier message where you questioned this data, and my response is what it is now. Like I don't have any technical competence to assess whether this is legitimate or that is legitimate. I was simply, and it was clear whatever word I may have used, I said according to these people, and people are entitled to challenge that. And the reason I moved away from it is because I have no technical competence in this.
It's true that he did walk away from it.
Well, he did. Yeah, no, that's not my critique. My critique is that.
Sorry, History Speaks. Sorry, wait. History Speaks. Can you acknowledge that, like, yeah, you brought up that claim. I showed you the UN data. It was different, and like you walked away from it. I didn't go like, well, you don't read anything, dummy. Like, you see the difference? Like, I don't know.
No. Well. I mean, I walked away from
like you're a debate bro. You understand you're a debate bro.
Okay, let's.
Okay, Avi, you can go.
My critique is that I showed you, like, unless you didn't read that there was a Unisat data, which I mentioned like a million times to you. Like I mentioned to you that, hey, there's this other data with very different numbers you should know about at the very minimum. And then when you came into that debate, you didn't challenge Loanerbox by saying, hey, listen, the building destruction data is high. Now, in fairness, there's like two different methodologies. There's two different studies. They do have substantially different numbers, but we can make the case that even the lower numbers are pretty high too. That's not what you did when you came into this debate, even though I messaged you.
So when did you, Avi, when did you said a million times, when did you, I see that there was a message I didn't respond to from earlier today. When were the other million times? I don't see any other mention.
I've been commenting on your post that you made. Wait, hold on. I'll go through it right now. Yeah. The UNOSET, I've mentioned UNOSET to you. The UNOSET figures.
Today?
No, it's not all today. I remember there was months ago I talked to you about this as well. Months ago I said the same thing, and you were like, "Oh, the Associated Press." By the way, back then it was 70% damaged or destroyed. Interestingly, now it's coming. Apparently, the buildings got revived, and now it's like 56 point whatever percent instead of 70%. But yeah, back then I told you, hey, like, do you know that there's UNOSAT data? Like I told you, there's UN.
Yeah.
studies.
Okay. My only point on this, we can do this exercise if you want. My only point on this is I'm simply citing studies that experts have done. I don't have any independent capacity. I don't have yeah, right. I don't have any independent critique or competence
I'm not critiquing
on
for
these
not
matters.
Expertise. I'm not critiquing you for not having
Yeah.
expertise. It's not my critique. You could not have expertise, but you could be aware that there's different experts with different views on different studies. What you came into
he cited another one. I brought one out. He cited another one.
What I told you about. He had this amazing. I'm like, thank God he actually knew what I told you about and didn't even bring up, because you could have just like completely bamboozled him like that. Like the point is that my critique with you is not that you don't have expertise. My critique is that when I'm making you aware that there's other studies and other respected experts, it's the UN. It's the fucking UN, for God's sake.
Right. Look, the UN. He brought up. Yeah, right. That's a prominent measure of these things in war. That's definitely true. But he brought it up.
He shouldn't have had. But he shouldn't have had to. History speaks. He shouldn't have had to bring it up, because I brought it up to you multiple times across this conflict, and then you went into the debate.
I literally didn't. You mentioned this today in messages I didn't respond to. You mentioned it allegedly months ago.
I can pull out.
Where's the message months ago? I don't see this.
Yeah. Okay.
Regardless, I was okay. If you think I was lying, you can say that. That's not.
I think it would be a bit more understandable, history speaks, if you didn't take the complete opposite attitude with everyone else, where you see like a factual inaccuracy, and not only do you start like haranguing the person who made it, but also regardless of whether or not you even know if they've changed their position, but then even coming to friends of the people who made the mistake and be like, why don't you tell them about this error that they made? Like, yeah, it's just a bit much, you know. It's like it's kind of fucking kind of fucking mental.
There's a difference. I think there's okay, sure. I think there's a difference though. So like the IHL the IHL thing, Destiny is just was a dishonest tactic. I mean, they applied it. You can say, oh, they didn't think it. They applied IHL.
Why are we talking about IHL when you haven't even got off the UN point?
No, but my point is that like I'm describing a double standard in I mean, this is a little bit petty, but like I'm describing a double standard. Like,
yeah, but the problem is that I started, and I was willing to accept that. I started the conversation saying I don't have like a very firm conclusion on the March of Return from the beginning, and I brought up, oh, was that because they did the analyzing it as a police event? And you're like, oh, well, you haven't read the report, dummy. You must have got that from Destiny. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can't have a fucking. It's impossible to have a civil conversation. Like, do you not understand that you're doing that? Can you acknowledge that? That I said at the beginning, I didn't have a strong, firm opinion on the March of Return. You just went for it anyway, because I just put your proxy to fight your fucking Destiny demons.
That trigger. I understand that I'm acting in a combative fashion. I definitely can see that, and people
like
can
a cunt,
critique that if they would. Okay, sure.
Right.
But yeah, I think that, look, I don't want to get into moralism, but I have moralistic reasons for that. People can think it's dumb and disagree with it. It is what it is. But that's been my approach on this. It's an activistic approach, right? It isn't. I've talked about this before. It isn't something that you'd write in. You wouldn't use this language. If people are going to write about the history of the Gaza war in 3 or 4 years, you would not use this polemical language if you're being serious, right? But I think activism, when you're trying to get a certain I mean, it's kind of silly because I have 6,000 followers, but when your goal is to try to get a certain political outcome, the approach is different. The double standard is just like, this is what frustrates me. So like, here's an example. Destiny obviously was wrong about the IHL thing. Instead of just admitting it, he tries to get these weird pedantic ways of getting out of it. And, you know, they analyzed IHL, Avi even said, and they found one. Now you can disagree with that, but he's misrepresenting the report. right? You can disagree that.
Here's an honest question. Do you think the way you're doing this might just be antithetical to your activist goals? Like, do you think if you approach the conversation with Destiny or Loner right now, and we're like, okay, I can understand why you would think that, and allow me to explain. Instead of just coming off like, oh, you're such a fucking moron, you didn't read anything, you're clearly lying, you're a charlatan, you're a dummy. Like, do you think maybe you'd make more progress, like getting them to understand your point? Like, if you did that, maybe that would
the problem is okay. The problem with Destiny is I see genuine. I consider him bad faith, not merely with Loner. The tone I was trying to use is like your ad because I'm not complete other than like a couple tweets which I pointed out which I thought were bad faith, although I was open to the idea that I'm interpreting them wrong. I was open to the idea that he's just morally wrong on this in my view and was trying to use a combative tone in that regard. With Destiny, I think he's just lied on many occasions. I mean, this is an example. Like, it was a totally dishonest tactic. We can disagree with the report, but
even
the report clearly
even if you have that view, don't you think, like, to the audience, you would look far more reasonable if you were trying to, like, no, hey, listen, I understand why you may have gotten this wrong. I can understand your reading of this. However, it's not true, and allow me to explain. If you allow me,
I think they're different. Look, when you're talking to an audience,
the audience, yeah.
No, I get that. When you're talking to an audience that disagrees with you, very few of them, no matter how boorish or persuasive or in the middle I am, very few of them are going to be passionate political. You see this with like presidential debates, for example. Everybody on the Democrat confirmation bias is extremely powerful. Yeah, I think you'd agree with that. I mean, I think you'd both agree with that. So you're only going to get a small number of people and to potentially switch sides, and that's my goal. Like a small number of people in the middle, and my goal is to push them. Right? You're not going to get the average Loner Vux. You're not going to get the average Hassan. No, let me finish the point. The average Hassan viewer is not going to. There's nothing that can be said to him that will make him persuade him that Israel is fighting a just war. There's nothing, and the same applies to the average Destiny viewer. In my view,
I'm just talking about getting the audience to understand that he was wrong. Okay. Like, do you think the way to do that is just to like spend a whole bunch of time saying like he's a liar, he's a charlatan, you're a debate bro, you're this, like just like try.
I mean, you can take an example. History speaks. Like, I've corrected Destiny on takes on this Israel-Palestine thing for the last 7 months, like at least 10 times. It's like, I don't know. It just seems probably because of the.
I've corrected him. It's funny. I've sent him corrections, and like History Speaks like publicly tweets asking me to make a correction that I've already done. Like,
Avi, if we're talking about good faith, like the other day, you and I were having a like fuck you, like really big fight, and I don't remember what the thing was. Listen, you have made
the other day we did not do that. What are you talking about?
No. One day, I don't. Okay, maybe every day. Someday we were having like some big.
Okay, you said it was like it was yesterday. Yeah.
Avi, let me finish. You've corrected in the context of these things. Sometimes you've corrected misstatements of fact I've made, and I have corrected them consistently. Like, I clearly am more prone to do this than the average person.
No. I wait. But let me ask you this. No, the question I'm asking you is like, what do you think? What strategy? If you were to ask, like, say, hey, when Avi tries to correct me, like, what approach would be more effective? Should Avi message me and say, you're a fucking idiot, you're a moron, you're a charlatan, you clearly have no clue what you're talking about, and be as insightful as possible, publicly tweet at you, tag you to all your followers, to all of my followers, and to be like, you're a fucking idiot? You might still make a correction, that's true, but you might be enticed to dig your heels into the sand as well. Or should I be like, okay, hey, let me try to explain this to you. I couldn't understand why you thought this, but this was incorrect. What approach do you think is more effective for you to see that you're worried?
Look, this is, I don't think it's that interesting of a conversation. My point is,
my question.
Okay, yeah. The other issue here is like an issue of good faith, bad faith. So like I'm apparently a liar for citing a study because I'm making an appeal because I didn't read your message this morning, and Destiny isn't clearly
misrepresenting. Okay, misrepresenting. It's not just the message this morning; it's messages months ago, and it's comments on the tweets you've made on this on this point. To be clear, it's all
I
of them.
literally did not. I literally didn't.
Okay, maybe you didn't read any of them. Maybe you didn't read any of them, even though you
I
responded.
may have read months ago, but I don't know. I didn't respond.
You responded to you responded to the one months ago. I know that. I remember that specifically.
Maybe I don't remember. I do not recall it though.
Okay, maybe you forgot and you didn't read any of the other messages or tweets. Okay, fine.
But so I just say this is a double standard with like something that is at the very least ambiguous. Maybe I should have cited more data and read more of these competing studies. That's fair, but versus Destiny just blatantly misrepresenting and doubling down on an absurd misrepresentation of the report, which, as you say, was an IHL analysis and a International Human Rights Law analysis, and they did both. Yeah.
But we correct him when he does that.
Okay, but do you understand how like I would get triggered when instead of just conceding that, he goes, no, read this, find a direct quote. Like those are debate tactics.
I can totally understand.
Okay, thank you.
Let me finish. I can totally understand that. However, I will let you know that I felt that way with you, like I'm pulling teeth out of someone to make certain. Many times when I do, and there have been times where sometimes you still have a disagreement with me, and there have been times where after like an hour of going. Hours sometimes of going back and forth with you, you finally make the correction of pulling after hours of pulling teeth. Like I'm frustrated. Like I have a similar frustration with you.
Okay, but you just did a whatever.
Like there's no way for.
Let's
keep going. That's okay. Never mind.
Starting to get a little petty. The other thing I wanted to mention is I do have a source for the.
You don't, by the way. There's no way. The police. There's
really
no way you think this is them counting every cop. Like this is evidence of the IDF being like every cop who died was. Al-Qassam. There's no way this sentence. The sentence is commentary by someone else, isn't it? The discrepancy over civilian deaths largely centered on whether the 248 Hamas police officers were considered civilians. I'm just saying, like, if you're, of course the debate was over that, but it's not whether all of them were, whether a majority of them were, whether 75% of them were. Like, how can you take that as categorical? We just called all of them Hamas.
The article implies all, but that's okay. We can.
Look, that is the most. I'm not going to be ableist, but fuck me, man. You're joking, right?
The reality is, it's going to be very hard to discern that because you're talking about a handful of police. The difference between the count, if Israel counted all of them, all of the police versus not all of the police, is going to be like a handful of police individuals because they did the study commissioned by Israel. Like the Orient study, it's not just a separate group that did this, like without Israel in any capacity. Like they literally submitted this to the UN.
Yeah, and the Orient's numbers were that's like given by the Israeli government, right? Like they used the 75.2%, right?
Commission. It was in commission with the Israeli government. They submitted it to the UN, like, and the UN responded to it.
Yeah, and then they submit those numbers to the
Guys, like sometimes common sense. I mean. Okay, will you at least admit that given that we clearly have statements that Israel has asserted that the police were militants, right? That it's extremely probable, or let's just say probable, that they counted them as militants in their casualties count.
All of them or
that's what matters. Because that's not even you understand that the broad contention over the police deaths is whether or not a majority of them were Al-Qassam or not. Because if I go to Finkelstein, I go to Goldstone, I go to the human rights orgs, they're like the majority of the police were not Al-Qassam.
We're not, okay. I went through this a few months ago and I found that I went through every name on the website in Arabic and I found that a majority of, if you look at the number of police killed, the number of people listed on as militants by Hamas would amount to a slight majority. So
a slight majority.
I mentioned that in our discussion. Yeah,
so you went through? Did you go through 248?
I went through all of them. Yeah, this was a few months ago.
Do you have like hyperlinks or do you have a list? It would do my work more quickly.
And in terms of good faith, history speaks. In terms of good faith, because we were having this conversation months ago. Like, why didn't you let me know about that? Because like that was a project I was doing and I didn't know Arabic.
Yeah, where was the public retraction, eh? Should I have added you more often?
You had a huge difference, and I remember you saying like you'd be surprised if it was even 10%, and then you found out it was 50% months ago, and you just let it go silently, like without like telling anyone.
Sorry,
I don't remember the chronology of any of this. I mean, if you want to try to come up with some theory, but I was not lying about this. You can have conclusions.
Wait, I'm not accusing you of lying. I'm not accusing you of lying. I'm not accusing you. What I'm accusing you of is that we had a dispute, an empirical dispute, about the proportion of police individuals that were militants. And then when you you said you would be very surprised if it was even 10% or something like that. You said it was like, oh, I'm not denying that there were like the 10 or so with the ones that Orient Study listed as examples, maybe 10 or so war members at all, because that was it, but like it's very few. That was your impression then. And then was like, okay, well, we'll see what we can look into it. Because I had another impression, and then you found out it was over 50%, and you said nothing. That's not a lie technically, but that's you finding out you were wrong and just being quiet about it.
Look, I didn't even bring this issue up until this debate.
I know you didn't. That's the problem. Yeah, I know you didn't.
But Avi, when this issue was discussed again, I mentioned in the debate today that I had done a count, and it was actually the majority.
Why didn't you bring it up when you found out to me? Like, why didn't you say, like, okay, you know,
a strange argument that private research I did in Arabic, that this was done in February or something. I mean, people move to other subjects.
I'm sure.
Why would I? Okay,
when people find out they often do move on to another subject. Happens a lot.
But but I think if you want to suppress something, you don't say it. And I did this. I spent a couple of days on this. I remember this, and I found 136, and I double checked it.
You scrolled all the way down to the bottom of this massive.
Yeah. I looked at all of these.
It does end at some point. I confirmed it does. Yes. I got to. Yeah, no, I got to the end also. It took a while. It took a while to load all of it, but I did.
I just think like you're trying to tell me like, guys, this is really a stretch. So there are other issues with the war that I've been talking about. I mentioned this today, which was the first time I've talked about this issue since. And you mentioned an old tweet of mine, and I said on our debate today that I wouldn't say that now. I don't think that's an accurate characterization, given the likely. Now there is this theory Goldstone has. For the reasons you mentioned, I have some doubt about that too, because now sham claiming of people for militant groups happens all the time, but the problem is these people had biographical details.
Too many details. It's like videos, and it's like it's too much.
Yeah, they're they're basically all like Mujahid Kasame. Like it's
Okay, here was another reason. Here was another reason I didn't. Now I'm remembering this. I'm refreshing my recollection. Here's another reason I didn't bring this up. The ambiguity I thought there was here, and I mentioned this today, is it seems quite possible that a number of these people were no longer members of armed forces, even though they were at some point, right? So and you know the skill sets one might need for militant activity and police activity could overlap potentially. So to me, I wasn't convinced these people were active. No, well, some they clearly were, but I didn't do a discernment of that. But I remember that was, I think, an ambiguity. But certainly the data I found.
Did you just put like a pillow over your microphone?
Yeah, what happened?
Oh, sorry about that. The data I found though raises. I wouldn't use the language that I used before I looked into the data I found.
Let me. Here's an important question.
Yeah, so you were wrong, Dopey. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just showing the.
You're such a fool. Did you even read the Orient study?
Did you even read it?
Do you even? Hey, dummy! You're a charlatan. You're still like you're just promoting this false apology. Yeah. I mean that. There's no point in me saying that. Okay. Like I can say make that point without doing that whole shtick. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. I mean we've been over that. But
okay. So let me ask you this: if it's true that like really this like a majority of the police force that were killed. Isn't that some evidence, at the very least, for some amount of maybe not complete universal, but systematic incorporation of the police forces into Al-Qassam?
No, I don't think so at all.
What do you mean by
the slight majority being members?
No, no. It could be. Well, we don't know if it's slight majority. It could be minimum.
You'd have to have evidence that these police were acting as a military unit during Casled, and there's no evidence of this.
Wait, hold on. First of all, we don't know that it was just a majority. We know that.
Well, that's what the data support.
Wait, do you think every martyr makes it to the list?
I think probably virtually all do because they like to brag about their martyrs.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, well, so
They also Goldstone is correct that even if we don't agree with the application of his reasoning to these cases, because there's the details, I understand that argument. I agree with that, frankly.
Well, let me ask you this: when the UN has used the term systematic incorporation, what do you think they mean? Do they mean like every member of the police force is an Al-Qassam member?
This is language from international humanitarian law. I mean,
Right. What do you mean?
It would have to be a part of the police would have to be a part of the Hamas armed forces. That's the test.
The police would have to be but that's not quantified. Does it mean that all of the police would have to be armed forces when you say the police, or does it mean the majority, or does it mean like 90%?
It would have to be something. It would be institutional.
But it could be. Do you think the police institutionally being a part of Al-Qassam is incompatible with not some value under 100% of the members?
No. I don't think that's compelling evidence one way or the other. The percentage of who are members of Al-Qassam.
Yeah, really? I mean, for at least some of these biographies, it's like they joined the ranks of the Al-Qassam brigades after a long period of time spent in the security service supporting the Al-Qassam brigades. So it's like they do have some.
We agree on the detail. Yeah.
Also, didn't Hamas say that? I don't know. This might just Haaretz. I don't know if it's wrong, but IDF's combatant figure was 709, wasn't it? In 2010, there's a Haaretz article where they're saying Hamas admitted that between 600 and 700 of their militants were killed. So that would be like almost a perfect match if that's true.
I believe that article's misstating what Hamas said. Hamas said that they're talking about their men, so it could be police who are members of Hamas, or it could be armed forces. So,
when they say militants, they're being mischievous.
They're no. They're not being They're just mischaracterizing.
Wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Do you think it's fair then that like on the civilian counts and on the militant counts to take, what was the number you said you found? 135?
Look it up again. What was it? So it's like 135, 136. I'll find the exact figure. Okay. Talk about something else while I look for this.
Yeah, no. The question is just.
It's a slight majority for sure, and not a large majority for sure. Like 135, 136.
So the question that I have then, because like I care about the numbers and I care about how many were civilians and how many were militants, would it be fair then for me to count those 135 or 136 as militants killed in Cast Lead?
36.
Okay.
If they were active members, yes, it would be fair.
Would you say that this investigation provides at least some amount of compelling evidence that they were active members, raising the probability that they were at least?
That the people listed, the fact that they're listed makes it more likely that they are active members. Yeah, of course it does, because they were at some point members. So maybe they are now, maybe they used to be. But obviously, if you're talking about some random Gazan, that's much less evidence that they were an active member than somebody who's on the website.
The way I see this listed is, because the way I see this listed by like these humanitarian NGOs is that they're all civilians.
Yeah, I mean, and that to me is a very dubious argument. And I said that in the debate, so I don't know why we're debating it. But
okay, no, I just want to be clear because when
no, I was surprised by the. Now I'm recollecting this better. I was surprised by the percentage on the website that were that of the overall police that had a militant affiliation, but it was far short of the Israeli study. That was what I found.
I think the Orient methodology is pretty similar to just going through the site and looking at them, isn't it?
A lot of them are like word for word, like joined Al-Qassam when he was in this and this and that, like, and then you go to like the Hamas website or whatever, and then it just says like verbatim, like joined Al-Qassam when joined the ranks when he was this and this and that.
Yeah, but you were saying history space. You said that they counted them as Al Qassam just by virtue of them being Hamas, but it seems like Orient actually did make an exception for someone who they
No,
thought was
they
Hamas,
didn't.
but not.
That was the UN said, to be clear. The UN said that all they were basically doing for like the vast majority of these were just saying, "Oh, they're Hamas, therefore Al Qassam." Like, and I pointed this out very early.
Yeah.
It's like it's not true at all. Like that's completely false.
Well, they did that in addition to no. The UN report says that they looked at the websites and they have this argument, which I don't think is very good.
Wait, that's the second point. The first point was that not just based on the website, but for at least they said for at least I forgot what the number is. It could be 200 and something, it could be 180 something, but for at least that amount of number, their sole basis of this work was not the website, but just doing it on the basis of Hamas alone. That's what
remember Goldstone make you're misremembering. Remember Goldstone makes the argument, which Loner
I'm talking about the UN response. I'm talking about the UN response.
I'm talking about the UN.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Goldstone makes the argument that methodology of the Orient Institute, or whatever this is called, is flawed insofar for two reasons. First, because they equate membership in Hamas with membership in armed forces, and second,
that's what I'm talking about. One point at a time, one critique at a time. Yeah, one critique at a time. So that's the right. So that critique specifically, that first critique, that's false.
Yeah,
they never equated that.
Because Goldstone says in 78 of the 178 cases, the policemen are alleged to be members of Al Qassam brigades on the sole basis that they were allegedly members of Hamas. Now, you can go in through the Orient study. I've done a few of these where they just say Hamas Al Qassam brigades as if to say they're just doing this because they're Hamas. But then you look up on the website and there's a whole profile to these people, even though it looks like you could say Orient are just calling them Al Qassam but that's just because some of these remarks just say Al Qassam brigades.
Yeah,
so Goldstone
exactly.
just assumed that they were jumping from Hamas to Al Qassam randomly, for no reason, but they weren't, because you can look at some of these names and they're on the Al Qassam website.
So much higher? Why is it so much higher? I mean, assume for argument's sake, it is accurate, or maybe I'm off by one or two, but it's virtually accurate. But you guys haven't looked at it, that's fine. But assume for argument's sake I'm correct, and it's like a slight majority. It's nowhere near as high as Orient.
No, I can answer that. My understanding is that their methodology was a combination of using those was a combination of using the Hamas website, but also military intelligence. That was their thing. They used a number of different.
So they used military intelligence,
or reports of military intelligence. Yes, they were working with Israel.
There's nothing more concrete, though. I mean, I don't understand how we've debunked.
But it's not. Yes, because you're not going to find 79 examples of this, where they only say Hamas and then Al Qassam, and then you find no justification among those 73 outside of that, on the sole basis of Hamas. It's not true. You can go through those 79 number of individuals if you like, and you're going.
I'll have to.
I can probably find one. I can probably find one right now of them just saying Hamas Al Qassam, no elaboration, and I can probably find one on the page because I found some of these yesterday. Let's see.
Yeah, you're not going to find 79 examples of the Al Qassam only listing Al Qassam.
Look, I want to go through this more systematically because it's an important issue. I agree, and.
By the way, another reason I know the author follows me on Twitter. I can confirm with you. I've messaged him. It's not true. That wasn't their methodology. But okay, you can confirm it the other way if you like.
No, but I want to figure out why it's so much higher than the number that I counted, double checked, on the website. It's because of military intelligence that we only have access to, but they
I can ask the owner. But my understanding is that they relied on it wasn't like two things. It wasn't one thing. It wasn't just a copy paste of the website. Like they relied on other sources, on other reports. They relied on, it wasn't just like, because then they might as well just copy paste Al Qassam website. What's the point of doing the Orient study?
Right. Okay. So yeah, I think it's reasonable to look into these data. So, but guys, like, you have to have you can hold me accountable if I make a mistake or so, and I haven't lied about anything. It's a real stretch, but whatever. You can think I lied, even I don't care. But even though it's not true, but
to be clear, I'm not accusing you of lying. I'm not accusing you.
Yeah, I haven't said that either.
You were, and it was okay. other thing you whatever, it doesn't matter. But Destiny, who actually has some level of influence, goes around the other thing that was just dishonest is that I mentioned this, the plausible, and he said, oh, it technically was wrong, but no, the plausible genocide thing, he made the same mistake of fact. Now, the mistake of fact, the fact that it's a mistake helps his case, right? That's true. He nevertheless made the same mistake of fact, of legal interpretation that I made, that Finkelstein made, that a bazillion people made, that Avi made. Maybe you didn't make loaner bucks. But
definitely didn't.
It just seems dishonest to like spike.
I only made it. I didn't initially make it. I made a tweet about it, and then I left that fact out. I left that out, and then you commented and be like, "Huh, Avi, why aren't you mentioning the very important point that the court found it was plausible genocide?" And that's when I made the mistake because I trusted you. That's the first time I made the mistake.
I mean, there are plenty of sure, but there are plenty of. You're still if you trusted me.
I know it was a mistake. No, it was a mistake. I agree. I made it.
Yeah, and so did like the whole media. But
yeah. No, I agree.
Whether you made it or not, whether it's my fault you made it. My point is about Destiny. He made it. Clearly in the debate, he accepts this premise, and then he's just like, "Oh my God, these people were so wrong." Blah, blah. So I feel like you guys are not understanding that a lot of my polemicism, and first of all, it's a moralistic thing, but it's also like exasperation with the pro. And I understand my side does the same thing, and you're going to get less irritated with the kooks on your side just naturally, right? I do correct them when they say nonsense, but the tone I would use with them is not the same. That's totally true. But I mean, this guy is making all kinds of false statements that are corrected and refusing to correct them. That's my irritation. And yeah, and there's another example of that, the plausible thing. Yeah.
But you do realize this is a different claim than saying he's wrong because plausible is a low standard. Like you can still have the view that plausibility is a low standard.
That's a change. No, yeah. He isn't. I don't know. I don't really know the answer to that question, so it's not. But it's changing the subject to bring that up. He's wrong about the thing he's dunking on other people for being wrong for.
Yeah, he's wrong about the thing that like what. But the problem. But I think that so qualitatively, the problem is that some people the big problem was that people took that plausible genocide thing and exaggerated it to the point of suggesting that the ICJ had already decided that South Africa had a strong case. That's why I think Finkelstein saying something like this is like a qualifying for the Olympic swimming team is far more of a falsity than saying, oh yeah, maybe they said plausible genocide, but it's a low standard, because one of those actually carries a lot more weight than the other, you know? Actually, saying the plausible genocide, but it's a low standard is not that different from like, what is it, plausible risk of irreparable harm under the Genocide Convention, which is a low standard, you know?
Yeah, I think we're changing from one issue to another,
But do you not understand how one bit of misinformation has a lot more gravity than the other one?
If you're going to say like, well, Destiny made a mistake, but Destiny's mistake was thinking it was a very low bar plausibility that the court concluded when he was wrong about that, versus Finkelstein was saying the court used the term plausibility, but they really meant they had a strong case of genocide, and he was wrong about that. One is a lot more wrong than the other. That's true.
I think they'd still.
Okay,
but
they're both wrong. They both made a mistake. They both made a mistake. They're both wrong, but one is way more off than the other.
Maybe that's reasonable if you look at the implications. But the fact is, the critique of honesty, that he's being dishonest and saying these other people didn't get it wrong, but by implication he didn't. So that's
the other thing. No, the implication shouldn't be like, oh, I was completely correct and they were completely. It should be like, oh, I made a mistake, but it's not nearly as bad as how off you are. But also, the further point is that he's coming in as a streamer. Finkelstein is coming in as someone who said he read the case 3 times, and between him and Rabbani, they read 10,000 books, and they studied international humanitarian law and blah blah blah. So like it's a lot more expected also that they should get.
But again, it's a very these are not unreasonable statements, but it's a very much more limited critique I'm making in terms of just talking to my father for a second. In terms of honesty, it's not these arguments you're making are not unreasonable. It's just like he's not an honest actor is my critique, and you're kind of going to other issues, which it is of course like it's a worse mistake in the sense that we're using this argument to strengthen. People are using this argument to strengthen the genocide argument, and so obviously it's worse for our side, as it were. But same mistake was nevertheless made. That's my only point. Yeah.
I think if we're talking about honesty, fuck it, I'll do a little bit of simping. Like I think as far at the end of the day, like when I remember like one example, if I wanted to go to Destiny and say like he used to say that the Arabs were fighting a genocidal war in 48, right? Because of these quotes, right? That from fucking some of the leaders of the Arab League and all that shit. And I said like this is not really a good way to determine whether or not they had a genocidal campaign because their actions were like the complete opposite. And he just like dropped that immediately. Someone like Finkelstein is going to be saying that Israel massacred civilian traffic cops in Cast Lead for the rest of his life, regardless of what anyone tells him. Omar Badar, for the rest of this war, will probably still tell everyone that 80% of the buildings are completely destroyed. And he's never going to stop telling people that Israel dropped 2,000-pound bombs on declared safe zones by Israel, right? I think that's the difference. I think, like, I personally just have more time for someone who will hear something that they're wrong about and then move off it, like, fairly quickly. Maybe not always immediately, because people have pride and shit like that. I'm sure you're like that as well, History Speaks, but we all are. Like, but yeah, I think that's the difference.
Especially if it's coming from a person, especially if it's coming from you, History Speaks, and especially if it's coming from you while you're doing everything like, oh, you're a charlatan, you're a loser, you haven't read anything, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, initially it's going to be very hard for a person to like accept the criticism off the bat. It's virtuous if they do, in spite of all those things, for sure. But I think like if I were to go to Destiny, for example, and just go to him with the correction, which I do, he would be very more receptive. And it doesn't mean he's like, whereas some of these other people, like it's very hard for them to ever get a correction on these meme points about 80% building destroyed, 70% building is destroyed. All these things, it's going to be very hard.
Do you disagree with any of that, History Speaks?
Yeah, I do. So I think, look, is he better than who's that guy on Twitter that makes like $35,000 a month? Hinkle. Yeah, he's like in a different level of Hinkle for dishonesty, right? But I think he's pretty dishonest. Now his streamer buddies, will he admit it if they correct? Yeah, but you really should admit it. Disagree. I think if somebody, even if it's an asshole, I'm an asshole or a cunt or whatever.
No, I agree.
No, you should admit it. If it's really point out, Avi, the other day when I'm calling you names or whatever, and you show me something that's false.
No, I agree.
Of course, it hurts. It's really an ethical bare minimum. It's really an ethical bare minimum.
I'm not disagreeing. No, I'm not disagreeing. I just said like, hey, listen, this is something that should be done regardless if someone's doing that to you, bro. But I'm just saying if you have the goal, like I'm just saying if we're making a comparison, like yeah, like okay, yeah, he has his flaws. Like Destiny has his flaws when it comes to
or okay, great.
I'm not going to deny that he has his flaws on this. And he like yes, if someone's being like a complete asshole to him and someone's like on the other side, it may be hard for him to accept a correction sometimes. Like he may like yeah, that's true of a lot of people.
Well, a bunch of people in replies the other day. I mean, regardless. You see though why I would have gotten irritated when the first thing if he had come in, believe it or not, if he had come in and said he misunderstood the report, they did apply international humanitarian law instead of this weird like attempt to like through pedantry say, oh, they didn't. Do you see how I saw that as a bad faith tactic and got angry? Because the point is not whether what they thought is a military conflict or not. The point is that they applied the law of armed conflict analysis. That is the point.
I understand what
so,
you're saying.
So do you understand why I got irritated with his intro on that?
No, I obviously I understand why you got irritated, but the point is that he did at the point where he came in, he still didn't he still believed he was correct, and he still does. He believed
that's absurd.
At least on what the claim was in that report, and look, this is the point where I wanted to jump in the call and I wanted to explain this, and I wanted to talk because I thought you guys were just talking past each other because clearly you weren't doing a good job of getting him to understand to your point, and he probably still doesn't understand it. But
whoa, you're muffled again. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
but that's
it's just so clear though, you know.
But I think that's a large. All I'm saying again, it doesn't mean like a correction shouldn't be taken. I don't think he actually sees at this point. I don't think that the job is done of getting him to take a correction because the job isn't done of explaining it to him. And a lot of that has to go with the fact of like, okay, well, the interaction between you and him is just not going to be productive. It's just like you're just going to call him a charlatan. You're going to moralize. You're going to call him a dummy. And like, what the fuck is going to happen in that conversation?
And a dopey. Nothing. Don't forget that one.
Dopey too, yeah.
And a debate bro somehow.
I just think,
which by the way, I find that term debate bro as like a slur, I find that embarrassing. I feel bad for the people who use that. I pity people who use that term as a slur.
Well, it's because everyone who uses it as a pejorative is actually the biggest debate bro. Like all of them, Finkelstein, fucking Hassan, even I guess you, history, because like they're ad hominems. They're debate bro things that you do like all the time. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't ad hominem, but it was also trying to describe something that was clearly occurring where obviously he was wrong about them only analyzing this under a police action, and he wouldn't admit that, and he was saying, "Give me a direct quote where it says it was like." It to me, it felt like I was not trying to. You guys can disbelieve me. I really wasn't trying to, in that moment, do anything rhetorical or tricky. I was just really frustrated, right? And I was trying to describe what was going.
It really is. Wait, but if he has the other impression, if he read the paper and he has a different impression, it is reasonable for him to ask a quote. And it's even reasonable if you're going to correct him on that. It's even more reasonable for you to come with the quote. We have the quote.
Here's the frustration. Here's the frustration, though. This is my recollection. I gave examples where they're talking about law on conflict. So clearly, implicitly, they're using it. If they're saying distinction wasn't met here, this was not a combatant. And they says, no, it doesn't say exactly that. And that triggered me. Yeah, I really don't see why it wouldn't have.
But I would have done, my approach would have been, I would have come in and be like, hey, listen, let's just clarify the terms. You'll notice that both the terms IHL and IHRL are used here. So we can acknowledge that there was an analysis on IHL and there was an analysis also on IHRL. They took a position and they leaned in favor of IHRL over IHL. Fine. However, here is a quote for also IHL, and they're claiming that under IHL, and there is a direct quote, by the way, that under IHL, because you can't target civilians unless they're engaging in hostilities, that there was only one possible exception here on IHL, and it didn't say IHRL. So that would be the case I would make. Now you can argue with that. You can say like, oh well, we can argue over whether the civilians were actually engaging in hostilities on IHL, because what is the threshold for engaging in hostilities on IHL if they're trying to tear down defense or whatever, or whatever they're throwing, blah blah blah. But that is the claim. That's the way I would approach it. I don't think that's the way you approached it.
Yeah, okay. We disagree on this. I think it was clearly bad faith. But yeah.
No, I'm not saying it wasn't. There may be bad faith on both sides, but I'm just talking about your approach. Like your approach was not that.
Yeah. Okay. We've gone through that.
Here's one guy, for example, just like this is one where Orient are saying just Hamas active in Al Qassam brigades, but you look at the website, the guy Ahmed Abdel Qadir Ibrahim Al Hadid, and he's just here he is with his little fucking big gun, little Hamas headband. Yeah, that's one at least. So
I think you guys all should. Okay, yeah, there definitely are. On these websites are long accounts where the majority of people, the small majority, are who were police killed in Kaslet are listed, and with some detail, right? That's happened.
A fair amount of detail. I mean, when I read those, I was surprised by the amount.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, some of them have really sad stories, actually.
Again, it seems like you guys have a double, because I literally bring this up in the debate. I don't do the standard line where they're just I say no. I looked at this, and because I actually recalled that there's so many things that are going on in my life as with your lives and with this war that I didn't think about this issue regarding Kaslet for months after I did this, and maybe it was some bias that I didn't like publish this immediately. Maybe I should have done that. I'll look into that. The thing I did make a note of is I wasn't sure that these people were active. I wanted to investigate whether these people were active at the time, or whether there was some way of knowing that, because my suspicion was that some of these people, they were in Al Qassam, but then they joined the police and they were no longer active members. But you can make that. But I think like this critique, something I brought up today, which undermines my point, and versus like Destiny refusing to say they applied IHL is just. I mean, there's no comparison, but regardless, we can.
He's not refusing. No, I don't think he's refusing. I think he doesn't understand. I think he still doesn't understand.
He came in guns blazing, saying, "I'm wrong," meaning.
Yeah, he's going to come in guns blazing. Most people will. Yeah, that's a critique of Destiny. He has an ego, and when someone's talking the way he was talking, when someone's being like, "Oh, he's a charlatan," he's like, because you got this off the dope Destiny. Like, yeah, if someone's coming in like that, yeah, I expect most people to come.
You did seem to get off of Destiny.
Wait, no.
Because
Well,
you didn't read the report.
he might have gotten it. Loner might have gotten it off Destiny. That's fine. But that's not what that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about whether Loner got it off Destiny or not. I'm talking about the way you characterize Loner getting off Destiny. Because like, oh, you got it from this idiot. Like you got it from this moron who can't even read. Like that's really good.
To be fair, I did hear it from him. Then I just checked and saw the line, and I was like, "Oh, that seems to check out." I just didn't think that much more about it. Like to me, the Great March I'm not even that interested in the Great March of Return from a fucking legal perspective. I just think like,
I understand why you aren't even defending Israel. My God, like guys, really, guys, like this is now sincere. Like we all have Persona Online, but like really read the report from top to like read this report at some point. The cases I was not citing. You will find this. I was not citing unrepresentative cases. Most of these cases are not close. These people are far away from the fence. They're unarmed. You know, there's some cases where people were throwing rocks. There's some cases where people, you know, had these incendiary balloons, but they're shooting people.
Also, by the way, I'm also still not clear. I'm also still not clear if they were correct about their characterization of the sniper. By the way.
Okay, for sure. But if the facts are correct that they're presenting, most of these cases were just shooting unarmed people who pose no threat. I mean, it's really.
I think I'm basically at the stance, just from glancing through some of this over the last couple of hours, is that I seem to be on the position right now that, like, although I do think the Israel-Gaza border is definitely more intense than a police situation, it just is, but it seems like the IDF used like what should have been a last resort option as their first resort, which is kind of insane. Yeah. The fact that there was no consideration of any like non-lethal way to deter people from the buffer zone or from the fence, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, yeah.
I don't know. Well,
no, wait. I will say whether or not we call it a massacre or like a whatever premeditated. I guess I think history speaks when I said the one credence I would give to the IDF is like small, admittedly, but it's to say that we now know after October 7th what happens when that fence is breached and a bunch of people run through it. Like bad shit happens. And obviously the IDF would have had that in their heads when they were behaving the way that they were. But then you just dismiss that as hindsight, which I don't think is fair. I don't think it's hindsight to know that like there's that much fucking sentiment on the other end. I think people know what people, But not that excuses the response, because the response to the IDF was kind of insane, it seems. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you ignore. But I would just say they were like we're talking like many like kids. Again, most people shot were not kids or women, but there were many kids shot. There were I think over 100 women. And there were many people who like and kids. I mean like I don't mean like 17 or whatever. There were like 11-year-olds, 13-year-olds, like young kids, teenage girls shot. Like there are just so many cases of. To me, it just seems like murder, and that's why I think the suggestion at the end that crimes against humanity were committed is reasonable. I mean, that implies, the implication of that is massacre, because there wouldn't be any other potential crime against humanity and mass killing, mass murder, right? I just want you guys to read this report. Really read this. I think it might actually, it'll at least give you cognitive dissonance, which is fun for me, but just read the report, really, like read the whole thing. Because the cases I cited today were not cherry picked. That's why we wanted to cite a bunch of them. It wasn't just to be like do some bit. It was because I wanted to show these are not actually cherry picked. It's unbelievable, but they're not. You know?
I wasn't accusing them of being cherry picked. I'm just saying that like in the context of of at least some level of fighting on both sides, then I think you can't just like bring out just like individual cases, and even if you stack them up, I might just not give you the real picture. That's not how I would view it. But just out of interest, like morally, I still think I'm on this position. If there was like a group of pre-1929 descended Jews who wanted to do a march of return into Gaza, and they went up to the wall, and there were some people trying to cut through it, and some people were like chest beating, and maybe they'd had statements in the past, or like they had a charter saying that they wanted to like annihilate the fucking Gazan population or whatever. I feel like if Hamas's or Gazan defenses like just fired a few warning shots and then shot a few of them, I don't think there would be an objection to that. What do you guys think?
They didn't shoot a few.
No, but I'm just saying. I'm just like, okay. Let's just say it's the exact same situation reversed. Okay, like.
Right. Yeah, I see. So like there's like thousands and thousands of like settler, what are the what's
not
the
even settlers, just like all the descendants of all the Jews who had to get kicked out of Gaza in 29, right?
We want to settle. We want to go in and have the right to.
Yeah, reclaim our shit. Yeah.
And then like and then we also like have statements saying like we want to annihilate the Gazans and blah blah blah. And then they tried to tear down the border. Some of them did, not all of them. And then like and yeah, to be fair, there were kids involved. Actual children, not the one UN definition of children, which is the non-statistical definition of children that people like to use.
Oh.
That includes up to 18. But yeah, no, so I would make the same critique. I'd say like shooting them with live ammunition is probably going to be an overreaction. They should probably use other things first. Tear gas, not just a warning shot, but probably. And to be fair, tear gas was used by the IDF as well. But they should have water hoses and stuff. But you know what? If they did shoot, I'm like, I mean, like, would I be like, oh my god, like I can't even begin to understand this? Like, probably not. I probably would understand why they did it.
Like it's not on the same moral level as the fucking massacre at the festival, right? That's what I'm.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, guys, again, this was expressly advertised online and strategized as a peaceful march. Like this was their expressly stated intent that they wanted to walk toward. Defense.
Let's equalize that as well. Yeah, let's equalize that as well. So if the Israelis,
so why is every civilian involved in this?
So the Israelis
genocide.
So let's equalize it on the other end too. So let's say the Israelis in question here did advertising as, hey, we're gonna have a peaceful event. But then when you look at what happened, it turns out that like some proportion of them happened to have been in the IDF, and then a proportion of them that arrived also were trying to cut down the fence. And then it happens to be like, well, there's background statements that may have not been in the protest advertising. There's background statements among some of those there that, well, we just want to slaughter the Gazans. Same thing. Like I would have the same moral, it's a clear overreaction, but it's nowhere equivalent to like what happened on October 7th or like summary executions or anything like that.
Can someone tell me, did the shooting start before or after? I'm not loading this. I'm just asking because I don't know. Did the shooting start before or after stuff getting started thrown over the wall or whatever, like people going into the buffer zone and throwing shit?
The shooting started on 30th of May. Of March, the first day. There was no incendiary kites.
Mm-hmm.
There were rocks thrown by some people. There were no grenades, no Molotov cocktails. This was overwhelmingly peaceful.
Was there any attempt to breach?
Yeah, was there any breaching of the fence? Yeah.
Breaching the fence. Like if you're a teenage girl cutting that's more of a gesture of defiance than like a security risk.
Yeah. Okay, we're not doing that. Yeah,
I think you guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like this is part of the moralism thing. Like I think you guys are like, okay, not as bad as October 7th is a pretty low bar.
Yeah,
I think this was a massacre, and it was not as bad of a massacre as October 7th.
Okay, but the problem is when you're saying someone cutting through the fence is a symbolic gesture, bearing in mind that you said that there were, even though they were mostly peaceful, right? Like, or overwhelmingly, is that there's like, was it sometimes 10, 20, 30,000 people over the, like past the 300-meter line, right?
The tens of thousands I'm talking about for March 30th were in the vicinity. They were picnicking, festivals, and so on. Like, yeah, these are some. Again, this is like why though I'm moralistic with you guys and get irritated.
Yeah, so
like,
this is why. So let's
I
just.
see here. Do you at least understand how I? Do you think it's just crazy? Or do you understand how I see these cases that I mentioned to you today as this murder? Let's say.
Yeah, I understand how you see this case. So the question is, let's take this sequence of events. So you're told as the IDF there's going to be this peaceful protest. Then you see someone is like, some people are coming forward, they're throwing stones, whatever, and then some people are trying to cut through the fence, even if they're just kids. The problem is that when you see that there's that many people 300 meters away, given the circumstances, is we know what like people who support Hamas think about like Israeli civilians. We know what the fact that Hamas will not always dress up as militants, so you don't necessarily know who's all like got stuff like. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying it justifies the use of live rounds and shit like that, but I'm saying like you might see that and go like, oh fuck, like this. It's a bit more than just a kid symbolically cutting a fence, right? From their perspective.
I mean, if you look at the overall violence done by these people, injuries to civilians, injuries to IDF, it's much lower than the BLM. And I understand
that's got nothing to do with what I asked you.
No, I will answer. It just you guys seem to me like you're on Mars here. It's just they weren't threatened at all, essentially, especially on March 30th. They may have been threatened later, but they essentially escalated this too by murdering all these people on March 30th. Like Hamas was not, they were a Hamas contingent, but they were very marginal at the beginning, and then they got more over time. So no, I don't. I just see this as mass murder, a pretty clear-cut case.
Here's a question: did the IDF know how many people in the big crowd were armed or not? Did they know what the Hamas contingent was?
I mean,
did they have any way of knowing?
Sorry, I'm gonna adjust my headphones. Like part of being a soldier is you have to be. I mean, I've never been a soldier, but you have to be a bit brave. You can't just, if you see someone who's a civilian, you can't just shoot first, ask questions later, unless you want to be a murderer.
No, I'm not saying that. Again, I'm not trying to, like, for the millionth time, I don't think what the IDF did was good. I think it was actually kind of reprehensible, okay? I'm just asking, did the IDF have any way of knowing of those tens of thousands of people who were not too far, like, 300 meters or whatever plus away? Did the IDF have any way of knowing what the Hamas contingent was in that crowd?
I don't honestly know the answer to that.
Okay.
I mean, I'd assume they'd have some intelligence that this was a popular, because at the beginning, again, this is popular and Hamas is very marginal, and then over time, they're like, hey, what about us? And also the fatal shooting of people on March 30th, especially radicalized people. No, I mean,
yeah. So the question is like,
you guys read the report.
I'm not loading anything, so we're just going step by step. So assume we're just nothing prior to this. That the IDF their snipers are there. They know that there are tens of thousands of people there at the 300-meter line, whatever, and they don't know how many of them are Hamas. They can't get that information clearly, and there are people going up to the wall to cut holes in it. They don't know if there's a sufficient enough hole in that wall or that fence that how many people might try to exploit it and come through, or some people might advance afterwards. So again, no live ammunition or whatever, but they do have an incentive to protect that border, right?
But nobody, I wouldn't argue that they didn't have the right to use force. The problem is lethal force. That's murder in this situation because it's so extreme, over the top. When they're unarmed civilians, they aren't posing any risk of serious injury. So, and they hadn't been under fire. There were no Molotov. This is the 30th again I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There were no Molotov cocktails. So yeah, to me it's just, and this is part. I just wish you guys would understand that like there isn't just like some internet persona. I think that your position on this is really horrible, right? So I think it's like crazy. I mean, if this happened, I understand there are differences, but nevertheless, just follow. And you're going to jump into that, but like if. Again, there are differences, but if they had just mowed down people in Black Lives Matter protesters like this, I think you would react very differently and say it's murder. I understand there are differences, but I think.
But you don't think those differences are like meaningful? None of them?
There are some differences that this was more peaceful in some ways, in the sense of property damage, of people injured. The BLM riots had more death than this, caused by the rioters.
Yeah, but when there's a whole bunch of BLM protesters, I think we have far more. One more thing, Avi, then I'll let you go. When we have BLM protesters, even if there are 30,000 of them, we have far more confidence that no substantial number of them are going to be part of a de facto military that wants to destroy your country, right? Like, and kill all of your fucking civilians. With the IDF and that crowd, they didn't know, apparently. Like, I don't see how they would have known what the Hamas contingent was, and that doesn't matter.
If I were a police officer at the BLM riots, yeah, they're not going to be a member of an armed group, but they could be a violent criminal that could kill me.
Okay, but you know we know the difference between that and like, because even we saw this on October 7th as well, didn't they? Wasn't the whole meme like half of the people who went through there and committed atrocities were civilians or like affiliated with other groups other than Hamas? So.
I think there definitely were civilians. I think that the percentage, there's a lot we don't know about October 7th still. Obviously, we know like the gray zone people stuff is not true, but there's a lot we don't know. Like, I think the percentage of civilians is a question we don't really know the answer to right now. But there definitely were civilians. My thing here is it's absurd that like you could use a water cannon, for example. There are many ways of crowd control that don't involve killing people, and they chose to kill people. I think it's in such it's so egregious that it amounts to murder. And
here's a question that I have. Here's a question I have because I know that there were warning shots, and I also know that tear gas was used. Do we know what proportion of the live ammunition that was used? Do we know what proportion of that was like a first response rather than like after the warning was shot and after like the tear gas?
I don't know that data, but there are, in the cases where warning shots are used, like for example, the 14-year-old girl who was cutting the fence I mentioned, warning shots were used. Like, to shoot her dead to me is murder, even if you use warning shots. That's one case.
Okay, well that might in this context that might just be a difference of value. The clear thing here is going to be that 14-year-old girl doesn't propose any direct threat. It's the downstream threat that would be posed if she is able to cause enough damage to that fence or start the damage and someone else joins and continues the damage.
I tell analysis though, we're not even in the realm of proportionality because distinction hasn't been met for any of these cases. That's their argument, which I agree with. These people aren't combatants in their view.
Wait.
So if we're looking at it as
wait, but hold on. Wait.
Proportionality doesn't even come in.
Wait, I'm not talking about proportion. I'm not talking about proportionality. I'm talking about I'm talking about just. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about even anything legal right now. I'm talking about like my moral assessment of this. It's like,
okay,
if a 14-year-old girl is doing something where she doesn't pose a direct threat, however, her actions may lead others to have a serious threat. Like if she damages the border fence and that leads a whole bunch of people, including military wing members or whatever, to cross it or something, some crazy shit. And she's not responding to the warning shot. She's not responding to the tear gas. She's not responding to other things. Like that's not enough to deter this person. But
I don't think there was tear gas. There were warning shots. But
all right. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. Like, what? Like, do we know? Because do we know like the order of the warnings? But I'm just saying like. So I may come out and be like, oh, I disagree with this morally because they didn't do the other methods. There was just a warning shot. But what I will say is that I could conceive of cases where it's a 14-year-old girl and like multiple steps were taken, and if there really is enough of a threat, not directly but indirectly, then I think the right thing to do, maybe I could conceive of cases where the right thing to do would be to shoot that person dead.
Yeah. Again, this is now a normative disagreement.
I know you're not going to like that answer, but like.
Well, it's like crazy, I think. But
regardless, it's another. Does it matter that it was a 14-year-old girl to you? Like if it was a 30-year-old man doing it, you'd probably still think it was murder, right?
Yeah, but it would be less reprehensible because if you're looking at the subjective state of mind, it would still be completely reprehensible in murder, but there's worse murders, right? So it would be worse because the soldier's fear of imminent threat of death or serious injury would have been less absurd, right? If it's a 30-year-old man.
To be clear, there's no imminent threat in both cases. They're not posing an imminent threat. For me, what's happens downstream is the issue. That's the reason.
I don't think we can have some speculative chain of reasoning to justify.
I don't think that's speculative if the fence breaks down. Sorry.
It's clearly not because we know what happens when the fence gets broken, right? At least in part. And especially when there are 30,000 people there and you don't know how many of them are militants.
I think you guys are overlooking the extent to which this radicalized Palestinian opinion, because this was rowdy, violence. This was not anything like October 7th, but on the Palestinian side, this was nothing like really even. This is very mild in terms of resistance, the Great March of Return. In terms of like resistance to an military occupation, this is very, very mild. And
but that's compatible with
over 6,000 people were shot, and you guys don't seem to think it's possible that the Palestinian public opinion could have radicalized after this.
What are you saying? Like this is why I get that's why I get frustrated with like the lack of critical thinking skills, despite that you've read a lot. Like we never said that. Nor does anything you've said. Nor does that follow from anything we've said.
The reason I brought that up is because Lohner was talking about how October 7th was the risk at this point, and I think that is questionable.
It doesn't have to be October 7th. It could be just it could be what's not speculation is there is a very reasonable chance that border fence is damaged, people get through, that really bad shit's going to happen involving death of innocents. Like that's not a speculation.
It doesn't have to be on the scale of October 7th.
All right, we're not going to agree on this.
Okay.
Anything else you guys want to talk
Um,
about? I don't think you can mow people down because of because the girl might break.
That's not what I'm saying. Oh my. Okay.
Okay, well, here's a question. History speaks. Let's say there's two situations. One, there's a 14-year-old girl trying to break the fence. She's all on their own. It's just like happening on a random day, and then a sniper shoots her. Okay, probably reprehensible. We all probably agree on that. Then let's say the same situation. It's the 14-year-old girl. There are 30,000 people like not too far away from her, protesting and saying that they're on a march of return. Does that change this scenario in any way for you, or is it just exactly the same, like 100%?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't
So
get the second part.
there are two situations. One is what happened. There's the 14-year-old girl at the fence trying to cut through it, and there's like tens of thousands of people behind her, like 300 meters. Okay, that's the Great March of Return. But the second scenario, she's just there at the wall on her own. There's no one around. It's just a quiet day, but this one girl is just trotted up to the fence to try and cut through it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think both of these, and the IDF responds in the same way to both of them, do you think that's morally equal, or is there any difference between those two scenarios?
They're different forms of child murder. They're different degrees of child murder, and yeah,
All
it's
right.
not the same.
Not
The other
sure
thing you guys
whether-
aren't taking into account of is with the 7 October thing is like there was a massive. I think you'd agree that obviously the brutality is a huge part of the story, but there was also an insane, really remarkable security breach on the part of Israel, right?
What was October 7th?
Security failure, right?
Yeah, failure. Yeah.
Security failure, yeah. So I don't think with troops stationed in Israel, aware of this event happening, that there was any significant risk of Palestinians breaking through the IDF ranks, getting through all the soldiers and doing anything like this. So I think there's no analogy between a surprise attack, surprise massacre, and.
Do you know how many troops were stationed at each of those points?
Yeah, I mean, they were taken by surprise, though.
No. I'm talking about for both
on the Great March of Return.
Yeah,
I do not know. No.
Okay, because I know that October 7th happened with it, and at a location where at least 600 and change IDF soldiers were stationed, and they just got like overrun and plowed. And that's just one location. So
I mean,
how many IDF guys were at the Great March of Return? How many of those guys with the snipers were there?
I don't know the exact figure, but I don't want to say something that could be not true. It varied by day too. So like if you get a statistic on this, it's not going to be great. Yeah, this is something we can look up later, but it'll probably require some care because it would vary by day. But my guess, strong guess, is it's much more. I could be wrong. I don't have the.
Just to be clear, the 600 figure was just at one part of the border. But yeah, it was the Givati Brigade. That they were at half strength, or maybe a little less because of the high holidays. So the New York Times initially thought it was like 7.
The problem with looking this up quickly is that there could be some sources that combine all of the. Okay, so one day of protests was several thousand IDF. This is according to BBC.
That's going to be spread over the whole border then.
Because there was.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, but that's. I'm saying that's one day. That's not what I was concerned about, which is that a source that's pro-Palestine could add everything up from every day and say, oh, hundreds of thousands of IDF were there. But regardless, like we're in different moral universes here. I think it was clearly murder, and I believe, by the way, that if this were tried in the ICC or whatever, that's a conclusion they'd come to, because you can't behave like this. Crazy. These were unarmed people, and they just killed them. And by the way, in many of these cases, they weren't even destroying the fence; we're just holding up a camera.
Yeah, but I think the difference is it doesn't take. All it takes is a few people to destroy the fence, and then the fear is what will happen from all the people behind if there's a sufficient breach. I think that's what they're. But yeah, obviously you disagree with, and we all just seem to disagree with using those means at that stage, like lethal force and shit.
The disagreement, the relevant disappointment where we are disagreeing on is whether you can use it even after the other things were expended, if they were. Because you seem to think even if they expended the hoses And even if they expended the tear gas and warning shots and everything, then they still couldn't use live ammunition.
Right, yet they did not. I think that's right. Well,
no. I'm
think
just
if
saying the
they-
disagreement is you think they shouldn't be able to use live ammunition even if they
Well,
had to.
depend on the context. If 20 men who are unarmed are trying to break the fence, and you go through other methods of crowd control, which they did not, then yeah, you could probably do that. Now, a 14-year-old girl by herself, it's completely insane.
I think that really just depends on how effective the 14-year-old girl is going to work on that fence. If you just if you let a 14-year-old girl, like given all the time, 8 hours in the day to work on that fence with a pliers or whatever, they can cause a breach.
Okay.
I don't see why
there
they
also were many. Okay, so you guys are into this fence thing. There are many cases where people were just like 150 meters away, like holding up the cell phone, unarmed, and they're just shot.
I'm not
This
saying
is not.
no, I'm not saying everything was.
I know you're not. I'm saying, I'm saying that these cases to me are also clear cases of murder. Okay, so let me read this and assume the facts are accurate, right? Maybe you don't think the UN is, but assume the facts are accurate. Tell me if you think this is murder, right? Assuming it's accurate. So I'm not saying you were committed to that.
Wait, but didn't you read
This
all
guy-
already? Like we heard them.
Okay, you remember them?
I don't remember the exact things word for word, but I remember things that I would be like, oh yeah, in the. Yes, I remember they sounded really bad. Yeah, I mean, wait, are you just going to read them off again?
Let's go.
No.
No,
Okay,
you said
read
something
the report,
earlier,
read the
Mr. Smith. You said that this was a protest against occupation.
Yeah, that was part of it. Yeah.
It was called Do you think that's why it's called the Great March of Return against occupation?
No, they wanted to march.
March of Return.
They wanted. They had multiple. They had a program.
Yeah, they're like
They had
against the
multiple
blockade. They're
goals.
against the fucking But
Right,
like they're calling it the Great
and
March of
they're
Return,
not
and
letting
like
return.
it's like they're going up to the fence. Like, yeah, obviously that part's not the
I think I
occupation because
mentioned that
that's unless you
they're-
think 48 is the occupation. Yeah.
Well, okay, I don't think we need to devolve this into a semantical debate over whether Gaza was occupied in 2018. But
No, I don't mean. I didn't mean that. I mean whether or not the 48 borders are occupation. Because if you call it the right of return, it's an anti-occupation protest. Obviously, like that's like you consider the 48 borders of Israel to be an occupation.
The name of it implies their desire to go back to the homes from which they were displaced in 48. Of course, there's no question that's how they named it. So it's central. But they also were concerned about the occupation blockade. That's all I said. I wasn't trying to say it's just they're two staters. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's why I wonder, because again, if you call it that, like if you're the IDF, it's like, are they going to try to fucking invade the country? Like, yeah, I don't know. So again, I can see why they're like, they're expecting more, but obviously, then I think we agree that they got less than they expected and still acted fucking mental.
There was a charter for the Great March of Return, which is mentioned in the UN and talks about the goals, including right of return, but also talks about it is a fully peaceful march from beginning to end. Now, did that happen in practice? No, but I think the intent for peacefulness is still relevant on the part of the organizers. Okay, so anything else you guys want to talk about, or otherwise I'm going to go.
Didn't get called a dopey once this time. It's nice.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, by the way, read the report. Just read Avi and Lona. Just read the report.
Okay.
Read it from top to bottom, and then you can come up with your own views. That's all I'll end with. Bye.
I'm tired.
Yeah, me too. I'm exhausted. This is it's very exhausting, as you know now.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any other memes?
So I'm ready. I'm ready to dip. But hope you enjoyed.
Yeah, why not? All right. Take care, man.
Later.
Bye-bye. Fuck, man. How did 700 people stay for that? Fucking hell. You guys are weird. I don't think I'm going to upload that debate. Like, really unpleasant. The second one was actually more interesting, but I guess you'd need context for it to know the to know the first one. Oh God. Still worth an upload of best moments? Nah. Nah. Absolutely not. Samuel Jones, thanks for the 10 Canadian. I sure do love watching IDF box. Hey, Upstate Trash, thanks for the $5. History Speaks single-handedly blackmailed me on academia. Good job making this dork crumble. Wait, what? Okay. Honkler, thanks for the 303. Thanks for the $3. I want to break the super goal. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Shai Lavi, thanks for the 15 shekels. About this civil liberties index, there is, by the Economist index called the Democracy Index, there Israel is above the US, ranked 30. Okay. Mats again, thanks for the $2 for that cunt comment anger box. Hey, thanks. The Jaunty Carrot, thanks for the $5. Say the word box. No. Matthew, thanks for the $10. Thanks for the good pro pally representation, Lorna box. Oh yeah. Apparently I'm supposed to do that sometimes. Do you enjoy these debates? I did not enjoy that debate, no. I think the next time someone clearly is trying to use me as a proxy to fight their fucking destiny demons, I'm just gonna hang up. Like, I'm never doing that again. Fucking hell. You tell Destiny was wrong about the HRC report. HRC? Human Rights Cut with the Great March of Return. Yeah, why not? I'm quite pleased I did that research on Cast Lead, though, because that was very surprising to me. What is this? Troll too close to the sun, did you? Okay. I don't think I have any food in the house. I'm gonna go hungry. Shit.
Why you fucking retards keep following me around, David? You annoying fuck. Holy shit. Why you fucking retards keep following me around, David? You annoying fuck. Holy shit. Why you...
Okay. Fuck's sake. Humbly request that you and Olive make a video about the sugar rockets and Destiny release it on YouTube. Yeah, we did. That's a segment. That's a segment in the works. The sugar rockets. Yeah. God. You haven't read it, dummy. Fuck me, man. I feel like I make a lot of effort generally. Whew. That was a strong stream. I'm tired. I'm fucking off. Do I have like a delayed dono? What the fuck? Oh, Thomas Evans, like the $2. Nice episode with History Wines. Hey, good one. That was just so unpleasant. Fuck me. All right. Oh well. Is our favorite Yeah, that's what I do.
For good properly representation boner box.
What an unbelievable fucking moron. Oh god. Ugh. If you want your soul crushed, do a react to Sunday watch. No, Sunday's done. If he calms down in 6 months, maybe we'll reconsider, but I don't fancy being part of that. Actually, no, he's probably completely done. Fuck it. Once he learns the difference, once he admits that he didn't know the difference between that he got the words public and official mixed up for the policy of the Holocaust. Maybe once he admits that, I might give him the time of day. But until then, no. All right. Shit. All right. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow. Let's go. Bye.